I'd kind of like to start at the beginning because many of the art students here are kind of at the beginning, and I'd like to say why it is that I became an artist. And it's one of these things, you know, that sometimes chosen for you in an odd way. You know, you're really good at drawing Bambi or something or other, and people say, you ought to be an artist, you're a really good drawer. And that definitely fed into it because I was a really good drawer for a long time. And at one point, I thought what I wanted to be was a medical illustrator, because when I was in college, I took a class in, I was either zoology or biology, and we started by looking at paramecium and small animals, and at that point it was a feasible career being a medical illustrator because it was before the time that photography took over that field. And I loved drawing these little tiny things and composing them within the, you know, the environment that they were in the slide. And I didn't go to art school until 3 years into university, into a regular university where I was required to take all these different courses in science and philosophy and so forth, kind of like what you guys are doing here, but without the emphasis on the great books. And then I ended up in a professional art school. And it left me kind of with the decision to recommit to what I was doing because I had a clearer view of what it entailed when I was in the professional art school rather than what it looked like I was committing to when I was in the university. It became much more pointed and much more focused. And what I liked about being an artist, what I love about being an artist now, is it's kind of a combination of something that's philosophical, something that's theoretical, and something that's actually practical, because you're giving the world something that's really a tangible thing. And built into that tangible thing is a certain kind of an interaction that you have with the world through what it is that you make. And everybody who makes stuff, people who are designing computers and people who are designing furniture and so forth, it's the same thing. The creative process is something that extends through all manner of disciplines. For people who start as art students and then end up somewhere else, it's an incredible basis for dealing with the world around you and for expressing yourself and for a way of thinking about what you're seeing and processing it. So I think it's important that everybody do a little art at some point in their life because I think it really changes your brain in many kinds of ways. In my own work, I like to push the process of making something thinking about it and how I fabricate it, so that although they're in my recent body of work, that actually, now that I've had the chance to sit down and look at my work for the last 20 years, I can see that there are themes that run through it, which I've picked things to show you deliberately so that you'll see that theme. But all through it runs a fascination with craft, how things are made, how things are constructed, how things are put together, has always been really, really crucial to me. The other big effect on what I make and how I express myself is the fact that I'm a woman. And this became particularly significant for women of my generation going to art school in the 60s, where it was perfectly fine with people if I was doing small things, if I was painting, anything like that. But for me to be working three-dimensionally, working in what was then considered to be a male territory, was a big deal, and took a certain amount of stubbornness and bravery on my part. And I don't mean to hype myself in any way, but at that time, it was a big deal. And it was very clear to me when I was in art school that I was not welcome in the shop, this was a really typical experience for women of my generation, because sexism was such a strong influence on just about every field you were in. I'm the generation of women who became the first architect in the firm they were in as a woman, or the first doctor. And I'm sure for you all, it's like stupid to even think about it, but this is what happened, and this was a real reality. I didn't have the personal bravery to put up with the nasty comments in the shop, so I ended up as a painter for quite a few years, until I got to a place where it was clear that the real fundamentals of painting didn't interest me. I wasn't interested in color. I was getting really bored with working on the wall and working with rectangular shapes over and over and over again. And as a kid, and this was the reason that the sexism that I experienced didn't make any sense to me, I was the oldest child. And the sibling right next to me, my brother Charlie, was a musical prodigy, and my father didn't want him to hurt his hands. So I was the one that ended up mowing the lawn, and I was the one that did the physical labor, all that kind of thing, because my father was really worried that my brother would hurt himself in some way. So I ended up with this incredible amount of male skills, which nobody made a big deal about. And as I said, it really wasn't until I got into art school that I realized that this was a big deal, you know, that women didn't do this kind of thing. So, like I said, I didn't do it, but that theme of getting out there and doing work in an arena that was considered male was a big challenge for me, and I finally rose to it, and it was, as I said, how I ended up becoming the kind of sculptor that I am. Everything that I ever did as an artist, though, was based on a very strong kind of craft background. I always wanted to know the best way to make something, and I always wanted to know the fabrication techniques that would make it the best possible example of the whatever genre I was working in. I was a printmaker for a while, and I was also the lab assistant for the printmaking studio, so I made all the inks and I prepared all the stones, and all that kind of labor was really, really important to me, and really part of who I became as an artist. This shot of me, the reason that I'm in there is to show you the scale of the work that I'm doing, was in a show at the Contemporary Craft Museum in Los Angeles. And it's completely out of sequence, because what I really would like to show you is this piece. And this was from a long series of steel pieces that I made. And welding is a craft skill. And I guess one of the reasons that I wanted to show you this is to show that biomorphic forms always interested me a lot. And one of the things that was going on in the women's movement, not at this time, this is something I did in the 90s, was more of an understanding and an exploration of the female body, and not the female body as it was shown and explored and possibly exploited in the Renaissance, but kind of a different way of viewing the female body, not so much as a baby producer or as a wife or a mother, but as a set of forms, as a set of images. So all of the work that I did, both in steel and in the fabric work that I'm presently doing, comes out of an interest in these kinds of forms, of natural forms. Oh, the one before was called, I'm sorry, I can't go backwards here. This was called Gulp. This was called Banger. all of these are about at my scale. Sorry. This one is 6 feet tall and about 3 feet wide. The top of the steel loop is at 8 feet. Oops. Sorry. These two wall pieces, actually one is suspended from the ceiling and the other one hangs off the wall, are pieces that I did in preparation. I was nominated for the Joan Mitchell Award, which I believe is just intended for women artists. And it's an immense honor to be nominated for this. And I was up against, I think, 20 other women across the US. The other thing that I've always been interested in is pitting organic imagery against more mathematical kinds of imagery. And you'll see that running through all of my work. Again, the contrast between forms that are mathematically figured out and things that are free form and biological in nature. This is bamboo and felt. And tar paper on the right. Same. It's about 6 feet tall. And it hangs off the wall. These are not freestanding. Same there. That comes out from the wall about 4 feet. This, let me see if the next view is it, nah. It projects forward about 4 feet, and the vertical dimension is about 6. Scale is a really interesting challenge for me. It's a challenge for me to work small. At some point, I stopped being able to weld after this series because I developed a tremor. And it's very sloppy when you're trying to weld. I don't know if anyone in here has done that. You end up getting, you end up welding sort of randomly, and the surface has to be ground down. So it made me have to work 10 times more than I was actually required to do. And the effort of trying to move and hold my hand in place didn't work very well. So I did a whole series of pieces that were wood. Some were made out of branches, and I ended up getting tired of how difficult the irregularity of branches was, and I wanted to work with something that was straighter but still organic, and I ended up with bamboo. And then I ended up having all kinds of technical problems because after a certain scale, I couldn't find a glue or an epoxy that would hang these together, so that they started breaking on me. And when I was confronted with all these breaking pieces of sculpture, I thought, what am I going to do now? And I happened to have boxes and boxes of moving blankets that somebody had given me. And it was a friend of mine here in Texas, Michelle O'Michael, who does monumentally sized scale steel sculpture. And I was teaching at the University of Texas in San Antonio at the time. And she had to move this huge commission. It was a piece that was, I don't know, 30 feet long or something. And she had it on the back of a flatbed, strapped in, and on every place where the straps went, she had to put a moving blanket so that the surface wouldn't get scratched. And in the end, for some reason, the trucking company forgot to ask her for the blankets, and they forgot that they had them. So they drove all the way back to San Antonio. And she said to me, "Do you want these blankets?" And I had been making pieces out of roofing tar, and I was getting pretty tired of dealing with the smell. And I looked at them and I thought, soft stuff, that's kind of different. And they hung around. I went through, I don't know how many moves with these boxes and boxes of felt. And one day when I was not able to work with anything else, I thought, wow, felt, why not? And I started out doing geometrical forms again, but with elements of it drooping, because the droop of the felt is very much like the droop of the flesh of a body. That really interested me. So these were done on the wall and had a kind of a thick section where they're tied and knotted together that came out about a foot from the wall. I can't remember the title of this, but I did quite a few of them. They're all grid forms. And then I got a commercial sewing machine. These pieces, I was sewing tubes and sewing the seams in by hand and then turning them inside out. So all of these are 2 or 3 layers of thin felt, thick, so they have some dimension off the wall. They're not flat. And then I just started experimenting with different ways of hanging it off the wall. These tubes of felt are hanging from aircraft cable. I set grommets into the strips of felt, and the cable goes through the grommets. And there's a bracket, a steel bracket, that comes off the wall. I'm still able to weld small pieces that are big enough for me to get the grinder in to get the mess off. So any kind of steel accessory that's in there, I also put together. The principle of Occam's razor, I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. It has to do, you're nodding your head, with any explanation or whatever you have to say or write about something be reduced to its most basic elements. And this was something that I really became interested in as a sculptor, which was what becomes redundant to a piece of art? How much do you need to do for the whole thing to be present there as an idea or a concept? This is 10 feet by 10 feet, and there are 26 different elements. And in a way, I was also interested in the force of gravity on these kind of thick tubes. These are 6 layers thick, and by this time I had gotten an industrial sewing machine because I just couldn't make enough work sewing everything by hand. And as I said, the drape of it and the way gravity works on it is very important to me, and it's become kind of typical of everything I do. This was meant when I was in a show at Blue Star, and the director at the time asked me. Blue Star is a alternative art space in San Antonio, and I was asked if I could make something that would fit across a window, and this was made to fit across one of their big windows. There's only one that's in the office space. They wanted a piece that would be able to be seen from the street. And there's a piece of steel that goes down the center as a supporting thing in the window, and where the color shifts on each of these was where the steel was in the window. And then I realized it didn't need to have the window. It wasn't that site specific, but that's the reason for that shift in color on the right-hand side in almost all of the pieces. There's either a join there putting the similar colors together, or there's a color change. Okay, I'm running out of, no, I'm not running out of time, I'm doing pretty good. This was in a exhibition I had at Mount St. Mary's University in LA, and I was doing a series of ladder pieces, and it was loosely based on the idea of Jacob's ladder. This is a piece called Spliced 24 Ways, and it's a two-parts piece. Let me see if there it is with the full installation of it. All of these pieces are held up kind of invisibly from the floor on a bracket on the wall, so that they seem to float above the floor. And the joke was, they seem to be suspended from the areas, from the small pieces of plywood that are further up on the wall, but they're not. You know, if you look at it closely, you can see where the fabric is just dangling and not under any kind of tension at all, because the piece is held to the wall. And I was thinking, as I've thought a lot in my grid pieces, of aerial views of freeways, of maps, of other things that that direct you in various ways. But what influenced me the most on this and a number of other pieces was eye scans. And this was a study that was done by a number of neurologists, how the eye tracks when it sees different objects, how many times, for example, the eye tracks back and forth, up and down, vertically when you're looking at just about any object, but how that changes with the complexity of the object. And they're diagrams, they're published diagrams of these different kinds of trackings that are done, like when you look at a dog or when you look at a geometric object, you know, just how many times your eye tracks across it and in how many directions. So a lot of the way these felt strips hang, what I had in mind was these kinds of rapid scans that you would do. This piece is called Erosion Bed. And as you can kind of see with many of the rest of these images, I was moving away from supporting the work on the wall. Another thing I was thinking a lot about was earthquake faults, because I live in California, and when you're driving up the major freeway from north to south, you drive up the Interstate 5, you pass the San Andreas Fault, and you can see it in the ground, that there's an area where the plates of the earth have crossed each other, so one is physically lower. I mean, it's really like this weird visual lesson in plate tectonics. Each of these pieces, they graduate down in size. There's a lot that I had going on in my mind when I was doing this. I was also thinking about Danish modern furniture and about children's toys, and also thinking about fault lines and how the earth kind of seeks to connect itself over it without really succeeding. I mean a lot of my work to be humorous. Humor is really important to me, but there are images that are more overt than this. I mean the fact, the way the legs stick out and how many there are and how it's sort of insect-like. I mean these to be humorous and serious at the same time. You come away with a lot of things when you look at them. This one is called Skyhook, and I'm trying to remember the name of the philosopher that uses the term skyhook. I think his name is Daniel Dennett, and he's a professional atheist. And for him, the concept of God is a skyhook. It's a concept that you throw in to explain the inexplicable. I thought was sort of a challenging notion. This is only one version of it. The version that I showed at Craft Contemporary, I extended the long straps going up into the ceiling so that you couldn't see the source of where they came from. And this also, I was really interested in Danish modern furniture, as well as fault lines, and the notion of something being held up out of your sight so that you can't tell what's supporting it. It's another view. Another view. These are some, it sort of reminds me of a conversation I had with Phil recently. I don't draw like people generally draw. I don't draw with a pencil. I'm really interested in everything I do in using materials in different ways. And these start as collages, but the thing that really interests me is building up the surface with tape. So some of these end up being about 1/4 of an inch thick. There's so much tape on top of them. And I like the way you can't quite identify the images that are underneath the layers of tape. In some areas, I've just used Scotch tape over and over and over again, so it starts to cloud over. You could still see the image underneath it. I'm also making fun or using a kind of a Japanese aesthetic in this. I didn't block out my studio floor there. This is about 50 inches square if you don't count the area where it's cut out. This one, if you look closely, you can see eyes and hands and figure. You know, you can really. I've exposed the collage elements a lot more in it, and I really like the play once again of the geometric forms against, you know, what's basically bodies, figures. This is a series that I've just started of boxes that are covered with felt, and the imagery inside them is determined by the felt itself. They're so thick on the inside that I have a clasp that keeps them closed when they're transported. The basis of it is a box that you can buy at an art supply. It's 8 by 8 by 3 inches thick. And ideally, I want the viewer to interact with them. I want them to undo the shackle in the front and open them up. And they can be seen in any way. They can be seen vertical to you, or they can be seen flat on a table, or they can hang on a wall. This one is called Ice Blink, and that's how it looks open. This is also a lot lighter than it is in reality. The pom-poms are black. I really like the idea of using a kind of a silly material to make artwork out of. The pom-poms are meant to be funny, and these moved into becoming a kind of critique of abstract painting. So this one is called A Brief History of Abstraction. These really bleach out. Well, it's enormous. It's, you know, this is magnified up from an 8 by 8 inch box. So you're really getting a weird impression of it. But I started thinking about the history of abstraction and what it's moved from. I'm doing these out of sequence, I'm afraid. But, you know, when you get into towards the middle of in the 20s is when artists like Theo van Doesburg started to use the grid, which is a real mark of a lot of modernist abstraction. So this is based on the grid, but the grid is formed out of pom-poms instead of paint. This was the beginning. This was the first A Brief History of Abstraction. And I was thinking about Kandinsky when I did this. The felt itself is pretty weird because the felt is basically a stamped and steamed, compressed, leftover bits of rag and thread, and I've found little pieces of garbage bag in this stuff. I mean, there's every kind of industrial, textile-related garbage pressed into this kind of felt. But as you can see, there's also all this imagery in it that's there accidentally. I mean, it's a industrial produced textile. But the more I stared into it, you know, it was like Michelangelo looking at the cracks in the wall and seeing cities and animals and so forth in the cracks. What I started seeing was the beginnings of abstract painting. As I said, these are out of order. The boxes are something that I'm currently working on. I did this in 2015, and this is up against the wall of the Contemporary Craft Museum, the show that I was in that was called Material as Metaphor. The title of this is, I'm going to have to dig for it because I'm always forgetting it because it's complicated. It's called hold on. Sorry about this. It's based on a sentence that the linguist Noam Chomsky came up with. The title is "Colorless green ideas sleep furiously." And you know, I suppose in some ways I have the same interest in forms that Chomsky has in language. And the thing about a sentence like "colorless green ideas sleep furiously" is that it's got everything in it that makes up an English sentence. You know, it's got subject, object, verb, but it doesn't make any sense at all. And there's something about that that just really interests me. This is almost completely mathematically determined form. Every one of these strips is the same length. The only factor that changes, and this is like, is the guy who does the catenary arches here? Do you know what I'm trying to do? Every length adds 5 inches of cable so that you get this completely accidental form that has to do with the drape and the weight of the fabric itself and the increments of length. So, as I said, I'm interested in the combination of geometric form and biomorphic form. And this probably is the most typical kind of expression of it in my work. Also, the shadows are really important to me in just about everything I make. I'm always thinking about how light is going to hit the surfaces, and this had a light directed on it so that the holes in the grommets would show on the wall. And I mean that whole assemblage to be part of the work. Without the shadows, it doesn't meet my intentions at all. So it, unfortunately, like a lot of my work, there's a whole environment that it has to be in for the whole work to function. It makes it very difficult for me showing the work in various places, because that does put a demand on it, that the lights be in a certain place. It's very hard for me to control. This is the piece you saw at the very beginning. It's called Big Baby. And again, it's sort of a combination piece where I have this sort of math and geometry thinking going on, where the drape changes incrementally by increasing the length slightly. I'm also interested in the geometry of spiders' nests and in Danish modern furniture, which is what kind of determined the form of the left and the right pieces. There is also a kind of Danish modern toy that was very popular in the 60s and 70s, that were pieces of highly finished, very beautiful wood that would have wheels on them, or were used in a puzzle, and this was supposed to be a really nice kind of educational gift for children who really basically like really colorful, messy things. So this is everything that went into thinking about this piece. This piece, amazingly enough, this was a piece that was shot in daylight in the show that I'm currently having in Johnson City. The show's called Transitional Spaces. And as you can see, I'm really interested in the transitional space between a cast shadow and a hard object that's generating it. I was also interested in having it come off the wall at a particular angle, not being flat to the wall, but moving into space. So it has a kind of a complicated bracket behind it that I designed, which you can kind of see in the back there. It comes out into the room at about a 40-degree angle. This piece is called 23 False Starts. And if you remember, it takes 46 pairs of chromosomes. So the 23 is meant to, again, kind of make a joke. 23 false starts, kind of about DNA, what basically determines forms. I'm interested in the oval because it does have a lot of female connotations. These are completely wrapped. This was the beginning of my starting to cover the plywood almost completely so that you can't see, or you can only sense how the form is generating. These stand off the wall on pieces of steel tubing, stands off the wall about 9 inches. And they look very delicate, so they look as if they could fall off very easily. But I also wanted them to have some distance from the wall so that there would be some interaction with the space going in and around and through it. That's it from the side. You can kind of see the steel rods holding them out. That's a close-up of the wrapping. Another thing Phil and I were talking about is that we both design our work so it breaks down. So these actually fold up. They're cut into pieces so that the piece kind of clamshells together, and then there's a piece of wood inside it that covers the splice so that it goes back to being a straight piece of wood. It disconnects from the wall. I keep forgetting to give you the scale. The tallest one of these is 8 feet tall. God, I'm really having a senior moment here. This is called an exact replica of a figment of my imagination. And it has a video that goes with it that's of my constructing and deconstructing this piece. Each rod is the same length. Let me see if I have a separate view. God, he's really washed out. Yeah. These can be set up in any relationship. It can be lower to the wall, higher to the wall. The only requirement of it is that the top 2 bars be at the exact same height. Everything else can be at an angle on the wall, or lower or higher, or whatever. This came out of a dream that I had. And it was the first time I ever made a piece that I dreamt about, which is what the title comes from. I also rearrange the way the felt hangs. It can be knotted together. I've shown these, I don't know, five or six different times. And I like the idea of a piece being made so that it's totally variable, so that every time you show it, it surprises you, and it's basically a different piece. And this is again a view from my show in Johnson City, and it's the most recent piece. It's called 4 Devices for a Somnambulist, and it also came from a dream. But in the dream, the rings were on fire, and I had to jump through them, like that circus act where the lion jumps through the burning hoops. And once again, like the previous piece, this is so wrapped that it distorts the plywood circle that's underneath it. The plywood circles on the 2 larger pieces are 5 feet in diameter, but there's so much wound around it that the biggest one, they're unevenly wound. The biggest is 6 foot. There's so much felt piled on top of it. And that's another thing, again, like Occam's razor. How much could I put onto it so that it distorts the geometry of the piece that's making it? That's another view. I'm showing with a painter named Catherine Lee, who works on grids. And these are the pieces in my hanging in my studio. They're a little more colorful than they are in reality. As I think I said earlier, I'm not particularly interested in color. I'm interested in shades of light and dark. And there is a pinkish felt, but this, because monochromatic colors are sort of difficult to photograph accurately, this is a lot pinker and a lot redder than the felt is in reality. I'm also really interested in how the form changes when there's more than one of them, and the way they align and how the alignment of them changes. The way they're hung in the gallery, they're hung diagonally across the gallery. My preference is that they be like this, which is lined up exactly one behind the other, because the perspective is different than when they're diagonal. But we made that decision because it fit the long rectangular, it bisected the gallery in a better way than having it be straight on like this. I'm also really fascinated with different points of view. So the way that you can walk through this piece, the way that it changes as you walk around it is really crucial to me. And I'll probably be doing many suspended pieces from now on, because this really engaged me almost more than anything else I've made so far. I see myself working with these materials for quite some time. I'm not done with them in any way. And that's been very rewarding to me. The other thing that's come as an immense surprise to me in the last 5 years is that my work has accelerated instead of slowing down. And I don't know if this is some bizarre gift of old age, but it's as if, for me now, everything that I've learned and everything that I've experienced is coming together in a totally different way. I mean, in some ways, I really feel like I'm 30 again, because all I want to do is be in the studio, and my ideas for this keep coming and coming. I have notebooks full of stuff. I haven't worked with this level of intensity since I was in my 40s, you know, so I'm serious when I say this is just some kind of unbelievable gift to me that I never, ever expected. For a lot of artists, as they get older, their work slows down, you know, and they really tend to work on one piece for a long period of time because they're very concerned with it being something that they're leaving, you know, that it's a compendium of everything they've done up to that point and all their experiences and all that they've thought about artistically. But for me, you know, this has been like this incredible period of very rapid change in my work. I never thought I'd be hanging stuff from the ceiling. I never thought I'd be working at this scale. It's 14 feet between the first piece and the last piece. I've never made a piece that big. I don't know where it's coming from. Like I said, this is absolutely not where I expected to be when I was 70, but I'm really enjoying the trip. And I hope I can keep it up. Anybody have any questions? Good, don't leave me standing up here all by myself.
So you mentioned that you don't draw.
Right.
But you just mentioned that you have these notebooks filled with ideas.
Well, I don't think, Phil and I were talking about that. I don't think that preparatory drawings really count as a drawing. You know, in a way it's like mechanical, thinking mechanically about how I'm going to make a piece. You know, how I'm thinking about, you know, the weight of it, how thick the plywood should be, how thick the felt should be, you know, that's stuff that I can, I mean, to me that seems like technical drawing.
Is this what the notebooks are full of, technical drawing? Or?
Basically, they're preparatory drawings. They're just things that I'd like to build sometime. But as a standalone thing, you know, I mean, the pieces that I'm doing with tape, with masking tape, you know, I just don't have the vocabulary to think of anything to call them except for a drawing. That's what you call work on paper, I guess. What were you going to ask?
So in the beginning of your talk, you were talking about some of your experiences with sexism early in your career. And so what I'm thinking of, and what I want to ask you about your own work, is with artists like Eva Hess and Jackie Windsor, for example,
Two of my heroes. Two of my heroes.
Yes, yes, exactly. And they have been, by some critics, especially feminist critics, categorized as minimalist, female minimalists that infuse the organic into their work. And so a lot of them, as you well know, will read wombs and
Right,
things
right.
into Eva Hess's and Jackie Winsor's work. And they say that, you know, it's coming from specifically a very female perspective. But then, like Eva Hess, who of course died very young and
Right.
didn't quite experience the women's movement, she said very famously, quoting Simone de Beauvoir, that excellence has no sex. That, you know, her work is not about a female or feminine agenda. And so I didn't know.
If I hadn't had it forced on me, I don't know, I think I would have been free to have the same fantasy that she had. And, you know, there's so many levels in that issue, you know, in that.
Right.
My stepmother went to art school with Eva Hesse. And Hesse was a great gamer of the system. You know, she had recognition because, God, I'm trying to think of a non-sexist way to put, she hung out with the right guys, and she had tremendous scorn for the work of other women. And, you know, it's a very dislikable part of who she was. I do hate the reading that it has to do with wombs and that kind of thing. And my work, as hers did, definitely was generated by minimalism. And my, you know, I mean, I have fathers and mothers that go with my work. I began my career as an artist, as a weaver, and as a student of Annie Albers, who was a Bauhaus mid-century, pre-World War II weaver who was very interested in principles of geometry and that kind of thing. I guess when I say I'm interested in female imagery, maybe I'm taking on something that was defined as female imagery, but is more universal than that. I don't know, it's very sticky for women of my generation, you know, because I don't like having my work in all women shows either, you know. But I'm totally aware of the sexism of the art market. You know, I certainly couldn't say that I'd be better known if I were a man. You know, I can't say that. You know, I don't know. There are a tremendous number of good artists out there. Many of them are men. You know, it's a really, really sticky issue. If I hadn't had those early experiences where it was made very clear to me that women don't make sculpture and that women don't weld and that women are not welcome in the wood shop, you know, it wouldn't have been something that I thought about. I wasn't raised to think about it at all. You know, as I said at the beginning, you know, I did all this woodwork with my dad. My father was the first guy to put a hammer in my hand, and it was nothing to him. You know, it was partially that he didn't want my brother to hurt his hands, and he didn't care if I hurt mine. But it was a tremendously empowering thing, and I thought that all women knew how to do it. You know, it was amazing to me, still, when I run into women that don't know how to change a tire. You know, my father wouldn't let me get my license until I learned how to change the tire.
Well, and it's interesting too that, like, you know, so there's a term that comes up over and over again in feminist art is the organic.
Right.
Right? But there's a difference between being organic and being womb-like.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But we have this association of, oh, well, that's organic minimalism, therefore it must be feminine.
Right, right.
In a way. But organic is all of this.
Right,
Universal.
right. it's just, I don't know if it's that I get pigeonholed into it so much that I've gotten used to it, and I've made it part of how I present my work. I don't know. But, I'm really happy that things are different now, because it was a big load on me to have to prove myself, so that I could play with the guys. Yeah.
Considering that you learned a lot of skills on different craftsmanships, was it important for you to work independently and be able to build these projects by yourself because you knew all these crafts with like welding and moving and painting?
You mean rather than have someone do it for me?
No, not
Or-
for you, but like.
No, there's nothing wrong with it.
But was it like kind of like more pride in your work when you did it more on your own? Like.
I am a very craft-oriented person. It's like I said in the beginning, making the work is really, really important to me. And it took me a long time to get over my prejudice against people who have their work fabricated for them. And there are many, many, many people who do that. And they'll say, I'm not good at welding, why, and I need this piece done for my work. I've finally made my peace with it. There are people who have, people who are very big in the art market these days will have anywhere between 12 and 20 assistants in their studios because they have an enormous amount of pressure on them to produce. If people have asked me whether or not I would hire somebody to do the sewing for me, I would. I would. But at the same time, I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. And there's something about having that, of touching every piece and seeing the flaws of it and seeing, what the different aspects of it. One of the things that I forgot to show you is that in some of these moving blankets, it has U-Haul stamped on it. And I've used that in some of them where I expose the writing on it so that I'm also concerned that the material express itself as something commercial that isn't really an art material. But, making it is a really intimate thing. I think it's a really important thing for sculptors, that they have their hands on every bit of it, that they're moving through space as they make it. I think it makes you a better artist. And at a certain point, if you have a lot of production pressure on you, I don't see anything wrong with jobbing it out. But for me personally, it takes away a certain amount of the intimacy of doing the work itself.
So we frequently will ask our students to write.
Right.
To spend time looking at their work and writing about the work. And I just wonder, as somebody who writes, that looks at other people's work and writes about that work, what's the relationship with your work and writing in the studio? Do you write about your own work? Do you view your own work in the same critical eye? What's that relationship?
Well, I do write artist statements, so I do write about my own work in that context. But I think part of the reason I started writing is I was just really curious about what artists had to say about why they did something. And it was often work that I disliked a lot because I really wanted to know, there's a difference between work you dislike and work you think is bad. And I tend not to write about work that I think is bad because I can't think of anything to say about it except it's bad. But I didn't start writing till 30 years ago, and it was a revelation to me to have something to say about it, and it definitely changed my relationship to my own work. And it was not that I felt that I ever had any pressure on me to explain what I was doing, but it clarified it to me. And that worked great for a long time, because for a long time I needed that clarification. Why am I doing this? Why does it have to look like this? I'm looking at this other thing, and I know from looking at it that there are 30 things in that other person's body of work that I don't want in my own. And why is that? So it was a lot of compare and contrast, I suppose. That would be kind of the easy answer to it. And at a certain point, there was a huge shift in the kind of art that people were making and what interested them. And because I come out of a straight modernist tradition, where I'm influenced by the value that an object has independently of any social context that it sticks in, when people started to be more conscious of who's making the work and what's the environment for that work, that was very confusing to me, because an art object was an art object. I didn't question past it. I didn't think about the context of a work of art changing the work of art. None of that. And it was only writing that started to illuminate that for me, because I was forced to think about it verbally. I hope that answers your question. That it was a real. I never imagined that I would be a writer. It was not anything that I ever conceived of doing, although, as I explained to you, it was something that a lot of artists of my generation on the East Coast did. And it was partially because they had found a way to be articulate about their work, which is not an easy thing. And I wanted to help those people have a voice in what they were doing. But it also, for many, many years, did something for me in terms of clarifying what I wanted and what I didn't want and what direction I wanted to take with it. In the last few years, it's become kind of a burden to me. And it did start to mess me up a lot in the studio, because it took away my own attention from my own work. So I do it much less than I used to. At one point, I was working for 12 different print publications. There aren't that many print publications around anymore because everything's gone online. So that's part of the reason that I've started to write less. But it was also because starting around 5 or 6 years ago, too many other people's ideas were in my head when I was in the studio. And it could very well be that the kind of acceleration that I'm feeling in my work now is because I'm writing less. That I somehow took back some kind of mental territory that I had given away. I don't know. But I don't dislike it that much that I'm going to quit doing it. And part of the reason that I continue to do it is I feel it's a service. And, there's so many artists who don't get enough attention and who are not, I just gave you a not particularly articulate version of presenting my work, but I also wanted it to be somewhat more intimate than stand around and theorize what it is that I do. There are people who are completely unable to speak about their work. They're so intimately involved with it. They're so unable to stand back from it. And I'm really happy to help out. It's a thing that I'm able to do. I have no idea how it is. I never studied writing. I'm a big reader. I'm also completely dyslexic, and it's a difficult thing for me to do. So maybe the challenge of it is what kept me at it. But I think that there aren't enough people around who are willing to help other people to kind of be of service of them and explaining to the world what it is that they do. And, that's really what keeps me at it. So, any other questions? Thank you for listening to me.
UD was a magical bubble of the good, the true, and the beautiful. But all of that changed with the arrival of an evil Dark Lord. The woods were burned down. a terrible plague swept the land. But that is not what the story is about. It's about a broken heart, a broken sword, and a broken toilet.
Out here in the fields, I fight for my meals. I get my back into working.
Hello there. Do you live here?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm here to fix your toilet.
Fix my toilet? I put in the work order 3 weeks ago. You're late.
No, a plumber is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. It doesn't really seem that a clogged toilet is your biggest concern right now.
Well, the love of my life left me. My campus has been taken over by an evil Dark Lord. This blade, the only thing that can defeat him, is broken. It's too late to fix anything.
No. Listen here, young one. There's one thing that I've learned as a plumber. It's that it's never too late to fix anything. We must go on an adventure.
I quit.
Why? We've had such a peaceful journey.
We've been starving. I had to eat my paper bag.
I offered you maggoty bread.
That gave me food poisoning. We've also had to stab countless orcs.
The road has been relatively smooth besides all that.
I'm out of here.
Where are you going? You must reforge your sword and defeat the Dark Lord.
I'm going to a place away from all these problems.
Wait, why do you want to join the seminary?
You know, it's peaceful, safe,
I don't know, man. I really think you need it elsewhere, for one. And also, I've noticed what you wear around your neck. Have you really gotten over her? I don't know what just happened, but in the last couple minutes, you just went from smiling to laughing to sobbing hysterically.
I'm fine.
Is what's happening at UD what she would have wanted?
I knew you'd be back. Behold, the legendary lion statue.
So, how does this work?
Probably some riddle of sorts.
Like the Elvish word for friend?
Midichlorians.
No. Watermelon. Watermelon.
No. No water.
Totally
No.
Watermelon. Yeah, I mean, well, this stupid thing is just nothing but, this line is nothing but a painfully obvious allegory anyways.
That was it. You solved the riddle. I am actually an allegory. I have enchanted your blade. So long as you hold it, no man can defeat you. And in the presence of evil, it will glow with blue fire.
Come on.
No. My journey ends here. I came for a clogged toilet, and I found a clogged soul.
You still need to fix my toilet.
Goodbye. You can defeat the Dark Lord. 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 Lord.
Aren't you a bit short to be a Dark Lord?
Judge me by my size, do you? Why are you smiling?
Because I am not left-handed.
Now you're left-handed.
So long as I held that sword, no man could defeat me.
You fool! I am no man.
I thought you transferred.
I never got my ring by spring, so now I'm back to exact vengeance on Udtv. Also, my credits didn't transfer.
I always had it. I always had it. You've always been my precious.
Good afternoon, class. Welcome to Literary Tradition 2. We're continuing our study of Dante Alighieri's Commedia. Today we're going to be studying the eighth circle of hell. There we're going to find the liars, the hypocrites, and the simonists. And the poetic structure that we're going to encounter is that their contrapasso, their corresponding punishments, are going to be to burn, change shapes, and suffer diseases. Now that we've read this far into the Inferno, it's now time then for me to assign your first essay. It's going to need to be 4 to 6 pages in length, and you need to become practiced in using secondary critical sources. You need to use at least 4. And what I mean by that are scholarly journal articles or books that can be found in our library. What you cannot use are Spark Notes or any other populist sources that you may find online. That's cheating yourself, and it's cheating the Commedia. The privilege of a liberal arts education like you're receiving at the University of Dallas is that you actually get to engage the great books of the Western tradition. So don't use those populist sources and cheat yourself of the opportunity to deeply engage the poem itself.
Georgia, what do you think about this essay?
I can't wait to start it. It's going to be so great. All the poetic imagery Dante puts into his book is just absolutely beautiful.
It's alright. I have tried to be reading the Inferno, but I don't understand anything, so I just looked it up on Schmoop. It has everything. Characterization, quote identification, plot summary, like everything. Schmoop is just wonderful.
Dude, are you sure that's really such a good idea? Everyone that's been using Schmoop has been getting sick. It can't be just such a coincidence.
It's a coincidence. I don't think I will get sick. It's just a little cough.
You're only cheating yourself, Therese.
I guess we'll see, because my essay's going to be pretty good.
Hey Andrew, have you studied for the Genesis exam tomorrow?
No, I haven't. I was just gonna schmoop it.
No way, you can do that?
Yeah, they've got the whole thing on Schmoop. It'll be great.
Man, that's awesome. I should do it too. I don't think anything's gonna happen to us.
Sorry, I have this itch in my throat. Have you read Cantos 22 to 33 in the Inferno?
No, I'm so behind on my reading. I didn't study all weekend.
Oh my gosh. I've heard that people are getting sick. It's probably nothing though. Well, you could just use Schmoop. It has everything on it.
Really?
Yeah.
All the cantos?
Yeah, every cantos and extra notes about it.
I mean, it couldn't hurt. No one's gonna know.
Exactly.
And I don't have time to do my reading.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
This is a medical message for the whole University of Dallas campus. We have flu outbreak in epidemic proportions. This is very, very serious. We need everybody's cooperation in this matter. We need to avoid large groups of people. We need to avoid congregating together. We need everyone to leave the campus. This is not safe. This is highly contagious, and we need to evacuate so that we can stop the progression of this virus and take care of keeping everybody safe.
Lydia, have you started this essay?
No. I haven't even read yet. I have to write 10 pages tonight, and I haven't written a single one. I haven't read any of the cantos. I'm just gonna look it up online and read somebody else's essays.
Yeah.
Not copy, but just kind of rearrange it, you know? It'll be fine. I'm not feeling good anyway.
You okay?
I don't know. I mean, I felt sick kind of all day.
Should we call someone?
Dude, it hurts.
Lydia, should I call for help? I'm feeling a little lightheaded.
Mom? Mom, listen to me. No, the pandemic's gotten much worse. Yeah, Therese and Lydia. And Bernadette. I can't be here anymore, Mom. Did you get the plane tickets to India like I told you to? When are we flying out? Tomorrow? Okay, I'll meet you in the PDK woods and pack my bags and we'll go. Yeah, I'll see you then. Bye. If only they never used Schmoop.
I've done all the assigned readings I need to do for class, and I haven't used any secondary sources. I finally made it to India, and thank God that the sickness hasn't gotten here yet. All my friends are dead. I'm the sole survivor. Help me.
Really appreciate you being here tonight I'm very excited about this evening. Here we go. My name is Christina Haley, and I'm the gallery manager at the Beatrice Haggerty Gallery. of the Haggerty Art Village, the art department, and a little bit on the university itself. My class, the gallery practicing class, has had the great pleasure of hearing some of these stories, and we are very thankful to both the Novinskys for sharing them with us. Professor Novinsky joined the faculty here in 1960, only 4 years after the fledgling university opened its doors. Within 7 years, he saw the first class receive their graduate degrees in the art department. At the time, these graduates were the first in the region, going on to have critical success as artists, teachers, and creative thinkers, and we're very proud that they continue to do that today. Professor Novinsky himself was a graduate of the University of Wisconsin. He also studied theology and served as artist in residence at Marquette. During his time here, he has been the chairman of the art department for nearly 40 years. Additionally, his extraordinary career includes being a prize-winning painter whose works are widely collected, a sought-after lecturer, which is why we're excited to have him here tonight, a landscape designer for many of the UD projects around campus, a published essayist and poet, and a popular tour leader for students and adults to Rome and Greece. Furthermore, Professor Novinsky is a liturgical artist for over 50 churches. His work can be seen in the windows of St. Rita's in Dallas, the Chapel of Christus Retirement Center in Coppell, and the elegant appointments in the Church of the Incarnation. He and his wife Sybil have 5 grown children and 18 grandchildren.
Silence.
It is with great delight that I introduce to you Professor Novinsky.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Cool. Is that right? There. That's me. This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to write. And it does still fall inside of the dictum that I practiced when I came to teach my art and art course in the morning. You know, today's the day it could fail. So this might not work tonight. I think it will. I intend to have a really good time doing this, even though it's been very painful with my son David to excise 99% of what is stored in my pile of slides and writings and all of the rest of the things. We have zeroed in on about 4 areas that are about building an art department at a Catholic university. We're going to look at how we got here, how we formed a faculty, the threads that ran into that program, and something about how we developed the programs for the instruction in art. What was it that we put together that was the cohesive whole for how an artist ought to be trained, or so we thought. And then a little bit of bragging at the end on my faculty and students. The result of all of the 50-year work up to that point bears its fruit only when the student work is hung on the wall, and all the rest doesn't really matter. So I'm going to tell you right off the bat that the last dozen slides matter a lot, and the first 90 don't. But I'm going to show them anyway because they are like my children. They are things I love. I'm going to start with, at the very beginning, at the kind of Adam and Eve's story. In my graduate years at the University of Wisconsin at Madison, there was a young Cistercian priest, Father Philip Seitz, who was in the program with me. And one day he came through the art metal shop where I was working, taking a jewelry course. And the only reason he was walking through is that was a campus shortcut. As in all things, art departments were at that time and largely put into makeover spaces and places. And we were occupying part of an old drafting room for an engineering curriculum, and it had an exterior door, and it faced a stairway, and so easy way for students to get to the Rathskeller and the beer was to simply through the classroom. So as he came through, I was finishing a scapular medal for myself, a medal with a Virgin on one side and a Sacred Heart image on the other. Now I was full of the result of deciding to be an artist, which means that you incipiently have to rethink everything you know, everything your parents taught you, and everything you've read, because I am now an artist. And I thought I was joining a very strange crew, and I should have some strange habits, of course, because I was going to be an artist. And so my Virgin looked not at all like the stamped out scapular medals. And so I asked Philip, I said, in a kind of a joke, do you suppose if I took this into a church that a thing like this could get blessed? And he looked at me and he said, I can do it right here. And so I got it blessed. And then he said, I didn't know you were Catholic. And that was the bond. So this is the bottom seed of my life at the University of Dallas and the art department. The connection between my decision to be an artist and joining someone who was just learning what it was to be an American. He was recently out of Hungary, finishing his education in America, as the order is, of course, a teaching order that was necessary. So we began to drink a lot of beer together and think about how art education ought to be done. We were both in the same art education seminar with a very, very wise old professor, Fred Logan, and the dozen kids around the table, which, by the way, was held in the same jewelry shop, that mix-up spaces are endemic to art programs. All the other people were working on papers that were also about how education works. So we worked a lot on how we thought art education ought to be, thinking about perfect attitudes and perfect spaces and all of that. I left after 2 years there. I'd finished the MA. Philip stayed on for another year to finish his MFA. I migrated to Marquette, took up an assistantship in the theater, working under Jesuit John Walsh. I was recruited by John to teach art history to his theater people. Marquette had no art history at that point. I was spending my year in the theater, running the lights, being a soldier, being a sailor, a walk-on, a revolutionary, and a set painter and designer. And it was in that hard crucible of almost 24-hour a day, trying to satisfy an unsatisfiable Jesuit priest, that I became an artist. I also painted and showed. It was the year of the crucible, and that was the year I also met my lady and decided to get married. And on the summer after 1959, in the 60 summer, I was going back home, passed through Madison, and I detoured through the art department. And miracle number 2 happens then. As I walked around the studio, scattered around the Ed building, I ran into Philip, and he said, guess what? We're all going to have to pick up from the places we're camping out in Wisconsin and go to Texas to start this new university, and I get to start an art department. Guess what? And when I need a second man, I will call you. Now, being married, I had to support a wife. I engaged in high school outside Milwaukee, was nicely dug in. It's lake country. It was a good life. And all of a sudden one day in class, the secretary comes in all shaken and said, there's a long distance phone call to you from Dallas. And I mean, come on, we have the world at our fingertips today, but dial yourself back to 1960 and realize what a long distance phone call halfway across the country means to a secretary, and also the cost of that involved. And Philip simply said very easily in his Hungarian Cistercian imperial way, well, it's time now, come. And I said, wait a minute, I'm married, I'm burrowed in, I love it here. And we came down, to shorten the story, in the spring. Another student who had invented a etching press, multiple use press, was driving down to a national art education conference in Dallas. And we hooked a ride with Ted, came down and looked at this place and thought, well, this is a good place. These are good people. And it's college teaching. High school was wonderful, but with my double degrees, I thought that probably college would be the place I would like to go. That's what we look like now. Philip came by my house last year, and we're both a little wrinkled now. So we came to Dallas, and that was the university. It was a long walk from one end to the other. And overhead, it was the first 6 buildings, 2 chapels, 2 dorms, Lynch Hall, Carpenter Hall, and a lot of flat scraped earth. No North Gate, no 114. Tom Braniff is a 2-lane road. We are really out here in the wilderness, and it is the University of Dallas in Irving, because at this time, in the 9-month hurry-up schedule that it took to build those buildings, Dallas was not about to bring city water and sewage across the Trinity, but Irving would run lines out into unincorporated territory, and so the university is now the University of Dallas in Irving, even though Dallas is just across the river. And we could have been in Dallas if Dallas would have just given us 2 big pipes. That's all it would have taken. I was promised in the spring when I came that there would be an art building in the spring, a gift of Mrs. Haggerty and Mr. and Mrs. Haggerty. And I came and arrived, and there was the first building. 2 studios downstairs, a studio upstairs, a gallery, an office, and a seminar room. Took us out of our 1-room shop up in Carpenter Hall. The back side of it, David tells me this is not important, but I just like the picture. And this will bring me into the story that is as told by Mrs. Haggerty about how she came to make the gifts. Her daughter Kathleen, the lady with the dark hair in the middle, suffered a catastrophic automobile accident on vacation in Hawaii. It was very, very catastrophic, and Kathleen suffered from having a large chunk of her skull replaced with a silver plate. She complained of bad headaches whenever the weather changed, you would expect. In her healing, they suggested that she do some kind of physical therapy to heal, and sculpture was suggested. There were no sculpture shops in town, but there was this new Catholic university out here, and she inquired about it and met Philip. And Philip was an entrepreneur, wily, far-looking, and recognized the possibilities. So she told Pat, I'm going to build a little building out there so that art department can do therapy for her. And Pat, impetuous fat Pat, said, I'm not going to build any little building. Come on. It's got to be worthy building. Okay, we'll build them a building. So it was called the sculpture building right off the bat. And then in the spring semester, we hired Harry Barcht, who became our sculptor, and we were off and running. Now, this was a gracious lady that I came to love and stay very close to for the rest of her life, which extended for 40-some odd years after that. She was part of the art establishment in Dallas, and I'm going to end this talk tonight with some notes on Pat in the arts, who was equally cognizant of the nature of the imagination and its impact on how the body and the soul and the mind really works. So our job was to not only offer sufficient thanks to Mrs. Haggerty, but also make her aware that our purpose was a lot higher than anyone thought. If you have to understand a little bit about art in Catholic education in 1950, in the 60s, Catholic education was segregated. This is a canned little paragraph now. Girls' schools, boys' schools, brothers and Jesuits running the boys, sisters and nuns running the girls. Art was confined primarily to the girls' schools. Mrs. Haggerty was a graduate of Mount Mary. She was on their board now because she was wealthy. In Milwaukee, she knew perfectly well what art was like in Catholic education. Two other colleges in Milwaukee were about the same, on the same par, Cardinal Stritch and Alverno. They're usually staffed by a well-meaning and somewhat talented nun, usually well past middle-aged, and this is really bad stuff, but aided by a couple of young bucks from the local college on part-time basis. The goal of that was good taste, good Catholic marriages, fine doilies, and no threatening paintings, and of course no bad stuff at all in it. Now she knows all that. On the other hand, her own home has top-level material. Large paintings by Georgi Kepish, a very large and fine Rouault, Flagellation of Christ, is now in the Dallas Museum, and works by the leading sculptors in Texas. Now, we have those two things, and our job was to convince her that we were not part of that former question, that we were serious about what we were doing. So we made every effort to raise the ante, as it were, and our first effort was to invite, I'm going to go forward here somehow. That's not doing it, David.
Good.
That one's not.
There it is.
Oh, there we are. Okay. My first move in that direction was to suggest to Philip that for the opening exhibit in our small gallery, now remember, no, you don't know this, I'll tell you anyway. There were only 3 little galleries in Dallas at this time. Valley House, which still exists, Mary Nye selling stuff out of her house, and Chapman Kelly's gallery on Fairmount, which was shared with Harry Barcht as the sculpture professor, then also teaches sculpture in that gallery. So I ran into the name and the image of Sister Mary Corita from LA, and she was billed as a kind of a turned-on nun. She did silkscreen work, and here we are examining the exhibit when it arrived. Sister came to open the show and give a public lecture. She also lectured at the Dallas Museum to a really large crowd. Her name was really well known. So our first show established the ground layer that we were serious about what we were going to do. This is one of Sister's paintings, and she was one of the first people to put text in her drawings. There's a wonderful one by Jimmy Roach on our first class who has poster lettering and his piece in there. But this wonderful phrase, loves to giving as to keepings give, as yes is to if, love is to yes. Well, figure that out. But the point was, it set our parameters. Because I had met Philip on our initial meeting in a jewelry shop, he required me to make a pectoral cross for the bishop for that same opening. Pectoral cross about this size, that's sterling silver and rosewood, and to make a piece also for Mrs. Haggerty, which was a silver and rosewood alpha and omega. This building gave us instant cachet in town because it was the work of Neil Ford, who was at this point the leading architect of Texas and the Southwest. A kind of self-taught. His background was a correspondence course in architecture, and then a long apprenticeship under Dave Williams, the other hotshot architect in Dallas, who was primarily residential and got into other kinds of housing. He was also the architect for leading figures at Texas Instruments, including the Haggerty's own home, Cecil Green, another member of the hierarchy, the Brombergs, other members of the Jewish community in town. He practiced a kind of regional modernism, and on campus here, this was his first building. The point was, all the people in town who were connected with that layer had to come out and see what Neil was building out here. And it helped that as a high school student in the area, he was a running buddy of the Marcus boys, that is Eddie and Mr. Stanley Marcus. And they had a sidekick girl in that group as well, who ended up being part of Our Lady's group. Her story may come up a little later. But those things in combination, our dedication, Neil's building, which then, with Pat on the board, he quickly became the campus architect, and what followed was Gorman, the gym, Braniff, and then later the science building and the addition to Hager. Now, that established the kind of general ethos that we had. Now Philip and I had to set about assembling a larger faculty than the two of us. We were there the first semester with our classes upstairs, teaching them all in one room in the top of Carpenter Hall. And our first acquisition was Harry Barcht, German. I've been blessed all my life out here with two Germans, Harry and Jürgen. And I don't know, and they didn't always agree on hardly anything. But both of them felt that they were, in a sense, the perfect embodiment of the Germanic spirit. I was the go-between. Harry gave us, again, another addition to the layer. But Philip bought, when he looked for faculty people, besides myself, was to find the leading figure in that area. And Harry had won the top prize a few years earlier at the Dallas Museum with a bronze sculpture of Palm Sunday, Christ on a donkey. His next acquisition of the next fall was Walter Ender, who was the leading graphic designer in town. And out in the lobby out there, in the loggia, you'll see his university catalog, which was a whole series of little books in a box. Prize-winning thing. It really put us on the map in that direction. Then we had an offer of another person, John McElroy, who had been art education and all kind of things at Southern Methodist, a department that was, again, small and scattered. He was trying to teach ceramics in an attic under the dome of Dallas Hall without a sink. and became disillusioned and wanted a job over here. So we added ceramics to our mix, and now we are sort of complete. We're a little group of 5, and we're going to be that way for about 5 years as we begin to flesh out what it means to be an art department in a Catholic institution. 5 years later, Philip had prevailed on Mrs. Haggerty to give us more space. Ceramics is messy. Other things can share space, but you can't do it with drawing and ceramics. We tried for a while. So she came through with a second building, 1965. It's on, there's Philip and Dr. Cowan in the building going up. And here's a presentation of the summer digging, adding to the end of it, which doubled the length of the gallery, which is now called the upper gallery. In the spring of '66, Philip left us. He had started the process for to be laicized. Got it. In the spring, Philip left, and I called Madison, and I wanted. Philip was a pinch hitter in many ways. He could do almost everything. He was doing big sculpture. He was a printmaker. He was a painter. So I called Madison, and I said, I need 1 or 2 young men. And the first choice was John Schrupp, seen here. I called my mentor again in Madison and told him my needs, and Dr. Logan said, well, we just graduated a young man who is the finest draftsman, figure drawing person I have ever seen, and figure painter. And I said, I'll take him. He was then out of school a year or 2 teaching at a junior college in Kansas, and he came down and we hired him. I also hired at the same time another printmaker and for other things in Steve Wilder. After a few years, John left us, and John was called back to SMU. Suddenly there was a huge pile of money, and the Owens Art Center was built, and they asked John to come back and be the chair at SMU. And then he suggested a young man that he had trained earlier and who had also gone to Florida State, his alma mater, and we got John Williams. And we had John for a number of years, 5 years. And John moved on to establish Trinity Ceramics in town, selling clay and all kinds of other material. Now, do I dare touch it?
Yeah, just once.
All right. Stephen was with us, Wilder was with us for 3 or 4 years, and then he got a better offer from Southern Illinois, and he left. Now, he left at a very inopportune time. I was traveling with students in Europe at the time, so Dr. Cowan called and said, we've got a vacancy. Steve has left us. What do we do? Just wait. When I get home, we'll figure it out. Well, I knew what I would do. I had another young man, very, very fine printmaker, and Jürgen occurred. We got Jürgen through John Schrupp. He had been a student of John's in Kansas. He had come from America and I think joined some of the family then living in Kansas. So he followed John here and became an extremely fine student. But he had no professor. So we declared a truce and said, you can be your own professor. I will sign your grade sheet and you can do your own work. So he did. Now, I have to tell you, I have never encountered a student with such diligence. He had a 3-credit course in drawing, exploratory drawing, self-taught. And at the end of the semester, for grading purposes, he brought the pile in. And he brought in 4 about 4 foot square, very intricate drawings of a kind of geometric grid with all kinds of perspective stuff in it, just incredibly precise. That would be enough. And then there was another 10 drawings of another kind, and then there was 20 drawings of self-portraits, Jürgen's self-portraits. Every morning he practiced drawing a self-portrait in a mirror while doing breakfast. That's double timing it, as it were. Now, side note, at this time the university used artwork for its Christmas card, which was really an Epiphany card, a Three Kings card. As Jürgen had a beard, I commissioned a Three Kings drawing from him for our Three Kings postcard, and I got 3 Jürgens in a row. And I still have the original. It's a large, wonderful drawing, which we reduced down. The university decided not to send Christmas cards, but turned out an Epiphany card designed by somebody in the art department, because our idea was that Christmas is over-commercialized and Christmas cards go by, but 2 weeks later, if you get an Epiphany card, you might notice it's, so that was the basis for it. And that lasted for some time. John Williams left, and I found another young man by calling 2 places. I called Cranbrook, and I called Alfred. Cranbrook didn't respond with anybody, and Alfred responded immediately. And immediately meant that the boy was on a plane the next day, and he was hired the next day after that, and he's been here ever since. Now, you...
Drink some water. Drink some water.
Now, you notice that I've used the phrase "I called." I may have called, I may have written, but it was an I. There was no committee. There was no search. There were no portfolios. There was just Dr. Cowan saying, "What do you need?" And the trust that what we needed was what we knew we needed. The other process may work, and it has worked since then. However, it was wonderfully comforting to be in control of forming your faculty because it was all brand new. We were working without a matrix on how to do a Catholic education thing. We were also outside the matrix in being an integrated school. This is the first integrated Catholic school in the country as well. So it was very refreshing and somewhat dangerous to let me just make the selections. Now, when I mentioned some other faculty members that we had for a short time was when Dr. Cowan didn't give them a 6 contract. And so we lost a few people because Dr. Cowan then exercised his prerogative and decided that this person was not there for the long haul for the good of the university. I didn't agree with most of those decisions. However, that was not my job. My job was to get them here and make it work. And if it didn't, the president had the duty to take them away and let me start over with somebody else. After Dan and Jürgen, we had a long run to build a department in the form that we wanted. Welcome, young man. And what we were expected to do was to burrow in, create a world for ourselves, engage the media, engage the discipline, and engage the city and the world, as it were. So right off the bat, he got this wonderful commission for doing amphora, Pan-Athenaic amphora for all the winners of the LA Olympics. A Pan-Athenaic Pan-Athenaic amphora was given in the 4th, 5th, 6th century to the winners of the games in Olympia. And we just love that connection because we still run races at Olympia with our students every semester. over there. My faculty is now assembled, and my second area here now is to look at what we were like in the first decade of our work here. These two slides are, this slide, you can't see two of them. I get to know what's coming up next. This party on the lawn is really an interscholastic art fair generated by and suggested by the graduate students in about 1969, 68. We invited the undergraduate programs of all the schools around us because we were the only graduate school. And they came and parked on the lawn for a Saturday. And we did that for several years, and then it dwindled because there weren't enough sales to make it profitable for the other schools to attend. But I'm using this area, this period now, to talk about the energy that the art department generated on the campus in those first years. This was an exhibit that Philip contracted for in London. These are British prints that brought to our area a kind of printmaking that we hadn't seen at all. Many of these became large public figures in the years later. We cashed in on it because we passed them on to a gallery and we got a commission on the sales. I think eventually they all sold at Dallas galleries and we could remit the money back to London. The prints are hanging from strings with clips on them because we were too poor to mat them. And so we hung them as we hung prints in our graduate school. We hung them on the clothesline with clothespins. So we made a rather elegant little walnut clothespin and hung them against sheets of no-seam paper for the color of the gallery. During those years, I think 62, 3, 4, somewhere along there, Philip had arranged for a grant from the Ford Foundation to establish an art summer school at the Autónoma University in Mexico, in Guadalajara. The grant was for two programs, philosophy and art. There was no art taught at the Autónoma, and Fritz Wilhelmsen of our philosophy department taught the philosophy classes. Philip and John went down to handle the drawing and print classes. They did block printing in Mexico. One of the young men that was in the class came back and joined us for a year and supplied us with a large gathering of photographs of Mexican Baroque architecture. So this is a little gallery show. The window was blocked because we put up a wall to add the new building to it. So the gallery was back to the size it was at that point, but dark. I came in one Monday morning and there's this great facade there. And a group of our students, two wonderful ladies, Marguerite Dansereau and her buddy, and a couple of the guys had taken on themselves to reproduce one of the photographs in great scale on a kind of army green paper, and then they rolled up with various colors of green ink newsprint sheets that they tore into sections and pasted up to make this chiaroscuro thing, all on their own. Sometime over Saturday, they spent the Saturday making this just for the hell of it, or the fun of it, as it were. I want to use it because it's a couple of things. It begins to note our immediate expansion into an international relationship in several places. British prints, paintings from Belgium, and these images coming from Mexico. On campus, the art department was the support service for all kinds of creative activities couple of guys came to me one day and they wanted to spruce up the talent show. The school was only, several years running, and they had an annual talent show in Lynch Hall, but they wanted to make it into a real review. So we had a set of flats that I had painted for Pygmalion for the speech department, and we covered them with paper and wallpaper pasted on this big pattern. The year is 1961, and the show is Impromptu 61. It was in my first year on the campus. We took this on, and it was a great thing. It was just a wonderful review held in Lynch Hall, and it was so successful that next fall they came back and wanted to do it again. But this time they got a little more organized, and they put together something they called the Wool Pullers. That's based on, pulling the wool. These guys this group took a Jules Feiffer book of cartoons and wrote scripts out of them and made little performances in blackouts. I knew what to do because I had worked on Third Carnival at Marquette. And the stage is black, and then all of a sudden the lights come up, and bingo, there's 4 or 5 lines, like the unicorn story from, and then they did the same trick here. Wonderful short things. Point being that the campus felt that it could come to the art department with almost any idea, and we had tools. We had paper, we could make posters, we had power tools, we had a table saw. All manner of stuff could be brought into fruition if you just come down here. So we were part of the nexus for creative endeavors that were not strictly about making of art or classroom stuff, but eliciting the imagination out of the campus itself. In 1963, we built the Student Center. Sybil, who had been part-time secretary of the art department, became also part-time director of the Student Center and was asked to create programs. Now, the old Student Center, Eileen, was that before your time? You remember this. It was one great big room, which is now the bookstore and the cat bar area. That was the cafeteria. The Johns, and up the steps there were offices for men and women deans. Then the stairway and a great big space upstairs. The nurse is right where she is today. And there was a boardroom, which is now the yearbook space or something like that. And the chaplain's offices were part of the open space. Downstairs was a bookstore, in which is now that entry room. So given my theater background and leaning toward that kind of thing, Sybil suggested that we might, I've got to back up, what had happened in '63 after Dr. Cowan took over was he began to prune the curriculum. And there were several departments that he closed. One was speech, psychology, and undergraduate business. So we had no theater. There had been, 8 years of 4, 5, 6, 7 years perhaps of plays. So forming a theater guild was the idea, a players guild. Simple. We gather the kids, pick a play, put it on. So the idea was in the fall, a straight play, in the spring, a musical. So this is Under Milkwood, a radio play by Dylan Thomas. We built a stage the full width of Carpenter so that we would have a high platform with borrowed material from Irving lumber. In those days, you could borrow lumber and take it back, as long as you didn't cut any of it. You could nail it together carefully. Good show. Later we did Threepenny Opera with live music, pickup band. We found the lady who had played off Broadway on the harp. Cost me $35 a week to bring it out here. And then we did, in the fourth year, we did Fantastics. Now, there was almost no theater in Dallas. There was the Dallas Theater Center, which started in 1956. There was a sometime theater on Knox Avenue, the Knox Avenue Players, and there were the student plays by the Arden Players at SMU, and high school stuff. But no, that was the limit. And of course the summer musicals at Fair Park, maybe. We filled Lynch Hall for 19 nights. That's 350 people a night for 19 nights, capitalizing on the public's interest in this new university and the fact that we turned out quality drama. I was the general manager. We hired a director from the theater center, and later I would jump back into it when Marilyn Walker in her music program was doing musicals, and I thought they could be helped by having better sets. So this is a couple shots of West Side Story. The little guy on the end, right here, just had a one-man, he's a New York artist, had a one-man show at the Irving Art Center last fall, was it? Now, what I wanted to say for you then is that the introduction of the art program, art building into this university also became a nexus for creative life. I had an idea one day. It grew out of an experience Sybil and I had the summer before we came here. We took our meager savings and went to Europe for 3 weeks. You name it. Landed in Paris for a week, down to Rome for a week, and worked his way back up through Florence and Venice and Munich and so on, and back to Paris. I did it because I knew I would have to teach art history on a very slim background. So we just looked. And Sybil would know, what are we looking at? And I said, I don't know, just look at it. I'll read about it when I get home. And to the end of my days, I used some of the slides I took. And I began to itch about going back because in about 10 years, my memory of Europe and what I was reading in Time magazine didn't match. The world had changed from 1960 to 68. So I had this idea of how do we get students over there, and in other words, how can I get students over there and I can ride along? So I concocted this idea that was based on a simple monetary hook. Art history was 6 credits required at $60 an hour then, $360 for your art history requirement, and a New York to Europe flight and back varied from $290 to $310, with, if you want, 11 stops between where you start and where you end. And I put this all in a letter, and I sent one to Stanley Marcus. That's Stanley. And he thought it was a very good idea, and he sent me money. And then he said, it was such a good idea, I took the liberty of passing a letter on to a couple of my friends, the Kahn brothers from Ian Kahn store. Now, he's shown here giving an award to Yves Saint Laurent. So in his honor tonight, I wore my Yves Saint Laurent jacket. It's a good jacket. You can roll it up, you can sleep on it, keeps you warm. I wore it back and forth to Europe for 20 or 30 years, but because it's very durable. And you have to carry one if you're traveling with Signor Stoppini, because you never know when he's going to do something and he's going to want to present you well, and you better have your jacket. Anyway, Saint Laurent, got your award. So the idea was to raise the money privately, pay for the flight for 2 weeks in Europe for our entering seniors in August. They would pay their transportation and food and housing, but we got that out of Europe on $5 a day, housing for $2 or $2.50 a night, with usually 1 or 2 meals. A $50 group rail pass would take us from London all the way down and all the way back for $50. So I had 10 kids with me the first year, and they came back and turned the campus on, coming back with all their stories and their response to stuff they were hearing in the class. Now, we always were an international university. Just look at the faculty in those days, and we all traveled. Half of us were Korean War veterans. Dr. Kurtzinger got a wound on D-Day at Omaha Beach. Harry served in the Wehrmacht in Germany. And down the line, and yet we were teaching kids and telling them they would be leaders of the world, and a lot of them hadn't been out of Dallas County. So that was the general gist of it, and it worked. So for 4 years we did that. I asked for some help from one of the trustees, and he said, well, you raise what you can, and I'll give you the rest. And that assured me that we had the funds running every year. This is one of my favorite photographs, because this exactly says the whole thing. The kid realizes, I'm here. I am in the Coliseum. I had the pleasure, of course, of having all these kids in their freshman year for Art and Arc. And I used to make a joke in class that, well, I'll get to that one in a minute. So here we are on the train, Sybil in the middle with her short haircut. We were in London, and one of our good benefactors from Dallas, Jim Clark, was in London also, and he took us around. He was a great collector. He gave all the modern stuff, the Brancusis and all the Mondrians in the Dallas Museum. And he took us to artist studios that he worked with and to galleries. Also in the same hotel, the Claridge, one of the Marcus boys. So Mrs. Marcus said, well, if your students are traveling through Zurich, you've got to stop and visit Baron Borowski. So she called him from London and set it up, and when we came through Zurich, we visited the Baron. And a villa full of ancient treasures. All the ancient stuff in the Dallas Museum comes from Borowski, and it's on the label. The last year of my travel, 1970, we sent 2 more years on because they were upperclassmen and the Rome program was just for sophomores. We started the Rome program. So my exterior world of travel and art paved the way for the Rome program. When the kids came back, so turned on and very visibly moved by the experience. We also had a dean of students, Jim Fujarus, that had done his Fulbright in Innsbruck, and he supported it. And Don Cowan, ever the adventurer, hooked up with Mother Georgianne of the Notre Dames. Mother Georgianne got to Europe. She was Sister Georgianne here, and then she became mother of the whole order. And in Rome, she found an empty generalate building and called the president and said, well, can you think of something to do with this building? So we did. We found a Rome program, and we started out living with the nuns in the convent. Now that establishes a number of things. We've found a faculty, and we've established the basis for art. And now we sort of try to look at where we are on this campus in about 1962 or so, the student government decided to have a planting day, and different majors got different buildings to plant things around. Unfortunately, most of it didn't live at all. It was planted by amateurs with good intention, but we had no watering system, and it gets really dry in Texas in the summer. But these are the art majors standing around the triangle up behind Carpenter with their idea of how you make a little backyard garden. In that, I have to tell you though, that in that mix, there are two shrubs that have survived. There were two miniature crepe myrtles that are now great big crepe myrtles, and a tree has been added to it, but it's still there. In 1967, I started two boys on a project above our second building. B gave us a nice garden above the second building by a very competent gardener. And you see there's a dirty pathway up along around it because we used to be at the end of the road where the university was Carpenter and Lynch. And then we built things on the mall, the library and Gorman. And now going all the way around was too tough, so people began to trek right through here. So I set two boys at working, Joe Huck, Bill Kordsmeyer, and a pile of railroad ties to build a railroad tie walkway up the hill all the way to the mall. And that started a series of projects where students were enlisted. It grew out of something one of the boys said on the Rome campus when I was teaching over there. He's the dark-haired kid on the end, Tommy Hansel, and he was complaining about how ugly the home campus was. I was, but Bill, you can do something about that. Tom, when you get home, I'll make you the chairman of the Student Government Landscape Committee. How's that? So he took his buds, and there was a walkway here where the mall didn't connect to the parking lot. A sidewalk did, but people going to their cars walked on the lawn. So they gathered up and built a sidewalk across there. My design class took on the project of how to build a handicap ramp behind the library. Sister Joseph Marie, our librarian, suffered from a debilitating disease. She wore leg braces, and eventually she needed a wheelchair. But this side of Braniff was not accessible. So I had the kids design, how do we cut a slot? And then we gathered out there one day and dug it out, and with our own cement mixer, poured a little walk. The blonde guy on this end is Dr. Olenek, who joined us on the project. That would occasionally happen. And strangely enough, this is what it looks like today. It's still there, a little worn. It coincided then with the whole area changing because that backside and bottom of the library had been the maintenance shop. When maintenance moved out, that became the physics department, and so the loading dock was buried and a sidewalk poured and some steps, so it became a better area. Another problem was how to get around the gym to the pool. For 16 years, you had to get to the pool by going through the gym and down the stairs and out the back way. So again, posed it to my design class to figure out what the landfall is, and then make up a system. You make it up. Design a system for getting from top to bottom. And each one had to make a presentation and a plan. They did. Then we put them together and dug our way up with railroad ties. 2 afternoons we worked on it, and we came back in the spring and poured cement at the top of it where it joined the upper walk. And then it looks like this. And it's still there. Now the railroad tie system no, let's put it this way. When you walk around campus, you run into all kinds of places where the sidewalks have broken, right? And then they grind them off, and you have a little rough area, or they paint it red or white, so you won't. My solution to the walkways here was to lock the railroad tie to the concrete, so if there was a movement, they both moved, or one would move and you wouldn't notice it because the tie was tied to the upper one. And they were all linked together, so it was a chain. It laid on the ground, and when the ground moves, it moves. So that walkway outside has been there since 1967, has needed no service at all. And this one has been there for about the same length of time. We took a pathway up through the woods because when, you know, the dorms used to be guys on one side and girls on the other. And then they mixed them up. And the freshmen got Madonna Hall down on this side of the campus. So when the guys came up the road through the art department, instead of getting on the sidewalk and coming up the walkway, freshmen were trained to do everything together. They all have classes at 10 o'clock together. Easy to make the required courses of the freshmen all ordered to move at the same time. So they learn to also gather up in groups going to the same class and go right up through the woods together, because nobody wants to decide to turn right or left. So they went right up through the woods and built a trail. So we had to accommodate it, and here we are, building it up there. The young man standing in the background without a shirt is Dr. Greg Roper of the English department. The little guy with the rake in the front is my son Stefan, part of the drama department. And that's Stepnowski on this side. The guy leaning over is now an architect in Arlington. Now, there are a lot of these around campus, but I've just given you a few. This happened one Sunday afternoon. I conned the freshmen into getting a group of freshman guys together, which included my son David. There was no way to get from Teresa Hall across to the art department except walking up through the woods. And it was a beaten path. So we started them on building the same thing. And at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that's what it looked like. This is one afternoon. That's about 5 hours work by a gang of kids. And I also want to tell you that out of that gang, they were freshmen, eventually came 3 of the 4 members of the student government and the Rome assistant. Now, the question was, did their involvement make them leaders, or did they volunteer because they were already leadership material? The backside of Braniff was ugly. Dr. Cowan and Louise, after their retirement, had occupied offices on the backside of Braniff. They used the back parking lot, and it was ugly out there. So they gave a chunk of money to landscape it. So our landscape chair, the girl who's on the far corner of the slide, lady, got the seminarians because they used the door also to build that whole thing, which now needs refurbishing, but that's how it happened. These are art majors digging up peach trees in the forest where I put them to incubate. They come up in the ground cover from the peaches dropped by the peach trees on the campus, and I pick them up out of the turf, put them up in the woods. When they get about this high, we move them, and they become all over the campus. I now have about 30 of them in my yard incubating. We changed all the plumbing and piping and electricity one summer, and we lost a great part of the cover above our building. So the art students reforested it with material taken from around us. Now, these projects eventually got to the notice of our facilities director, John Russell, and there were things on campus that needed help that were too big for students. So this was the pathway behind Braniff, the way to the chapel from the parking lot. So I made a plan, and then John got it made, and that became this. When the chapel was built, we moved out of the old chapel, and the drama department took over that building, and their entrance into an academic department was this back end of the building. So this was designed for them. And in a couple of years, it became this. And they saved that when they tore the building down to build a new one, the shade shed. Other places on campus that needed or requested my services was the porch on the gym that was falling apart. So logical solution was to do this to it. And that was followed by the Gorman Garden. The problem here was water running into the building because the soil had risen around it. Look at the picture, and the plateau there is, well, right here at the bottom of the picture, you can see how much, little bit lower than the porch it is on that black line. When this building was built, that porch and the mall were the same level. And the mall has grown 30 inches because our soil out here expands and grows. It really does. Point of fact, there used to be 3 or 4 steps up to the porch of Hager, and the mall is now hit level with the porch on Hager. So my solution was to make a depressed garden with enough drainage that we could take the water away. This is a large one here in the renovation of Catherine Hall. John kept the landscape out of the budget and asked me to make a plan. So when Catherine was built, it was built lower than the road and parking lot. The parking lot and road are part of the 1956 grading and paving of the parking lot. And then the dormer was built later, but it was built lower with a couple of steps down and up onto the porch. So my recommendation was somewhat radical. Let's move the road about 30 feet and let's lower it by about 5 feet. So now we have a slope away from the building, and the grade change now happens at the edge of the parking lot with a little ramp, which is no problem. That was my service to the university for problem solving for the facilities people. In 1984, the Chapel of Incarnation was built. And I want to take you through a few steps on how we got there in terms of building the art department and building the campus. This is Holy Thursday on about 1963 or 4. Father Rokas in the center, Father Rock was the chaplain, and he wanted to put into place a new liturgy for Holy Thursday. So I designed an altar and a backdrop and the appurtenances for the Mass. He was succeeded by Milam, who shows in the picture there. That's chaplain is on the end, and then Milam Joseph, Father Risley in the center, and the rector of the seminary next to him. Then I was asked to solve the problem of night lighting for the seminarians in the chapel. The first seminary took over before the building was being built. The seminary was occupied in Jerome Hall. And the boys used the chapel at night, but there was only one bulb, that round globe, and a spotlight on the altar. I think another globe at the door. So under the guise of let's change the lighting, let's change the altar to face the people as well. So that's my solution, an altar and a tester overhead, new lighting. When Don Fisher came, we finished the job with burlap sidewalls covering up the windows and adding chairs. The old chapel held 72 people, 6 to a row, 6 rows on each side, because it was a church miniaturized with the same requirement of a wide aisle and 2 side aisles. If you move chairs in, you can fill it up and it holds over 100 seats. So that began a process of landscaping with Don Fisher. When the dorms were built, the sidewalks were down the long side parallel. When they built the far dorm, the students entered this area and just made a diagonal across it, ignored the sidewalks. So this matrix was already there in the new theater in the other quad. So we copied it with a center walkway and a round pad at the door. And planting trees, that's what the dark spots are. So we engaged in a wide tree planting gift. Photographs of this appeared in the paper, and one of our philanthropies called and said, "Do you want more trees?" And they sent us 250, which we planted all over campus. So if you look at the campus, think of that very first slide today with no trees, and now look at the campus, and those are the 250 trees given by the foundation. Father added a porch to Lynch Hall. We are working on it there. That's my son and Father Fisher, and in the background, Mr. Barcht and his son. Without a church and with a new liturgy and all the orders working on it, some interesting things happened. This particular event is a continuation of Advent Masses that celebrate the first Sunday of Advent. We gathered in this particular one, because they change each Sunday, with these cardboard boxes that were decorated with a pattern in Braniff, and then in procession carried everything to Gorman, stacked the boxes for the altar and lectern, and had our liturgy on the first evening of Advent. And then this went on in the gym by using poly banners and decoration to eventually, with Father Fisher's service, all 4 Sundays of Advent and midnight Mass. Now, it's hard to photograph. This is what it looks like with the fluorescent lights on. We timed the Mass to go down with the sun from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock in December. So you start with it looking bright, and then during the Mass you end up in candlelight. So the whole cosmos is a part of the liturgy. There's Bishop Chapey and Dr. Sommerfeld and his wife were taking it down there in that picture. Around the corner is an altar that we got rid of the cardboard boxes and went to some ceramic tubes and a tapestry borrowed from the Dallas Museum. And then we processed around the woods and built the Church of the Incarnation. Well, I'm way over time. You want me to just hurry up? I'm going to have to. I'm sorry. David warned me this would happen. The art department's function in the chapel was, of course, to use some faculty members like Harry's crucifix. And we bought a print from Jürgen, Light Overcoming Darkness for the Easter season. A little shift in faculty. We lost our painter and picked up another one. This is Bob Cardwell as the painter, who's also being the model. When Harry passed away, we added Cam Shep. This is at Cam Shep's one-man show in the gallery in Hager. A few notes now about our approach to program. An old method of instruction uses the master and student or master apprentice approach. And our approach was to try to seek an image within the student that needs to come out in some kind of form. It could be a ceramic form, a painting form, a sculpture form, a print form. We say that anybody can make anything that anyone else is making, but only the artist that owns the image can make the next one. And part of that was a required senior show. Usually in an art department, all the students present one thing for a big mass exhibit at the end of the year, which doesn't really tell you anything about their work. We require a full one-man show of every graduating senior to be placed somewhere on campus. Our high point was one of the years that Cam was here. We had 25 graduating seniors, and there were 19 opening exhibits on the same night on campus. Every space on campus and several out on the lawn were happening at the same time. One of the requirements was to make the space your own, which is why these somewhat elaborate senior shows. This student was showing jewelry, so she made this tube-like structure with a window in it for the jewelry. This guy is now a gallery owner in Houston. That was from a class in stage design. We taught all kinds of courses just so we would gather students. Jewelry, furniture, stage design, ending in senior shows. Isn't that spectacular? That's knitted. For the third building, we gave Mrs. Haggerty another gift, a ceramic gift. Now I want to spend a little time with two of our departments of our retiring students, retiring professors, Dan and Jürgen. Each of them have made an empire out of their discipline. This is an announcement for our 2017 University of Dallas Regional Ceramic Competition. Dan is the organizer of his competition that awards a one-man show to the prize winner. He's been a member of the NCCA board for many, many years. He's an absolute genius in the chemistry of ceramics. Sybil showed me a letter tonight of a student that he had who was a Fulbright student, Mr. Pomar. Sybil found a letter note from an article on how loudly he lauded his experience here, naming the faculty and especially their critiques in their classes. He said Jürgen taught him how to draw. Dan's facilities and education was just without measure. Now, that recent show that Virginia curated in the gallery. And this is Dan's poster with student work in the background. to elicit new graduate students for next year. When we got our buildings, they were bare. In the background of some of them, you notice they were just cement block. So if you go down the ceramics department, all the tables, the wear boards, the shelving are all of Dan's construction. If you go down the print room, the same thing is true. Faculty building all of the furniture that's necessary in their classrooms. Dan's kids learn to weld the steel, to frame the kiln, to lay the brick, and to be able to create a kiln which will care for the kind of firing they require for their work. It's said our guys could go out and start their ceramic world in a bare field if absolutely necessary. And there's some of the work. Jürgen has inaugurated the alternate year print show in which graduate students select 20 artists out of 100 who were shown last year in 3 curated shows. They select 20 artists, each one sends a package of slides, and we offer to buy those or have them copied. And when you get down to the 20, then from the 100, they make the 20 selection, and they're asked to send the print without a frame, without matting. We will frame it, we will mat it, we will photograph it, we will print it in a catalog in which every artist has an image printed, and we will circulate your work in a show that goes to museums, art centers for 2 years, because that's how long lead time most gallery directors need. So for 35 years or so, the art department has produced, the graphics, the printmaking department, an exhibit which travels. And we will guarantee the purchase of 1 print from each artist, so that our print collection is now massive, so that, and for the single reason, if a student has a question how something is made, we can go to the drawer and show them how that technique works. Not a book, not a slide, the real thing in your hand. Both of those areas have bloomed greatly under the umbrella of the development of an art department. And there's the young man. This is from Jürgen's latest show. And I've watched his images become ever more beautiful and more complex. But this little flyer has a text on it that I thought was very apropos of what we've been trying to do tonight. Works of art can offer insights in who we are. Works of art can elevate spirits, yours and mine. Works of art can reveal truths for which we have no word. Works of art can change minds and hearts. Works of art can define beauty and establish it for it. Works of art can take you out of your world and help you find yours. Works of art can give order and defy chaos. My best efforts will do some of them, I think. That's a wonderful closure for the young man. I want to close with a written rumination that seems to fit what we've tried to do tonight, or it closes what I've been talking about in terms of what we've built, because this has all been about how to build an apartment, not about everything that's in it, but some of the trails that have led to it. Several years ago, I published a volume of my poetry, largely engendered by my trips to Europe and to Greece. And I left those poems behind for my wife to be given to her on selected days while I was gone from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And they accumulated. And the last one in the book is called September Song. The September Song is remembered in the 4th hour of the night, of waking against the warmth which nourishes body and soul, curling against all that is remembered and pondered, all which is not also remembered. I open the mind's eye to bearing branches and the leaving of the leaves. First come gusting nights and scattered leaves from a remembered walk, where in returning alone to my solitary bunk, I pondered a time afore. The drainage of years elapses, the old song of dwindling days returns through a poet's evocation of the blue brightness of October. But first there is September, when the days dwindle down to a precious few, awaiting in poetic jungling the odd November of our lives slowing. I think in other images. I think of images of the leaves slipping one by one until the dark branches in their accomplished time and color lay bare. Images bear reading beyond the noting of the state of their day, becoming for us a measure of things known and stored in passing. If all known were gathered in stacked images of a passing life and given on to another for measure and holding, the burden might become high-walled, load-bearing, and packed so tightly that its pages be levered between covers so thickened they cannot stand. In all of our days of trying, be taken in to match what we have in our own constructing days, found as bright sheen spaces, places, shapes. Of need is the shedding of the leaves for the season's turn. And so with the stored images of my days passing on for use, the shaping layering cannot be seen easily for the younger use. It needs to follow as the dwindling leaves of the bearing progress toward blank limbs aligned against the bright blue of October sky. They give reason for the emptying and the later starting of its green cover. Better to know, leaving all behind, that the stacking and holding of our days be quietly released to unburden another greening limb. The warmth returns, curled against my body well fed, as soul too releases bright days, remembered toward October. Thank you.
Do you want me to set up here?
Yeah, you filming now?
Yeah, I'll just cut it out later.
Okay, you ready? Yeah. We have to be really
excited.
Okay.
Really excited.
Really excited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. It's for the memories.
Oh, the memories. You'll be here next year.
Well, the point is that I get 1 second of every day now while I'm still with you guys. Okay. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Happy
There's a guy in the background.
Can you ask him to move?
Who is that?
It's that guy who keeps showing up. It's that one guy. Is it a grad student?
What's his name?
I
John
don't know.
John. Peter.
Oh, it's a Mark.
Bartholomew.
Mark.
Barnabas.
Mark. Yeah,
Mary.
that guy. I think he was a history major last year.
Okay, can you ask him to move?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
Hey, we're trying to film a video here. Do you mind moving out of the frame? Excuse me. Do you mind moving out of the frame? 'Cause we're trying to film a little video here.
What, he wouldn't move?
No,
What?
not at all.
Okay, so should we just go somewhere else?
Yeah, let's go somewhere else.
Oh, but what about the memories?
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll just move.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Attempt number 2.
Okay. 1, 2.
Happy cherry.
Oh wait, hold on. He's behind you again.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's right behind you.
Is he following us?
I mean, probably not.
Listen, let's just do this tomorrow. I'm getting a little freaked out. We can just do it tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I got homework to do.
Don't lie.
So okay, I gotta go play video games. So I gotta go.
Okay, I'll text you.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to my room or something.
Yeah, give me a second.
Alright. I can do like a 1 second that's like I'm reading a book and it's like nerdy or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I can do the
Just
Chaucer.
like closing book again,
Yeah.
opening a boomerang kind of thing.
The 1 second every day is not a boomerang. Kind
It's
of
the same.
Hey.
Hi, what's your name?
Peter.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mark.
Hi, Mark.
We have a lot to discuss.
Discuss what?
The future.
I can't. I've been really busy with my
Classes.
Listen, we should probably get going.
Yeah.
I'll see you later, Maria.
All right. Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just count it in. It'll be really quick. You ready?
Yeah. Okay, go.
Okay. 1, 2.
Maria.
Hey. No, don't move. So, we need to talk.
What are you doing here?
Well, that's kind of a long story. You see, post-grad life, it's not like what they tell you. It's really hard, okay? I've had a lot of doubts. A lot of dreams have been shattered. And nobody seemingly wants to talk about Nietzsche with me, so that's a bit of a problem. Anyway, I was living with my parents for a while, and then I tried to do this beatnik thing in like upstate New York, but that didn't really pan out either. But I got into drugs, and in a drug-induced haze, an alien appeared to me and offered me free housing and free food, provided I let him possess my body in a number of ways and get him a great liberal arts education.
What?
That's a really good deal
Why are you here?
for the great liberal arts education.
What are you doing in my room?
You need to drop out of the 4+1 program.
Why would I do that?
There's only so much space, and I want to get in.
Well, it can't be that competitive. Just apply.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Is that a threat if I don't drop out?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
You need to get out. You need to go. I'll call the police.
There's police here now?
Yes, there are police on campus.
Like actual police,
Yes.
like with guns
Yes,
and...
they'll arrest you for this. This is an arrestable offense.
Well, only if you insist.
Oh, go, get out. I insist.
Are you recording?
Yeah.
Shut it off. Hey, Mom. Sorry I haven't called you back for a bit. It's just been kind of crazy moving out of my old place, and thought I'd send you a little video so I could get something to you tonight, but I don't know. I figured that you wouldn't see it till morning, but my advisor says that I...
Dr. Bonus, Nietzsche says that.
Investigation, it's against the law. It was against the law. Or what the mama saw, it was against the law. The mama looked down and spit on the ground every time my name gets mentioned. The papa said, oh, if I get that boy, I'm gonna stick him in a house of detention. Well, I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going, I'm on my way. I'm taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rose, the queen of Corona. See me and Julio down by the schoolyard. I'll see me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
on planet Earth. The guard tower. The mall. A tower. The mall. Whew. Hello. That is what I was that. That was a ball. It's a little bit of the hand in it. After the router at the dorms. How does that happen? That is a tad all that's the seven door. That's the freshman dorm. This is the upperclassman dorm. The seminary. Fishbowl. The cat. The street. The gate. The art village. Chanson. Ga. 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 Ha? Cha cha pa cha. Ha. How's the calendar that one?
Hey, you there! FBI! Stop! Freeze!
We are so very blessed to have had Anthony Doerr with us for the last day, and we all enjoyed last evening so very much. So thank you, and we all need to thank him for staying till 11:30 last night. So I guess the only thing that I'm going to say is that you have written so brilliantly, and we've chronicled all of that in many introductions, so I'm skipping it right now. But what I'm personally excited about, and I think probably everybody else is the fact that we have 2 novels forthcoming sometime within the next 10 years. No pressure. One set in 15th century Europe and another that's futuristic, and we're all wondering what that's going to look like. And we look forward to reading them. And to preface his talk, to recognize the fact that you are not an example of creative failure.
Oh, I don't know. You'll see.
So please help me in welcoming Mr. Doerr once again.
Thanks, Carmen. That's so nice. This is fun. I wish I had made something a little more interactive with such a small group, but maybe we'll figure out some ways that you guys can get involved. And at one point, I need a volunteer, so I'll need some brave person about halfway through this thing. And it'll take about 45 minutes. Is that okay? And then you can ask questions. And thanks for coming out so early, you guys. This is definitely the most motivated early group of students I've ever been around. Everybody's nicely dressed and put together. Some people have already been to Mass, obviously, over there. It's motivation. All right, this is called Once is Never. Has anybody heard that phrase before? Einmal ist keinmal in German. All right, we'll get to it, but you can start thinking about what it means. And it's in 6 parts, so you can keep track of where you are. If you get bored, you'd be like, okay, I'm in part 5. 1, ready? All right, my mother was the sort of mother who made her own peanut butter, baked the wheat bread she spread it on, and grew the alfalfa sprouts she put on top. Every morning when we were kids, my older brothers and I would file downstairs and swallow one spoonful of wheat germ and another of cod liver oil and eat oatmeal our mother made for us and walk to the bus stop wearing mittens that our mother made for us. If Mom could have built the diesel Volkswagen she drove us around in, she would have. So when October came around, believe me, we were not permitted to purchase our Halloween costumes from a store. Indeed, to my mother, to attach the adjective store-bought to the noun costume was to indicate a certain air of indolence and underachievement, and perhaps even a faint suggestion of bad parenting. As in, oh, Marty Mortensen, he'll probably be a store-bought Superman again. After all, as the mythical life of Marty Mortensen demonstrated perfectly, there existed in our town certain parents who actually took their children to the royal-sounding restaurants on Mayfield Road known as Burger King and Dairy Queen. Establishments known only to the door boys as magical Shangri-Las full of blissful children playing with insanely desirable toys that we whisked past on the way to school, our lunch boxes stocked with heirloom carrots and home-baked pumpernickel. When I was 7, we received an invitation, store-bought, of course, to an after trick-or-treating neighborhood Halloween party at David Petranzio's house. The party our invitation proclaimed would culminate in a costume judging contest. The word up and down Shadow Hill Trail was that the winners would receive trophies. So Mom drove me to the Bainbridge Public Library, which was what Mom did when confronted with pretty much any challenge. I selected a book titled Super Simple Creative Costumes. Costumes inside were, I was to learn later, neither super nor simple. But after paging through the book for 5 minutes, I decided that I would win the biggest trophy by dressing myself as a knight in armor. So I brought the book home. The costume in question featured a drawing of a dashing kid in full plate mail, plumed helmet, tucked under one arm, his jousting steed and stone castle sketched into the background. The instructions prescribed that the armor be made of 21 separate pieces of poster board, covered with aluminum foil and held together with 300 little brass rivets. So Mom drove me to Drug Mart, a destination second only to the library and its usefulness to the Dorr family. I decided I wanted to be a scary knight, a kind of badass Sir Galahad. Oh, my slides aren't advancing. Is that a problem? I could show you the picture on my computer. I wonder if we have some.
We have a knight here.
Oh, yeah.
A real one.
That's fun.
Is there a way we should go back to Via? Oh, we're stepping out of the room. It's stuck. We could well, there's a couple parts we probably can't get by without the slides.
Speak Mac. Well, we're wirelessly connected. It's
Well,
not
that would
stepping out.
And I don't speak that. It's all, through the wireless. Do we want to call that nice guy who helped set it up, and I can try to keep going without him for a while?
Yes. Let me keep going, and I'll get it figured out.
All right. Thanks. Yeah. Anyway, there's a funny picture of a knight. In black. So I picked out black poster board. Anyway, they only had 9 sheets of black poster board at Drug Mart, so I bought 12 white sheets too. Spent 2 successive nights coloring them in with black markers. I worked for 2 weeks on this costume, the breastplate, the cuffs, the leggings. I fashioned a sword out of aluminum foil and a wrapping paper tube. I even created a shield with flames drawn on it, which wasn't in the Super Simple Creative Costumes book, but seemed essential. And on the night before Halloween, it became time to make my helmet. In the book's drawings, the princely cartoon boy wore a medieval headpiece with a chin guard and a working visor, and an ostrich feather plume fixed jauntily to the top. Even now, 37 years later, if I were to travel to Japan and train with an origami master for 13 years, I still would not possess the skill to construct that helmet. So later that evening, I decided to execute my own design, looping the poster board into a cylinder, gashing some mismatched eye holes in the front with an X-Acto knife, and gluing the whole thing shut. When Halloween night came and I put on my suit of poster board armor, I could barely walk or see. If I had been able to see myself from the outside, I would have seen a child executioner in ski gloves with a paper trash can on his head, a wilting black poster in one hand and a giant silver phallus in the other. But I was 7, uninterested in mirrors. And in my mind, I was cloaked in armor. I was invincible. I was Slide the Black Knight. Except that by the third house that Halloween, it started to rain. And soon the glue on my helmet gave way, and my shield drooped, and the magic marker on the white poster board started to bleed, and one of my cuffs sloughed off, and we lived in the country where the houses were a good 1/8 of a mile apart. And by the time I limped up David Petranzio's driveway with my tattered shield and soggy milk duds, I had little more than a mushy mass of black pulp piled up over my shoulders, and a purplish magic marker stain seeping through my white thermal long underwear. Inside, as you might imagine, Batmen and Darth Vaders and Incredible Hulks and Princess Leia's paraded around, and there was even an Ichabod Crane with a real pumpkin on his head. And everyone looked well like who they had dressed up to be. In the garage, 3 trophies were arranged on a card table, tall blue ones with a little golden baseball player on top. Weird, but funny. Mrs. Petranzio gave out the awards, and Ichabod Crane got first place, and Wonder Woman took second, and I don't remember who got third. Needless to say, this was still a decade before the noun child was regularly paired beside the noun self-esteem. In the parlance of working-class parents, I did not take home a trophy that night. But I did win a prize, and it was for a category that some kind, commiserative mom, perhaps Mrs. Petranzio herself, upon seeing me humped in a corner, must have improvised on the spot. And that category was titled Most Original. When she announced it at the end of the contest, the kids were no longer paying attention, and I stepped shakily forward. Since there were no trophies left to give out, one of the dads clapped me on my soggy back. Then I walked home in the rain. I was 7 and had no idea what original meant. My mom tried to explain it to me, unusual, different, inventive. But I said my costume was terrible. She said, your costume was not terrible. I said, it was the worst one by far. She said, it was beautiful. Slide 2, that's just a number 2. And then a bunch of slides have quotes, but I'll just read them to you and it'll still work. It might be a little less effective, but we'll see. Here's the German novelist Thomas Mann. A writer is someone for whom writing is harder than for other people. Here's the Austrian novelist Thomas Bernhard. Whatever you write, it's always a catastrophe. That's the depressing thing about the fate of a writer. All you deliver is a bad, ridiculous copy of what you had imagined. Here's the French novelist Gustave Flaubert. I'm irritated by my own writing. I'm like a violinist whose ear is true, but whose fingers refuse to reproduce precisely the sound he hears within. The American poet Randall Jarrell wants to find a novel as, quote, a prose narrative of some length with something wrong with it. Dana Spiotta, a living American novelist, she lives in upstate New York, she once told me, for a novel to be successful, there has to be something failed inside it. A suicidal Virginia Woolf, grappling to revise her last novel, Between the Acts, convinced herself that it was a failure. Herman Melville famously referred to his books as botches, B-O-T-C-H-E-S's. The word Michel de Montaigne chose to describe his prose ruminations in 1580 was essays, which at the time merely meant attempts, which of course suggested that he was fully aware of the possibility that they failed to achieve what he had hoped. As the writer Zadie Smith points out in her essay, Fail Better, perhaps the most common writerly feeling upon rereading one's own work is T.S. Eliot's Proof Rocks. I'll show you a little bit of T.S. Eliot's Proof Rock, and I underline these lines. That is not it at all. That is not what I meant at all. 3. Maybe I can just show you my screen. Do you think he's coming?
2 minutes away.
Okay, 2 minutes, all right. All right, maybe we'll just go really slow and then we'll get it. Over 4 years ago now, I published this book, All the Light We Cannot See. You guys know about it. A novel set during World War II, constructed from 2 braided narratives, 10 years of work, 3 trips to Europe, Lord knows how many afternoons of doubt. During the last push to complete the manuscript, I worked long days, often imprisoning myself in a desk chair for 9 to 10 hour stints with only a single break to walk to Albertsons supermarket to stare dazedly at the produce for a while like a caveman before purchasing a chocolate donut and eating it mindlessly while I walked back to my office. One November day, I spent a whole afternoon reworking a 3-sentence paragraph that had given me fits for years, wrestling with the following moment. A 12-year-old girl who is blind sits with her father in a train station in Paris in June of 1940 as the German army enters the city. And then I'll show you this paragraph. Boop, there it is. I'd written, I'll just read it to you, and then hopefully somebody will come when you see me start to edit it. Suitcases clang in and out of what might be doorways, and trunks slide across tiles, and babies cry, and little dogs yap, and a conductor's whistle blows, and some kind of big machinery coughs to a start and then dies. Sweat prickles the top of Marie's scalp. She waits on the thin rim of whatever she's sitting on and breathes and tries to calm her stomach, tries to gather the city in her imagination. Cars thronged on the avenues, a military ambulance keening past, hundreds of wet umbrellas pressed against the station gates. That's the paragraph. After months of looking at photographs, years of considering and reconsidering this character, I reached the point where I can see this scene quite clearly, hanging there on the screen of my imagination as majestically and menacingly as I once saw this. And there's a picture of the Black Knight again, you can imagine it. The Germans were on the edge of the city, but few Parisians had actually seen them yet. Some still refused to believe the invasion was real, while others were already fleeing, while still others wanted desperately to flee but could not because they had babies or jobs or elderly parents to care for or were disabled themselves. But that November day, when I went back and reread the ham-fisted language I used to evoke that moment, I didn't particularly approve of any of it. So, boop, okay, the paragraph is right in front of you again. You can kind of imagine it. Suitcases clang. That's the first 2 words of the paragraph. Do suitcases clang? Or do they rattle or bang or clatter or clunk? If I'm going to take my book seriously, shouldn't I search eBay for 1930s French suitcases, buy one, jam it full of antique clothes, run to a train station, and see what sort of sounds it makes? What do you think? We got some progress?
We did.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. It's good. Did you use the Surface tablet?
I did.
Ryan is amazing, isn't he? Gosh.
Well, let's see if it, Before we start
praising Ryan, let's wait. I do. Is there like an HDMI cable in here? Because I can run that right out of my computer.
You have HDMI on your computer?
Yeah, right here.
Is this creative failure?
This is it. This is the perfect metaphor. Yeah, this has a little HDMI.
In my world, this is what it looks like.
Oh, it's purple.
Wait, 3 and 2.
It's here. Not yet.
Hey, there's the Black Knight. All right. Oh, that's amazing. Here you go, Ryan.
Sorry.
All right, there he is. And there's number 2 and all these quotes we just saw. And there's the novel, and there's the paragraph, and the Black Knight, and there it is again. All right, hooray! The failure has been removed. It's amazing. Okay. Oh, I'm not pretending that I should be buying a suitcase. These are the, like during my anxiety spirals, this is actual stuff that goes through my mind. Also, were there even doorways in Austerlitz station in 1940? Was there tile on the floors? Did conductors carry whistles in 1940? Were they even called conductors? Maybe they were brakemen or stewards or coach attendants. Or what if all the normal train employees had been sent to the front that day? And what if this was an event that any proper and legitimate war historian would know immediately? Oh, of course, the infamous Parisian train employee draft of 1940. And what if I am the only idiot who doesn't know about this event? Because let's face it, I'm a donut-eating lunkhead sitting in a basement in Idaho making this stuff up. So after an hour or so, this is true, of tinkering, I decided on the most prudent kind of revision, and I cut the whole first sentence. Lawrence Wright, amazing journalist for The New Yorker, I love him, he's from Texas. He calls this literary liposuction. On to that second sentence, 7 simple words, but containing enough failures to give me nightmares for a week. Sweat prickles the top of Mahri's scalp. According to my Webster's New International, prickle means to prick slightly, as with prickles, and to cover with pricks or dots. Is this a proper evocation of what might be happening to Mahri? Do I want my reader to imagine a bald girl with a welt-covered scalp? Do I want to use a verb that sounds so much like pickle? Will a reader subconsciously think of her scalp being preserved in vinegar and brine? And is the top really where sweat comes out of a person's head? Doesn't it come out on the cheeks or around the neck? Don't I remember sweating at some point during junior high from my earlobes? So after spending a good 15 minutes on WebMD.com trying to figure out where sweat glands are located in the human head, I came to my senses and decided, better just to cut that sentence too. Then there's that third sentence, a linguistic garden of fail. She waits on the thin rim of whatever she's sitting on and breathes and tries to calm her stomach, tries to gather the city in her imagination. Cars throng down the avenues, a military ambulance keening past, hundreds of wet umbrellas pressed against the station gates. Do I need to repeat the verb tries? How would Mahri know that the sirens belonged to a military ambulance? Do the sirens of military ambulances indeed have a different pitch? Were there even military ambulances in the city on that June day? Why wouldn't all of them have been at the front? Did I make that up, or did I actually see one in a photograph? Why do I have a distinct memory of seeing a photograph of a white Ford ambulance with a blue cross on it? Shouldn't I have footnoted that in an earlier draft somewhere? Isn't that what a proper historical novelist, someone like Hilary Mantel, would have done? And did it rain during the evacuation? I think it did. Didn't I read about umbrellas somewhere? But in which book? I should probably dig out meteorological records from that day. Or maybe I could just say it was raining even if it wasn't. Isn't that what they mean by dramatic license? If Disney can make Pocahontas and transform a story of racial exploitation and mass slaughter into a teen romance that ratifies colonialism, then surely I can let it rain on the day Paris is invaded by the Germans, right? But then a line from a Paris Review interview with Hilary Mantel flashes in front of my eyes. Would you ever change a fact to heighten the drama? I would never do that. Dang you, Hilary Mantel. So off I go Googling rain Paris, June 14, 1940. I click through a dozen photographs, hunting for umbrellas, and then I stop and think, wait, why for crying out loud am I letting my narrator employ so many visual images in the second half of a paragraph in which the point of view character is blind? That afternoon I worked on this one paragraph for 2 hours, whittled the whole thing down to a single clause. Mahri tries to calm her nerves. I watched a 3-minute video of lemurs eating strawberries and cream and reconciled myself to yet another provisional failure. Then I decided that exercise might clear my head, so I jogged to the Boise YMCA and climbed onto a stationary bicycle. After pedaling along for a few minutes, a woman climbed aboard the bike beside mine. put on some headphones, and switched on a little Kindle. E-readers have changed things, as you know. You can no longer immediately discern what someone is reading simply by glancing at the cover. Now you have to do a little snooping. The woman was maybe 50, fit, wearing a bright tank top and dark eye makeup, and her black hair was yarded back into a ponytail, and beaded bracelets jogged up and down on her wrists. In short, she seemed a very well put together person. We pedaled a few minutes side by side, and she turned pages with one finger, stroking them out of the way rather eagerly, I thought, and I began to steal glances. Would she be reading some Anne Carson or Alice Munro, Wallace Stegner or Anne Patchett? Maybe, if I was very lucky, there'd be some Virginia Woolf on there, and some of Woolf's dazzling sentences could filter into my head while I pedaled and help me improve my wreck of a novel. Over her shoulder, I began to read. Reaching forward, Christian trails the tip of the crop from my forehead down the length of my nose so I can smell the leather and over my parted, panting lips. The first thought I had was, what kind of crop? Corn? The second was, do lips pant? Isn't it more accurately a mouth that pants? Or maybe it's our entire respiratory system that pants. The third was, how does a first-person narrator know why Christian is trailing the crop? The fourth was, I think I know what book this is. My bicycling neighbors swiped pages hungrily. The next dozen sentences I refuse to repeat to you here. Finally, she got to, abruptly I wake, gasping for breath, covered in sweat, and feeling the aftershocks of my orgasm. Holy hell, I'm completely disorientated. What the hell just happened? I'm in my bedroom alone. How? Why? I sit bolt upright, shocked. Wow. Like every other person in the English-speaking world, I had heard of the novel she was reading, of course, but had thus far kept myself from actually experiencing any of its sentences. Here I was spending 50 hours a week trying to eradicate all the phrases in my novel that sounded like sweat prickles the top of Marie's scalp, spending 100 painful minutes that very afternoon trying to understand what it really feels like to be a young girl sweating in a Parisian train station, listening to the fulcrum of world history pivot. And here was a first-time novelist named E.L. James writing a sentence like, I sit bolt upright, shocked. Wow. Apparently spending no effort at all trying to decouple upright from its tenacious, clingy boyfriend Bolt, and selling approximately 6 gazillion copies every week. And so as I pedaled away on my bike and my neighbor pedaled away on hers, both of us working up sweats, presumably for different reasons, I had a miniature existential crisis. Why, I wondered, could E.L. James get away with letting a character gasp for breath when she clearly doesn't need the 2 words for breath, since what we gasp for when we gasp is most clearly breath? And why would I spend an hour trying to come up with a new way to describe a sweaty scalp when I might reach a lot more readers if I introduced a riding crop and the adjective panting? The answers, it turns out, have everything to do with my mother and that suit of armor that I wore home in the rain. 4. Right, you guys doing okay? Can you see? It's volunteer time. I need somebody whose English is your first language, who's willing to come up here and read a little bit into the microphone and be willing to fail a little bit. Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. What's your name again? Wendy. We met yesterday. Yes, we did. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna read first a little introduction, and this is not set up. Wendy has never seen it.
No, I've never seen it.
All right. Okay, this is a letter to the magazine New Scientist. It's from like May of 1999. And I think I have the first part. You report that reversing 50 millisecond segments of recorded sound does not greatly affect listeners' ability to understand speech. This reminds me of my PhD, Nottingham University, which showed that randomizing letters in the middle of words had little or no effect on the ability of skilled readers to understand the text. Indeed, one rapid reader noticed only 4 or 5 errors in an A4 page of muddled text. Okay, the amazing Wendy is now going to read these next 2 paragraphs and read them as if they were spelled correctly. Even though they're all jumbled up. Okay, you ready?
This is going to be painful.
Yeah, you'll be amazing at it. So just see if you can read those as if they were spelled perfectly.
This is easy to demonstrate in a, I have no idea.
publication of New Scientist, you could randomize all the letters, keeping the first two and the last two the same, and readability would hardly be effective. My analysis did not come to much because the theory at the time was for the shape and sequence recognition. Sabry's work suggests we may have some powerful parallel processors at work. The reason for this is surely that identifying content by parallel processing speeds up recognition. We only need the first and last two letters to spot changes in meaning. This was not easy to type.
She did so good. Why do you think Wendy, if there's so few of us here, we can maybe talk a little bit before I keep going. Why do you think Wendy could read those words so beautifully without really any trouble at all? Any guesses? There's no right answer, obviously. Yes, exactly. She's seen those words many, many, many times before, right? Did you have something else to add?
A lot of the words are very short, and so they don't change.
That's right. So there is some context. There are some goalposts in there that are fixed, right? And that helps you as you read. Very good. Wendy is an experienced, skilled reader. She's probably seen words like hardly or letters or meaning tens of thousands of times, right? Their patterns are so familiar to her that she doesn't necessarily need to parse each individual letter as she reads. She recognizes the word as a whole in their context and is able to move on, which is what all of our brains do when we're experienced readers, I think. Okay, this is a different example, and now all of you get to participate. Okay, counting silently to yourself, how many times does the letter F, like Frank, counting silently, appear in the following sentence? I'm going to give you 10 seconds. How many times does the letter F appear? You ready? How many times? 1, 2, 3. 10, 5, 3, 6, 6, 4. Any other numbers? Fascinating, right? We were all looking at the same thing. Okay, you ready? I'm going to show you. I'm cheating because I've done it before. Answer is 6. Finished files are the result of 3 years of 4, scientific 5, study combined with the experience of 6 years. Why do so many of us, especially those of us who grew up in English-speaking households and read and write a lot, have so much trouble counting those F's? Yeah.
In the word of, the F is pronounced like a V.
Absolutely. That's definitely a totally viable theory. Yeah, in the back?
There are articles, so we just skip over them.
Yeah, preposition, but yes, right. And when you say we just skip over them, like why? Why is that a less important word to our brain? Yeah, you don't have to answer unless you were prepared to answer.
We don't need to fill it in. Our brain processes it without the word.
Yes, exactly. Right, we don't count them because our brains are in a huge rush, right? We're just moving, we're trying to extract meaning from the world, and we're just moving past these incredibly familiar things. We are habitualized when we read words on a page, especially workaday prepositions like to or of or for, simple combinations of letters we've seen thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of times. We automatically slip into comfortable, recognizable patterns, and we don't pay as much attention. Perception is selective, right? We've seen the word of so many times it dims out of our consciousness, so maybe we don't actually see it anymore. The eye glides and the brain makes assumptions that it's actually there. That's what we're assuming those words are spelled well. Sometimes we miss typos, right, when we're reading quickly. Cliches are simply bundles of words, like letters inside of words. These are words inside of sentences that have been grouped together so often that they've become as familiar to us as the pairing of the letters O and F. Convention has solidified certain packets of words into linguistic blocks that we plug into sentences as if they were single units. In its original sense, cliché might have indicated a ready-made unit of type, a metal plate from which issued unending standardized reproductions of print or design. In the era of manual typesetting, gasping for breath, for example, could have been an actual block of type a typesetter could plug into a sentence, just like bolt upright or a chill ran up my spine or covered in sweat or crack of dawn. The trouble with cliches is that because of their repeated use, they gradually become invisible to us. Cliches don't ask us to see exactly what makes an eye glint or what's so clear about a crystal, or what it actually feels like to rear up in bed after some kind of creepy sadomasochistic orgasmic dream. As writers, we might unwittingly pluck a cliche here and there from our memories because we're in a rush, or because we tell ourselves we'll fix it later, or because we're being lazy some under-rested Tuesday. We choose them both at the sentence and the narrative levels because we're afraid of becoming obtuse, afraid to divorce sweat from its stubborn predicate prickle, afraid to fail. We don't have the will or the time or the courage or the skill to invent a new grammar, so we use the grammar that people who have gone before us have used. But when I commit little failures like this, when I scramble to employ the clumsy symbols of language to try to articulate things that are ultimately beyond language, who exactly am I failing? Until 1869, when this white guy, Leo Tolstoy, published War and Peace, war in world literature was typically presented as splendid and spectacular. Military histories presented panoramas of glory and grandeur. But Tolstoy wanted to write a new kind of history, one that blurred fiction and reality, objectivity and subjectivity. He wanted to take the cliches of war and show his readers their constituting units, to take familiar, and to use my mom's phrase, store-bought, values like glory and heroism and honor, things as familiar to his contemporary Russian readers as the word of is to us, and to borrow the critic James Wood's image, flip that martial tapestry, that glorious tapestry, around to reveal the unsightly tufts of threads on the other side. 33 years later, another white guy, James Joyce, a med school dropout, was walking the streets of Paris, scribbling what he called epiphanies into a notebook, little jottings of overheard conversations or fleeting observations. Joyce was frustrated by the cliches and tropes of popular fiction. He saw them as chivalric romances and short stories that required a set of coincidences or contrivances of circumstance to generate their plots. Joyce found such artifices unacceptably crude. He wanted to grasp towards something that he believed was truer. So he began transforming his notebook epiphanies into short stories with different kinds of structures, a new kind of structure, stories that really reached toward concluding moments in which he felt, quote, the soul of the commonest object leaps to us from the vestment of its appearance and becomes radiant. In a sense, he wanted us to see those little F's that had become invisible to us through habitualization. Of course, the structures of the short stories he was writing were so unfamiliar to readers in the second decade of the 20th century that in his first story collection, Dubliners, was rejected 22 times over the course of 9 years and sold only 379 copies in its first year of publication, 120 of them to Joyce himself. That's my favorite. He bought a third of his copies. Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita was rejected 4 times by American publishers before a French publisher proved willing to take a chance on it. Gertrude Stein submitted poems to magazines for 22 years before having one published. A Wrinkle in Time was rejected 26 times before it was published. Gone with the Wind was rejected 38 times. J.K. Rowling's first Harry Potter novel was turned down 12 times before Bloomsbury took a chance on it. Faulkner's first novel, Sanctuary, was called unpublishable. Jorge Luis Borges' work was initially deemed, quote, untranslatable, and Marcel Proust, after the third rejection for Remembrance of Things Past, decided to finance the publication of that book himself. Unfortunately, there are very few commiserative moms in charge of the marketplace ready to hand out prizes for most original. Most books that are truly original, that try to invent a new kind of grammar entirely, hover at the edges of the culture for years before they're either championed by someone influential or they vanish. 5. You guys are 2/3 of the way done. Among many minor ones, at least one large-scale failure lurks in this talk thus far. Pretty much all of my aforementioned examples, Thomas Mann, Thomas Bernhard, Virginia Woolf, Flaubert, Nabokov, Tolstoy, Joyce, J.K. Rowling, Proust, besides being Caucasian and predominantly male, those are more failures, suggest that success is something that eventually comes to those who first fail and fail repeatedly, that the most assiduous and tenacious and lucky among us, that the people with the most grit, perhaps, can manage to fashion their failures into rungs sturdy enough to carry them out of the flames of their mistakes into the glorious sun-drenched meadows of accolades and applause and adulation. For worse, the insinuation in my previous sections could be that this kind of success is something we should all be striving for, This fallacy is so insidious that it lives inside our very language. In my thesaurus, believe it or not, the word success is matched amongst other groaners to bestseller, mega hit, winner, big name, superstar, and shiver celebrity. To succeed is to be desired, to succeed is to be celebrated, to succeed is to sell. But is that the sort of success we and our kids should always chase? An equation that correlates higher levels of commercial success with higher levels of happiness suggests a graph that I've almost never seen come true in real life. Did selling lots of paintings make Mark Rothko happy? Did selling lots of albums make Kurt Cobain happy? Did selling lots of books make Hemingway happy? If we rely on extrinsic yardsticks to measure our success, if we count how many promotions we've won, how many A's you get, how well we score on standardized tests, how many site visits we get, or how many followers we have, are we setting ourselves up to be our best selves? I had to put that up there because I don't understand any of it. But I mean, it's like, whatever. I guess he's the second most popular person after Katy Perry on Twitter. What I'm getting around to proposing this morning is a different question. What if sometimes it might be desirable to try something just to try it? Not to try it for the sake of a later, distant, but inexorable success, but just to try it for the sake of trying it, for the sake of dreaming, for the sake of the journey itself. What I'm proposing this morning is that if you want to write, maybe you ought to fashion things out of these tricky and unreliable entities called words, just as a kind of play. Right, Gay? Are you with me? We were just talking about play. If you want to paint, maybe you ought to put color on canvas just as a kind of play. And if you want to make a movie or choreograph a dance or learn a language or write a song or design a home or build a computer game or study ancient Greek, maybe you ought to chase any of those dreams simply as a way to allow yourself to play and to play as well as you can, only because honing a craft and learning things brings you pleasure, not necessarily because there is any result at all attached to the outcome. Here's the cartoonist Bill Watterson describing the years after he graduated from college. I designed car ads and grocery ads in the windowless basement of a convenience store, and I hated every single minute of the 4.5 million minutes I worked there. When it seemed I would be writing about midnight madness celebrations for the rest of my life, a friend used to console me that the cream always rises to the top. I used to think, so do people who throw themselves into the sea. For the 5 years that Watterson drew grocery ads, he also drew comic strips on the side, including one about a boy who had an annoying little brother who carried around a stuffed tiger. No one read what he was making. To endure 5 years of rejection, he said, requires either a faith in oneself that borders on delusion or a love of the work. I loved the work. Eventually, a syndicate showed interest in the strip about the boy with the stuffed tiger. Within a year, Calvin and Hobbes was showing up in 250 daily newspapers, and not long after that, it was appearing in about 2,500 dailies around the world. As my comic strip became popular, Watterson said the pressure to capitalize on that popularity increased to the point where I was spending almost as much time screaming at executives as drawing. Cartoon merchandising is a $12 billion a year industry. I'm sure it's more now. And the syndicate understandably wanted a piece of that pie. But the more I thought about what they wanted to do with my creation, the more inconsistent it seemed with the reasons I draw cartoons. The so-called opportunity I faced would have meant giving up my individual voice. It would have meant my purpose in writing was to sell things, not say things. Art would turn into commerce. In short, money was supposed to supply all the meaning I'd need. So Watterson refused no Calvin and Hobbes t-shirts, no stuffed animals, no soft drink cups, no movie, no TV show, no theme park. He did his best to remove money values from the equation and drew the strip not to sell products, but simply to draw the strip. Was that a failure or a success? Yeah, all right, I got it. I was kind of sort of a leading question. Here's Virginia Woolf. I desire always to stretch the night and fill it fuller and fuller with dreams. Here's Brian Doyle. He's an exuberant novelist from Oregon, a friend of mine who unfortunately just passed away. If we do not dream, then I think perhaps we are misusing our heads. They are not on our shoulders only to be farms for hair. Isn't ultimately nothing more important than the dreaming that you fought through your failures of nerve, that you tried to execute your vision as carefully as you could, that you danced just to dance, drew just to draw, sang just to sing, that you doubled your consciousness, suspended your disbelief, mirrored yourself, pursued a curiosity, built your paper armor. 6. Almost there. The night after that Halloween costume contest in 1979, I lay awake in bed for a long time and finally decided 2 things. 1, that my mother did not know what she was talking about, and 2, that original was a synonym for crappy. For years I thought this. Anytime the word original was employed in anything, I ran from it. To be original was to be lousy. To be original was to be avoided. To be original was to fail. I wanted nothing more than to be the anonymous kid who sat down at the lunch table with a bologna sandwich, a bag of Fritos, and a nice conformist carton of chocolate milk. Now, as a working writer who sits at a keyboard every morning, I have to remind myself every day that it's okay to accept failure, that language is only an arbitrary system of semblances and symbols, that languages live alongside living people, billowing around us in this ever-changing, naturally selecting cloud. Worlds mean more than one thing to more than one person, and they mean one thing one day and another thing the next. In practice, as Bertrand Russell said, language is always more or less vague, so that what we assert is never quite precise. And he was right. Can the word tree ever do any more than approximate the great shivering, growing, clattering, blooming, steadfast thing that is a tree? Can the word marriage ever come remotely close to suggesting the fortifying, confusing, exhilarating journey that is a marriage? In the spaces between words and sentences and paragraphs lurk snags and silences and pits into which we all as writers inevitably must fall. You can never control all the possible outcomes of any sentence you write. The best you can do is make the thing as carefully as you can and then let go. And here's Wisława again. I quoted her last night. As the Polish poet Wisława Szymborska put it, poets, if they're genuine, must also keep repeating, I don't know. Each poem marks an effort to answer this statement, but as soon as the final period hits the page, the poet begins to hesitate, starts to realize that this particular answer was pure makeshift. That's absolutely inadequate to boot. So the poets keep on trying, and sooner or later the consecutive results of their self-dissatisfaction are clipped together with a giant paperclip by literary historians and called their oeuvre. The title of this talk comes from a German proverb, einmal ist keinmal, once is never. Sometimes people take this to be an expression of futility, as in, what happens once might as well have never happened. As in, if you try something and it doesn't work, you should have never bothered to begin with. But others think it means something else. They say maybe once is never means once doesn't count so much. Maybe it means once isn't forever, or once won't do any harm. Maybe it means it's okay to make mistakes, that all our onces add up to something, even if all our onces are nevers. Or maybe I'm working too hard there, I'm not sure. Or as Winston Churchill may or may not have said once, I couldn't figure out if he actually said this or not, success is stumbling from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm. I want to close with a paragraph from Stephen Milhauser's 1996 novel, Martin Dressler. It's one of my favorite books. In the novel, our protagonist, named Martin Dressler, has designed and constructed a series of hotels. Each one is more popular and outlandish, commercially successful than the last, but towards the end of the book, Martin has built his final hotel, a strange and massive vertical labyrinth called the Grand Cosmo. And people have not flocked to it the way they have to his other buildings, and the hotel is empty, and Martin is trying to understand how he feels about this. For a building was a dream made stone. The dream lurking in the stone, so that the stone wasn't stone only, but dream, more dream than stone. Look at all those repetitions. Dream, stone, and dream steel forever unlasting. Friendly powers had led him along dark paths of dream. They had been good to him. To him, Martin Dressler, son of Otto Dressler, seller of cigars and tobacco. For really he had traveled a long way since the days when he rolled out old Tecumseh into the warm shade. For he had done as he liked. He had gone his own way, built his castle in the air, and if in the end he had dreamed the wrong dream, the dream that others didn't wish to enter, then that was the way of dreams. It was only to be expected. He had no desire to have dreamt otherwise. Is this not Milhauser ruminating on commercial and critical success? Isn't he questioning the ways we measure results? Isn't he saying, hey, I wrote my books, I dreamed my dreams, and if you don't want to enter my books, at least I dreamed them as well as I could, and I have no desire to have done otherwise. If all of art making, as Thomas Bernhard suggested, is a catastrophe, if our only tools are to use our clumsy, ever-evolving system of symbols to fumble after a vision that dwells in the universe beyond symbols, if we could never fully realize what the writer Steve Almond once called, quote, the staggering promise of the unwritten, then why not measure success simply by asking ourselves if we dreamed our dreams with as much care as we could? At a time when anxiety and depression are now the most common mental health diagnoses among college students, when some young people feel so much pressure to avoid making mistakes in front of their peers or parents that universities are reporting quote, suicide clusters, when social media puts unrealistic pressures on millennials to display perfect versions of themselves to peers, when a recent study at Duke University described how its female students experience enormous pressure to, quote, be effortlessly perfect, smart, accomplished, fit, beautiful, and popular, all without visible effort, when the director of the Counseling and Psychological Services at the University of Pennsylvania, a university which has seen 14 student suicides since 2013, is quoted in the New York Times as saying, quote, for some students, a mistake has incredible meaning. We clearly need to be exploring different understandings of what it means for our children and ourselves to fail and succeed. In every human endeavor, a strange and unpredictable breach will always exist between what we can imagine and what we can execute, between what we want to make and what we are able to make. The important thing I've come to believe is that we embrace that breach. As I try to immerse myself in a new novel, I fail at the sentence level every 3 minutes. I try to get inside a character and make a sentence more musical, fill it with brighter images. I try to write a scene about a character getting nervous, and the first thing that comes to mind is sweat prickles the top of her scalp. I erase the sentence, I try again, I fail again. It has taken me 37 years to appreciate the wisdom of my mother, that the beauty is not in the result, but in the attempt. To build our castles in the clouds, to sew a quilt or start a painting, to compose a song or bake a pie or raise a family or engineer a better automobile or even just write a single paragraph. We need to live with the fear that we will stink, that no one will pay any attention, that we will blunder about like fools, the fear that we will take our glorious, flawless, embryonic ideas and butcher them on the altar of reality. I hope that as you leave here with spring coming to Texas and exams and grades and the end of the semester not far off, you will all go back into your lives a little more willing to pile up a big mess of black poster board and walk around with it in the rain. Thank you, guys. There's my desktop. All right. I think I have 5 or 6 minutes or something, maybe a little bit of time. Happy to take questions, but don't feel badly if you have to go either. It's very kind of you to come out at all. Yeah.
Hi. My husband likes to write poetry, and he did a lot in college, and he kind of took a break, and he's gotten back to it. And I'm wondering what you recommend for the wife or husband of a writer. And I don't just mean like, oh, be patient with them. Like how to encourage them. He's pretty, I don't know, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, it's a really nice question. Just be as supportive as you can, and also you can be realistic with him, be like, I need help when I need help. And I think just be as communicative as you can and make sure that your needs are being communicated as clearly as you can so that there's no resentment, but also just let him keep chasing that, because that might make him a better partner and a better dad and a better human being to be with. And the last thing you want is to live with somebody who's resentful or regretful, but you also don't want to resent the time that he might be taking away. So it's always this impossible balance to try to find. And unfortunately, and especially in our culture, I think, if he starts selling poems, suddenly it's easier because the rest of the society says, well, now there's a capitalist reason for him to be doing this. And I think what I'm trying to ask today is say, there's just a reason for him to be a better and more soulful person if he's doing it. And do you love the person he is more when he's doing this? And those are really big, complicated questions. I just think everybody who supports an artist out there is an incredible person, and it's really kind of you to do that, but make sure you're always voicing your own thoughts about it at the same time. Yeah, hi.
Hi, yeah. So I guess I have a few questions. Sometimes whenever I talk to people about writing, they always seem to say, and we see this in the lives of the best writers, that they had a very regular schedule. But they kind of end up overcorrecting and treating inspiration as if it's a bad thing. So one question is like, do you still believe inspiration can be legitimate? Because I feel that really hardcore writers are like, don't ever go on your emotions. Do you ever feel like when you're writing, you're like, I'm in the zone and I'm just gonna, go through this. If you could just tell us about your writing rituals. And also, I loved what you said about failure and everything, but in your own personal experience, when you're writing this book that's a great success, did you ever have some catatonic moments where you're like, I'm not going to finish this. This is going to totally fail. I've had this before, on a thesis or something, and it works out fine. But
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, catatonia is the normal state. I mean, the head on the desk is the normal state. I mean, that book took 10 years to write, and there's so much doubt involved, especially you get 8 years in and your wife is like, what are you doing? Like, I haven't seen a page of this thing. She doesn't even know if I'm just watching baseball in my office or something. So there's so much anxiety about, can I ever pull this whole thing together? That's really the general state. I love what you're saying about inspiration. I don't necessarily ever feel like a magical muse has descended on me from ancient Greece and inspired, like literally breathed magic into me, and I'm just channeling. I'm always skeptical of a writer who's like, well, I just invent the characters and then I close my eyes and I just write down what they say. And, for me, it's never that new agey. It's almost always work. But there are days, just like maybe for those of you who run or something, there's days when your knees hurt, everything's miserable, you're just grinding. And there are days when you kind of get through the first mile and suddenly everything gets a little lubricated and you're like, my body feels pretty good today. I got 8 hours of sleep last night and I'm feeling a little sharper. And sometimes that writing actually is better. I've just got enough experience to mistrust. Sometimes you feel like you're in this great groove, but then you sleep and wake up and you realize, that actually wasn't as good as I thought it was. Or you get a lot of caffeine in you and you're like, I know, they'll all be robots. And you execute that. And then the next day, they're not robots. Hi.
I was wondering about editors, working with editors, how to find a good editor. What was that process for you?
Yeah. Well, I've been lucky enough that I've had the same editor, at least at my publisher, the editor who edits my books, my whole career. So I found her by getting an agent, and then she goes ahead and sells the work to a publisher. So I've been working with Nan for all 5 books. She is, it's always very fraught with anxiety because, it takes her a while before you hear back anything. And then you get, usually there's like a 4 or 5 page typed letter, and then you get the manuscript with pencil marks all through it. She's great at using question marks. She'll say, what do you think about cutting all of this here? Question mark? But basically that means cut all this right here. And for me, I'm to the point where I'm just so grateful to have another intelligence looking at the thing and trying to improve it. And I know her well enough to know she's not trying to steer it towards something more commercial. She's just trying to make it a better thing, more intrinsically better. That I'm just so grateful for it. So my agent, found her, and she says, well, Nan has a good reputation. Let's see what she, if she's interested in the book. But in your life, even if you remove the whole capitalist part of it, I think finding somebody who you trust that isn't necessarily related to you and has no skin in the game and who can be honest with you is incredibly valuable. It helps thicken up your skin a little bit. And you just have to remember, writing is this fundamentally optimistic thing that you're assuming something can be communicated to a stranger. And so you owe it to the work to share it with somebody else eventually. When you get to the place where you might not think everything's perfect, but you can no longer articulate what's wrong with it, that's the time to give it to somebody else. They can help you understand how it needs to be improved. Finding a reader like that who you trust is so valuable. And, cherish that person. Be like, thank you for reading my 400-page vampire novel. I really appreciate it. Yeah, hi.
How do you balance this approach to originality where you can try lots of things with saying, I actually, in this case, I was successful and there's a finish line here and I got it right this time and this story really did work?
Yeah, I'm never really feeling like there's ever a finish line. Eventually, you just get to a thing so far along that you're like changing sentences, that you changing them back to the way they were the day before, or you're just taking out commas and you put the commas right back in. So I usually just get that. I never really believe it's finished, but I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna see if somebody will read it. One of the tragic things about a Pulitzer Prize is then people are more reluctant to challenge the work, and I want them to be like, if it's bad, tell me, or fix it, help me. I don't want them to just publish it, because sometimes a publisher's or a magazine's just like, oh yeah, let's print it, it looks good. I'm like, no, it's not good. It's not. I need help. Make it better first. So, you never really know when things are done, but you just have to balance, does this satisfy me enough? When I read through it after a night's sleep, does it seem whole? Does it have an ending? And the other really nice thing about deadlines is that they're there. So if you, especially for magazine pieces or school things, your PhD dissertation, basically on April 1st, it will be done. And that's a good way to work too sometimes. Even if you're just artificially making deadlines with a friend who's reading your work, that can be really helpful, or a writer group. Yeah, Wendy.
You've shared a lot of great works with us. Do you have any favorite writing books by either writers or craft books that you particularly go to, or do you no craft books?
I maybe don't look at them as much, but certainly in my 20s and maybe early 30s, I looked at them a lot. John Gardner's The Art of Fiction, which is kind of maybe old and long in the tooth now, was really important to me. Yeah, he talks about that kind of idea of the unbroken dream that you're flowing in front of a reader's mind. That was a really important idea to me. More inspirationally feel-goody was Annie Dillard had a book called, can't remember, but it's just Google Annie Dillard's writing book. And that was all kind of about get it going. Your life is short, and how you spend your hours is how you spend your life. And that was pretty compelling to me. She has a book called On Tinker Creek, something like that, which is a beautiful book. But this is a book just about writing. It's short. You can read it on one airplane flight. And it is quite motivating in terms of, okay, I have to get going on this dream if I really want to keep chasing this. And she just says things like, spend it all. If you have an idea, use it. Don't put it in a safe and save it for when you're 65 and have time. Do it now. Run this stuff out now while you can. That's pretty compelling. You have to balance that art monster thing, versus having a family and having a life too. And, there's the argument that, if you don't have your whole heart in it and you're totally staking everything on it, then you're not a true artist. But you also want to be able to have friends and be fit and have a family and feed your children. Right. That's always a really difficult balance. I feel for everybody who's trying to do that. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite writers or novelists or writers you can find particularly influence your style?
Yeah. Certainly people who I turn to when I get stuck. I mentioned Virginia Woolf a bunch during this visit. She's somebody who I can go back and read those sentences and I'm like, oh yeah, this is why I wanted to do it. When I get stuck or I get down, or I'd be like, this is too hard, I can get re-energized by her work. That's true of a South African writer named J.M. Coetzee, C-O-E-T-Z-E-E. He has a book called Disgrace that really kind of made me re-understand what a novel could be. And so sometimes I'll just grab Disgrace off the shelf and just look at a few paragraphs. When I was younger, the writer Cormac McCarthy was important to me. He writes these kind of neo-biblical westerns, but absolutely beautiful sentence writer, and so I would go look at him. There's a poet named Anne Carson, who I talked about a little bit yesterday with some students. She is just, her sentence making is electric. She's a classicist from Toronto somewhere, but she writes poems that are really beautiful and alive. There's a short story writer named Alice Munro, M-U-N-R-O, and her stories are just so moving. And they seem traditional, but then you start examining them and they really take these radical risks. A character will age 40 years during a space break or something. And she writes beautifully about aging and loss of memory. Yeah.
Mr. Cormac McCarthy, excuse me. Comparing you and Cormac McCarthy, I'm going to say something that's praise towards you.
Okay,
I'm
boy.
a tremendous Cormac McCarthy fan, but his books, they're terrifying. They're terrifying
dark.
To read, and they're beautifully written, and I lose a lot of faith in humanity. I mean, I feel Blood Meridian I don't recommend it. It's one of the best books I've ever read.
And The Road, does everybody know this book, The Road, he wrote? Oh my gosh, it's just harrowing.
I found hope in that somehow towards the end. It's like his most hopeful book.
Right.
Like your book, you write as beautifully about nature and place, and it's a complete. I'm lifted with what I feel is good about humanity. So it's anyway.
That's
That's
nice.
why I've come to your books.
Maybe I can tie it all the way back to the first question about your partner trying to write poems. For me, it's like my wife is my first reader, and she's such a hopeful person, and so I kind of want everything I write to please her a little bit. And so I think if I wrote Blood Meridian, she'd be like, another scalping? Like, who else is going to die? So, you know, we talked a little bit about the end of All the Light. There's this scene of sexual violence against this girl, Yutta, and, you know, I felt such an obligation to try to render that because I had been reading, I had known about how much sexual violence was done to young girls in Berlin at the end of the war, but she kept arguing, like, tone it down, like, I don't want this to happen to her. And so there was this pinioning against, like, historical accuracy and what I felt like my purist audience wanted. And so trying to balance those things maybe took some of the horror out of the book, which is maybe a morally complicated thing, but it also makes it, maybe allows it to feel a little more hopeful at the same time. So I think that comes from my wife. Yeah, hi. Wow, that's a lovely question. Maybe I'll expand it to just art making in general. And remember, I have a self-interest in it because I chose to do this with my life, so I like to think it makes you a better person, but I don't really know for sure. But I think it helps you slow down and pay attention to the world. And we were talking yesterday at lunch, there was a couple who's going to Italy, I don't think to the UD campus, but somewhere near Rome to take a sketching class. And I think that kind of exercise, even if it's just some amateur sketching for 8 days, it slows you down, it gets your phone out of your life, and it helps you look at the world with a kind of attentiveness that I think the world deserves. I think maybe part of the reason that we are, you know, there's also just the huge quantity of humans on the earth right now, but part of the reason we're a little less careful about ecological destruction than we should be is that we're not always really paying attention to the world the way I think we should be. So slowing down and paying attention, that can be through, you know, going out with a camera and taking photographs. It can be from making movies. It can be from writing songs and making dance, or, you know, in my case, trying to put words down on a page. There are all ways to try to maybe pay more attention to this thing that is the world. And I think it's also just something good for your body and your soul. I mean, the sitting part is not good for your body, but the idea of making things, you return to the world kind of refreshed sometimes, you know, kind of in the way exercise does for you too, I think. I hope. Maybe last question? Or maybe no more questions. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I really appreciate it.
Hey Raph, how's the search going? Terrible. I've been up all night trying to find something about my chaos target and no one's ever heard of her. I've checked Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Pinterest and I can't find anything. I've even asked the You have a Pinterest? Yeah. Huh. Anyway, the point is nobody knows who my target is. I've even asked the Charity Week chairs if there's been some kind of mistake and they said there are no registered students with this name. They have no idea how it got into my mailbox. Maybe it's aliens. That would explain everything. But how do we find them? If only there was something that we could look to for inspiration. Huh. Wait. I've got an idea. But be careful. This school's insurance policy doesn't cover blown minds.
If we're looking for inspiration, why not look to a work of one of the most influential authors of Western civilization? When was the last time you read this?
I didn't, I just used Schmoop. Anyway, are you saying we should just open the Iliad up to a random page and look for clues?
I mean, why not give it a shot?
With all due respect, this idea sounds like the plot of a lame short film designed specifically to appeal to UD students. I mean, can this book really accomplish all of this and do as we tell it?
Huh? Yet surely I am accomplishing all, and I shall do as you tell me.
Unbelievable.
That's book 23, verses 95 and 96. And, oh, wait. It looks like there's a slip of paper in here.
The aliens must have left it.
The aliens don't know how to do MLA formatting.
So we go to this page,
we follow the clues,
and they lead us to our target. This is such a big brain idea. Honestly, it's kind of a galactic brain idea.
Or a galactic brain niff idea.
What's the next page?
So book 20, verses 232 and 235. Ganymedes was the loveliest born of the race of mortals, and therefore the gods caught him away to themselves, to be Zeus's wine pourer for the sake of his beauty.
Beauty. You know what's beautiful?
PDK.
Let's go!
Oh, hey Zach, how's it going? I'm doing alright. Actually, I was just doing some grocery shopping. I'm really into meal prep lately, so it's going great.
That's great. We're on a little quest here, actually. We're looking for little slips of paper with verses from the Iliad on them. Have you seen any?
Actually, yeah, when I was shopping, Raj actually gave me one. Here, you can have it.
That's great, thank you.
But be careful, you know what they say in the Iliad. Like the generations of leaves, the lives of mortal men, now the wind scatters the old leaves across the earth. Now the living timber bursts with new buds and spring comes round. And so with men, as one generation comes to life, another dies away. Well, gotta go. This meal ain't gonna cook itself.
Zach would have made a really good philosophy major. Yeah. Anyway, now we have this.
Alright.
Book 1, verses 156 to 157. Indeed, there is much that lies between us, the shadowy mountains and the echoing sea. You know what this means, right? To find the next clue, you have to go overseas.
Overseas? Like, to Europe?
I hear Greece is nice this time of year.
Yeah, let me just spend thousands of dollars and skip several days of class just to find another clue for chaos. There's literally no way that I'm going to Greece.
Do you want to win chaos or not?
Hello from Greece. Just casually speedwalking past the Mediterranean, and I am very, very lost.
Well, good thing you called me. Let me just pull up a map and I can share screens with you. Have you found any clues yet?
No, not yet. Wait, I think I see something in the water. It looks like a slip of paper. I'm gonna jump in.
Oh, wait, can we just...
It's another clue. I'll be back in a moment.
Alright, check it out. How did you get back so quickly?
Oh, I traveled by map.
Alright, book 23, verses 803 to 804. Let them draw their armor upon them, and take up the rending bronze spears, and stand up to each other in the trial of close combat.
I think this means we have to fight each other.
Oh, you know what I left in the cap today?
What?
My rending bronze spear.
Man, looks like we can't have a bloody fight to the death then. But I think we both know what the next best thing is.
I think we do.
So I couldn't find the ping pong ball, but I could find this. Another slip of paper. I think we're getting close. Book 2, verses 2:12 and 2:20.
Thersites. Is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Thersites of the endless speech still scolded. Beyond all others, Achilles hated him. Wow. Thersites sure sounds like he was annoying.
Yeah. And you know what else is annoying? When you're trying to study outside on campus and then the bells go off every 15 minutes and you're trying to concentrate.
Yeah. If you were thinking of something, bells might go off.
And then you just completely forget what you were talking about.
You completely forget what you were talking about, and then when you think you have it again, the bells go off again.
Yeah. You know what this means, though? The tower is where the next clue is. Let's go. Book 13, verses 128 to 130 and 132 to 133. There the bravest formed apart and stood against the Trojans and brilliant Hector, locking spear by spear, shield against shield at the base, and horsehair crests along the horns of their shining helmets touched, so dense were they formed on each other.
Okay, so it's talking about interlocking, like putting things close to each other. What do we have that we could put close to each other?
What about my target's name?
Oh, I've got it. I just had it. It was... Oh, just try it. Okay, just try saying your target's name really quickly.
Libby Roll Arts? Libby Roll Arts. Liberal Arts.
It was never really an alien, but it's just that liberal arts seem alien to people who don't pursue goodness, truth, and beauty.
This whole time I thought my target was a chaos player, but really my target was a liberal arts education at the University of Dallas.
Gotcha. Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom.
A reading from the book of the prophet McGuire. Thus the Lord sent his servant Moses into the bland and rather boring city of Irving, to a bubble there called Udtv, because it had been written that the Lord would do this stuff. There was in this place a ruler calling himself Pharaoh Keith. Anyway, it was then that Moses approached this Pharaoh Keith and urged him to free the seniors from the enslavement of the core. Let them graduate and release them into the real world.
You must be the ruler of this place.
Yes, I am.
The Lord has sent me via the dart to tell you to let his people go. Release them. Let them graduate.
No.
Then the Lord will send down his sprite and will release his wrath upon this bubble.
Good luck with that. This place is invincible. I mean, look how long this building's lasted. I will never stop educating them, and they will learn forever.
People these days.
Anna, I am
so glad that we have the cap bar for Friday mornings after Kitchen staying up all night partying.
Well, what can I get for you?
Can we have 2 hazelnut shells on the rocks?
Sure, it'll be $7.50.
$7.50? Are you kidding me? What is it, like the nectar of the gods? It was $1 2 days ago.
Well, prices increase. I've heard that the university is trying to pay off Airmark because they're a front for the mafia.
Wouldn't even be surprised.
I mean, that makes you think of Miss Patty in a whole new way. Well, anyway, do you still want it?
No, it's okay. I can't really afford it if I want to do laundry for the rest of the semester. Think so.
You think this stunt in the cap bar is going to do you any good? I'm just gonna add more littrads, more philosophy classes, even a business class. And there's nothing you can do about it.
By the power of the Lord, I demand that you let my people go!
I will perpetuate their education, even if I have to raise a lot of money, give them a lot of scholarships to pay for it.
Where's the keg? It was here this morning, wasn't it? Yeah, I was here this morning. I had a drink of it for breakfast. Are the others meeting us there? Yeah, because they're going to the woods to help the boys light the bonfire because they nearly burned down the woods last time. Maybe they took the keg. Oh, I hope so. Are you ready? Yeah, this party's gonna be lit. Heck yeah!
And so now they just got like totally wasted, which is disgusting.
Oh my gosh.
It's you.
Have you had enough yet?
Tell me, what kind of God do you have that will do such things to his people, such as taking away his sustenance, their homes, and by homes I mean those woods that were destroyed and freshmen used to illegally drink there so they wouldn't get caught. Literally everyone knew that they were doing it.
Then the Lord will send his final plague and will save his people with gentleness and compassion. But for you and your servants, it's gonna be a little bit of a different story. They'll be stricken with a deadly virus called the flu, which could be prevented by a shot, but that's a story for another time, another place. Anyway. But the Lord's people will be protected, for they have been instructed what to do. And the rest will be driven off campus, forced to go to Mass at a different time, for they will cancel everything on this bubble. Except for classes. They found a new forest. Yes, Lord. Well, Malcolm actually started brewing his own coffee in the cat bar, so, you know, it'll be fine. Yeah, no, Lord. Oh, also, totally forgot. They sent so many emails about the flu. It was so rare.
Please, just take your people, take all the students, and just go. Get out of here, please. I'll throw a big lavish ceremony for your exit. We'll call it commencement. There'll be, you know, the hot Texas sun, and long protracted speeches that will keep you, you know, out in the sun, and it'll be great. Just please, just slow. Go. No more torments. What's next? No free Wi-Fi?
Alright, cool, thanks, bro. Yeah, I've had enough of this melodramatic stuff. I mean, I'm much more into, binge watching Netflix and stuff. I highly recommend The Crown.
Can I go now?
Yeah, sure. Bye, Felicia.
I want to thank Larry Allums, the executive director of the Dallas Institute. He has allowed us to use the space without having to pay any sort of rental fee. We're using their audio equipment. They're recording it for us. They were very gracious to us. We also have a long-time collaboration between the University of Dallas and the Dallas Institute. Many of our faculty teach for the Dallas Institute, and in particular, some of our faculty are fellows on the Dallas Institute. In particular, we think that the relationship particularly warm between the Braniff Graduate School and the Dallas Institute and the various programs that they and we put on. I'd also like to thank the Dean's Office for sponsoring this, the Alumni Relations and Advancement for co-sponsoring it and doing a lot of the groundwork for organization, and thank our speakers, and you'll find out who they are in a few minutes, and also thank Dr. Stryer for being willing to moderate this. Now I'll turn the mic over to Dean Perrins.
Thank you, Michael. I want to welcome everyone, and I want to do what deans do. What do deans do? Please, please, please give the Braniff Graduate School some of your treasure. There are some cards on the back table. There really aren't that many of them, but I really do ask you, if you can, dip down in just a few dollars here, a few dollars there. They do add up. They do add up. But anyway, really though, this will be a lovely event, but I just had to say that. And I'm really very grateful to Michael for spearheading this, to the Braniff Graduate Student Association for helping to put this together, to the Advancement Office for their great support, AV, everyone else. Thank you so very much, and I will simply turn it over to Stephen Stryer.
So thank you to Mike for organizing this and for asking me to moderate this on the slender qualification of having assigned a literate essay of dubious success in. But it is a topic I find fascinating, so I'm really eager to see what my colleagues have to say about this. I'm a professor in the English department. My own field is 18th century literature. I work on written things on writers like Wordsworth, Alexander Pope, Edmund Burke, historical narrative historiography, Walter Savage Landor, so romantic and 18th century writers. My own current project is a book called Alexander Pope and the Visions of History. So that's my background, but one of the exciting things is all of us teach Homer, certainly the English professors every year in the core, and I'm sure you've taught him, and Rich, maybe? Make lots of reference to him anyways?
Sure.
Of course. Just go with it. Just go with it. Yeah. So it's a great opportunity for the kind of cross curriculum conversation that the core, both at the undergrad and the graduate level, allows us to have. So the way we're going to do this is to, each of my four colleagues is going to speak for 5 minutes or so, just with some introductory thoughts. They're going to speak about the three speeches with which the three women who lament Hector conclude the Iliad, and then Rich will be offering some sort of overarching thoughts, and then we'll have a discussion among ourselves. But we'd like to pretty quickly try to open it up to all of you and really have a conversation among all of ourselves about this. So we're going to start with my colleague in the English department, Dr. Teresa Kenny, who's going to speak about Andromache. I had a brain cramp for a moment. Thank you. She's going to speak about Andromache. Dr. Kenny received her PhD from Stanford University. And she works on a whole series of writers, including metaphysical poets, Shakespeare, Jane Austen. And she, in addition to her book on the Christ child in medieval lit culture, which she co-edited with Mary Zahn several years ago, she has 2 books currently in process, under consideration. I want to know how you do this.
Had a sabbatical last semester.
Well used. The Christ Child Among the 17th Century Poets and Jane Austen's A Sense of an Ending. And she also recently published an essay, A Tale of Two Captains, Whose Heart is Worth Having, about Jane Austen's persuasion.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak here. I've never done a brand of salon before, so it's really interesting. I expected there to be like 5 people here. So I had no idea what it was like, really. My professor, Renee Girard, once said in a class back at Stanford, I'll get the name dropping over really fast. He once said in a class back at Stanford in the 90s that Homer taught the West to admire and pity the opposing side in a conflict. And this was important to him because it meant that Homer knew blaming the victim was scapegoating for one's own crimes. It led to the modern world's indiscriminate heroicizing of supposed victims, yes, but it nevertheless removed the veil that antagonism and conflict generates over one's own crimes. It removed the monstrous disguise that the imagination creates when one thinks of one's enemies. So it's really momentous that Homer chooses to end his story of the wrath of godlike Achilles with Hector's funeral, and that the last voices the poem's audience hears are of the bereaved. Not only that, but though Priam has had his big moment in reclaiming Hector's body in his dangerous encounter with Achilles, Homer has those last voices be those of a wife, a mother, and a sister-in-law. That's really, truly strange. Andromache's lament is the longest of these 3, and it is her 3rd lament over Hector and the future fate of their son in the poem. Andromache knew when she said farewell to him before, in Book 6, that he would not be coming back, and that the fate of Troy was embodied in his fate and sealed in his fate. 18 books later, husband and wife are reunited, but Andromache's prophetic laments have come true, and Hector is now just a corpse, albeit one preserved from Achilles' attempts at mayhem by the gods. Homer reminds us that Andromache has foreseen all this by having her repeat some of the same evils she associated with Hector's loss previously. Husband, you have died too young, leaving me a widow in the palace, and your son, whom we, his unhappy parents, brought into the world, is still a babe who, I fear, will never grow to manhood. For this city is doomed to perish utterly, as you have perished who watched over it, and kept its wives and children safe, who will soon be captive aboard the hollow ships, I among them. You, my child, will go with me and labor somewhere at menial tasks for some harsh master, or worse, perhaps, some Greek will seize you by the arm and hurl you from the wall to your death, angered perhaps because Hector killed his brother, father, son. For many are the Achaeans whose mouths have bit the dust at the hands of Hector, and your father was not a kindly man in battle. Now the people lament you throughout the city, Hector, and unspeakable grief your death has brought your parents. The bitterest grief of all is mine, because you did not die in your bed, stretching out your arms to me with some tender word that I might have treasured in tears night and day. Andromache is cradling Hector's head in her arms as she says these words, bringing tenderness back into the poem, as Homer did back in Book 6 in his memorable portrait of their little family. Andromache doesn't even wish him back at this point, though. In her final words in the poem, she merely wishes for that exactly final words. That is what she wants, and she will never get. Homer juxtaposes the 2 conflicting tasks of a man that endlessly generate a cycle. We admire Hector for his deep love of his wife, and we remember him striding through the palace and refusing to chat with the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, because he has only one thing in mind, seeing Andromache. But as he told her in Book 6, that love for her and for his city compels him to warfare. And I just was thinking this, that actually in the earlier lament that Andromache gives, she really is kind of blaming him for being that defender, and here the blame is definitely toned down. She's really not thinking in quite the same way. If he were a man who would hide in the palace to gain a few more hours, or days with his family, the city's fall and his family's death would be ensured. And he would feel shame before the Trojan women with their trailing garments. Why? Because Troy would hold out, and she and his child could only be safe as long as a man was manfully standing up to other men as bloody as he or bloodier. Andromache understands that if someone kills Astyanax, it might well be because Hector has killed someone dear to that Achaean warrior. But knowing this about Hector, she still wishes for him to have died unheroically in bed, so she might have had the treasure of last tender words to take with her through the rest of her days. It seems impossible for a hero whose epithet is man-slaughtering or bright-helmed at the end of this poem to be valued for the tenderness of his language to a woman. Hector loved her and feared her being led away as a slave if he should fail. But the audience has one more thing to lament. They know she will never again have a man who will love her as Hector did in her coming years of servitude. And Andromache is sure the offspring of their love will be a special victim of the Greeks' hatred. One of the last Achaean actions mentioned in the Iliad is the horrific murder of Astyanax, foretold in the sorrowing final speech of his mother.
Thank you, Teresa. Very interesting remarks. So next, also my colleague, Dr. Catherine Davis, is going to speak about the second speech by Hecabe, the shortest of the three, if I remember correctly, but no less interesting for that. Dr. Davis received her PhD from the University of Dallas, so alumni and a faculty member. Double duty?
Double duty.
Yeah, and she has published, among other things, a book on Liberty and Jane Austen's Persuasion from Lehigh University Press. So everyone go out and buy it. Amazon?
Sure.
It's very good.
It's at the library.
Well worth reading. Well, you all are rich alumni now, so you don't need libraries. And Dr. Davis also had an additional note to include that I'm going to read here. A proud Braniff alumna, Dr. Davis fondly recalls helping then Braniff Dean David Sweet pick out wine for the first Braniff Salon at the Dallas Institute, an event organized by the wonderful Ruth Ann Hunt, IPS Philosophy. So, I graduated in more ways than one.
That's right. Thanks, Davide. I am going to make the claim that Hecuba's speech alone reflects the human and divine generosity that have collaborated to bring this poem to an apt, though sorrowful, end. I know it's a little bit strange, but I think there's actually something pretty triumphant in her speech. I'm going to try and tease that out a little. So I want to go back for just a minute to book 22. This is that moment when, and I'm pronouncing Hecuba like Hamlet, so forgive me if that's not a kosher. Hecuba joins Priam on the walls and begs Hector to come back inside and fight Achilles from the security of the city. This is that point in the poem where the Greeks have pushed the Trojans all the way back, right, to the wall. So she bares her breasts and says, "Hector, my child, look upon these and obey and take pity on me, if ever I gave you the breast to quiet your sorrow. Remember all these things, dear child, and from inside the wall beat off this grim man. Do not go out as champion against him, O hard one. If he kills you, I can no longer mourn you in the deathbed, sweet branch, O child of my bearing. Nor can your generous wife mourn you, but a big way from us, beside the ships of the Argives, the running dogs will feed on you." It's a really striking thing to hear her shout from the walls, but her prognostication is reasonable. This is exactly what Achilles tries to do when he lost my spot. After he kills Hector, and after he drags the body, tethered by the ankles to his chariot around Patroclus' tomb during his daily constitutional, he drops the corpse on its face, right, and leaves it out for the dogs. So his hope is exactly what Hecuba is prophesying. And it's not a surprising prophecy. This is what one would expect, right? The treatment of a hated enemy. Had the gods not, I'm going to say the word, but you might refute me later. Had the gods not in their magnanimity intervened out of love for Hector, Hecuba's hypothetical would have become a reality, and the last scene of this poem could not have taken place. So her imagining that the dogs would eat him, that's what she expects. The gods are the ones who prevent this, of course, from happening. So jumping into book 24, her final speech is not actually that much of a lament. It is, certainly, but not in the tear-jerking way that Andromache's speech is. She asserts something that she cannot possibly know with certainty, but we readers do know with certainty that her assertion is right. So I'm going to read a part of the lament, of Hecuba's lament. You, when he Achilles, had taken your life with the thin edge of the bronze sword. He dragged again and again around his beloved companion's tomb, Patroclus's, whom you killed, but even so did not bring him back to life. Now you lie in the palace, handsome and fresh with dew, in the likeness of one whom he of the silver bow, Apollo, has attacked and killed with his gentle arrows. Hecuba speaks her speech in tears, but what she recounts is a triumph. Hector was dearest of all of her sons by far, but she celebrates with greater pride his dearness to the gods, who in the stage of death cared about you still, she says. So I think it's important to recall that Hecuba knows that the gods cared for Hector in death even more than she herself did or could have done. Earlier in book 24, when Priam tells her that a new heavenly messenger, that's Iris, you probably remember, has instructed him to go to Achilles and ransom the body, she pulls a Job's wife on him and, and tells him the following things. I'm going to paraphrase some of this. First, you've lost your wits, right? She says, where is that famed wisdom of yours? She's sure that if he goes, he's going to be killed too. Just another fatality of Achilles. Second, the heart in you is iron. That's the same line that Achilles speaks to Priam. So it's interesting that the two, I think it's being suggested that the two of them, Hecuba and Achilles, are linked in some way in their relationship to Priam and Priam's magnanimity. Stay here with me in the palace and weep for Hector, this is number 3, whose body is, as we speak, is being devoured by the gods of the Greeks' camp. This is completely hopeless, also a paraphrase, but you get the idea. And finally, number 4, I wish that I could set teeth in the middle of his liver and eat it. That would be vengeance for what he did to my son. So her desire for revenge makes her animal-like, again, just like Achilles, right? There's something really strange about that parallel. Okay, so now if we look back at the lament, this is why I'm suggesting it's not so tragic. It might be even a little bit wonderful. And I'm going to say that because I think that we see through her lament that she's wondering. I mean, she's in a posture of wonder. It's as if she's saying, what I could not fathom in my hopelessness, that is ransoming your body back, giving you a proper burial, and what I resisted, the gods have brought to pass. Your body is here, it's pristine, it's more beautiful and pure than it was the last time I saw you face to face. Remember book 6, he's covered in gore when he comes into the city. He won't even take the cup to pour out a libation that she offers him because he's ashamed of touching it. And now the natural thing would be that he'd be all gory now, right? We would expect that. But finally, Hecuba, through her allusion to Achilles' exertions on behalf of the memory of Patroclus, shows that she too has learned the wisdom of letting go of anger and the desire for vengeance. And I'm suggesting that that wisdom and that letting go of anger is the gesture of human generosity that matches the generosity of the gods when they preserve Hector's body from decay. So even though it is absolutely a lament, it's also at least bringing the poem to an apt close.
Well, thank you, Katie. Very interesting. Yeah, Hecuba's speech is really intriguing to me. Can't wait to get to that one in the discussion. So, because there are other departments other than English at UD, we like to acknowledge occasionally. We move on. And Dr. Teresa Danzi is going to speak about the final lament, that of Helen, of all people. She gets to have a word after a death that she is ultimately responsible for, and the very last word, exactly. Dr. Danzi is a classics professor who has her undergrad degree from UD, so Constantine is represented, PhD, University of Chicago. Her most recent publication is entitled The Tragedy of Pity in Sophocles' Oedipus Tyrannus, for the American Journal of Philology. She also has currently in process, under submission, an article on pity and estrangement within the families of Greek tragedy. So very relevant to questions of pity and estrangement in Homer, I imagine. So, please.
Thank you. So the prompt, I have to say, first of all, was kind of surprising to me as someone who studies tragedy because it is surprising to someone that the end of the epic ends with the mourning of what is considered the losers. But Aeschylus's Persians, the oldest tragedy, is a tragedy about the losers. And it is intended for an audience of Athenians, who were the victors. So at least in the 5th century, 300 years later after Homer, that resonates as something worthy of viewing, hearing, and experiencing, right, as an audience member. To echo what Stephen said, that Helen has the final of these speeches of lament and the final lengthy speech of the epic, because Priam does kind of get the last word in, right? There's a reestablishment of order at the end of the funeral, right? The feasting. So that is our kind of comfort closure, right, is returning to Priam. But before Priam, we have these 3 women who are performing this ritual lament. Women who are within the family are supposed to be the ones who weep for the dead. And they have been denied this right for several books now. And so we finally get this moment, this, I'd say, release for the family and for Troy to be able to lament Hector, who was their one protector. But that Helen has the last of these speeches and the final lengthy speech may be surprising, but as the casus belli, right, the cause of the war, her appreciation for Hector's death is perhaps the voice we most need to hear at the end of a bloody and exhausting tragic tale for which she is partially, at least, responsible. And I just want to read her speech very quickly in English. Hector, far dearest to my heart of all my husband's brothers, in truth, my husband is godlike Alexander, who brought me to the land of Troy. I wish I had died before then. For this is now the 20th year from the time when I went from there and have been gone from my native land. But never yet have I heard evil or spiteful word from you. But if any other spoke reproachfully of me in the halls, a brother of yours or a sister or brother's fair-robed wife or your mother, but your father was ever gentle, as if he had been my own. Yet you would turn them with speech and restrain them by your gentleness and your gentle words. So I wail alike for you and for my unlucky self with grief at heart. For no longer have I anyone else in broad Troy who is gentle to me or kind, but all men shudder at me. And I see this speech in Book 24 as really the most vulnerable speech of Helen after Homer has really built her up to be this incredibly strong woman, from being a silently obedient to Iris in Book 3 to then speaking before Priam as she is prompted to respond to him, to then having her own voice and initiating speech in Book 6 with Hector. And it's almost a troubling speech in that she's asking him to stay and sit a while, but he will not, right, because he must continue on. And of course, there is that possible connection of then Hector with Paris, and to fall into the same sort of tragedy, right, that Paris has brought us to. So starting perhaps a whole new tragedy. So I do see this kind of as the final development of Helen's character for Homer, and quite a contrast to the last moment we see her in Book 6. But in her speeches, it reveals someone fully aware of her role in the war, expressing guilt and shame, thereby giving her some sort of authorial power, while at the same time assuring readers and the men around her, or rather those who are the audience, the internal and the external audience, of her weakness, even here, which we must see, right, about a woman, particularly Helen. But she is also someone who seeks to be the ideal Homeric woman. She is obedient to the gods, an accommodating wife and daughter-in-law, a manager of the household, and someone who weaves, and not just any weaving, but the story of the war itself. Right, and it's the scholiast who says that the poet has formed a worthy archetype of his own poiesis in Helen. So she is someone who weaves, while at the same time asserting herself, even resisting the goddess Aphrodite and Paris alike. She is not afraid to challenge the role that literature has given her, knowing full well that it will lead to more shame. And I'm thinking specifically of Book 3 here. But she, of course, accepts it in the end, and in Book 6 reveals her full strength as a character, as Helen, in her conversation with Hector, where she makes her guilt and her shame clear, questions the masculinity of Paris, and includes the gods in her reproaches. Complimentary and maybe even flirtatious, Helen identifies Hector as the worthy man of Troy, who himself should sit and rest a while. And I would say that in this final speech, these themes of her previous speeches arise here again. And so I'll point out just a few. There's several things in this speech that are curious, but I'll point out just a few of them. Having acknowledged herself as blameworthy, as I mentioned in other speeches, Helen reiterates that sentiment, but not as one who is a dog, but one not worthy to have lived. She acknowledges the fate of her birth and thereby in some way shares the fate of Hector. Her relationship to Paris as the one who led her here reminds us, of course, of that other agent of war who must also share in the blame for Hector's death. I think it's also interesting that, it establishes her connection with the family and why she even has a right to speak, and why she can even, claim to be acceptable as a speaker. But it also foreshadows the fact that Achilles will, of course, die by Paris's hand. Hector's kindness, not his martial glory, receive pride of place here in her praise. Unlike Achilles, who speaks ill of Helen in Book 19, and unlike herself, she is the one who constantly blames herself, right, and admits guilt. Hector did not blame Helen or reproach her for her role in the war. He defended her with his speech when the speech of others was painful to her. With his death, no speech hereafter will defend her again. The loss of Hector threatens Helen's life and livelihood within her own walls. She may not become the slave that Hecuba and Andromache will become, and to be sure, she will once again live peacefully with her rightful husband, Menelaus, and I don't think we should ever forget that she is a victor here, right? That she will live and eventually be happy. There is some threat, right, until that time comes, but she is perhaps the only one who is victorious here. But in the near future, she can share in the victimhood, at least, of her female mourners for her loss of a protector, who is also the protector of Troy. And that, and I didn't read the last part of that, but that also connects her to the people. And it's right after her speech where it says that the people also, right, mourn Hector at that point in time. What Helen identifies in Hector as worthy of praise does not discount the importance of martial glory, however. The majority of the epic does this for us. Instead, she compels us to consider Hector as a hero of an additional sort, one who could see the tragedy of her role, so much of it beyond her control, and who could provide acceptance and comfort, perhaps even pity, in word and deed. Helen's cries for Hector beg us to do just as Hector did, to feel pity, not anger, for Helen and Hector alike.
Well, thank you, Teresa. One thing that's always very interesting to me that maybe we can do in the discussion is the theatricality of Helen as a character. She's given to arguably hyperbolic expressions of self-loathing that maybe I'm just cynical, but I often see as very convenient in preempting by defusing the loathing that would otherwise be expressed to her by those who are about to have their entire families killed for her sake. But it's very interesting, given that she is given the final word in the poem, basically. Yeah. Well, I started that.
But I just say, I mean, to have her have the last word, I think, speaks to her worth. She has to be worthy of that, right? So if all of her words are mere hyperbole, why would we care? I mean, are we going to end this with the voice of someone who is worthless? She has to be a worthy guerras, right? She has to be a worthy prize. And I think the fact that she constantly is a woman that is the Homeric ideal, and that she claims herself to be guilty, right? She admits that blame herself. No one else has to do that. And so in that way, she kind of, as you say, I think diffuses the reproach, but she has to, I think. I think she has to do that in order to keep herself alive, right? But also to kind of recognize that this prize is something that is both beautiful, right, and worthy in itself, which everyone can see, right? The Trojan. Sorry, I'm taking over here, but she has to be worthy of that role in the end, right? To kind of give Hector that sort of praise. You know, if we have a cynical view of her, then that says something about Homer.
Yeah. So she can arguably be both self-serving and utterly sincere at the same time.
I absolutely think so.
Yeah. I love it.
By survival.
To be continued. That's a great book for us to start. But first, Rich is going to give us some overarching remarks about whatever interests him. In this group, there are only 3 speeches, so you get to be the closer, you know. So Dr. Rich Doherty is a associate professor of politics at UD, also a graduate of our IPS program, PhD. He has edited and contributed to a collection of essays titled Augustine's Political Thought, forthcoming in June from University of Rochester Press. And his Oxford Bibliographies series entry on the City of God is forthcoming in 2019. He's currently at work on a book on Aquinas' treatise on law.
Thank you. I do also want to thank Mike Terranova. Mike's been tremendous in promoting these Braniff salons for quite some time, and it takes a lot of work. And so thank you, Mike. And at the Dallas Institute, it's always great to come here to kind of oasis in the midst of Dallas, which is hard to find. Well, I suppose I would be remiss if I didn't note the title of tonight's gathering: 3 Women and Hector.
Now I had to fight over who's Hector.
And the fact that the 3 women have spoken already. I suppose I'm left to be Hector. I have no desire to be dragged lifeless, however, around Dallas. But of course, it's not the women who do that. So
no.
Maybe we're safe. I do want one quick note I do want to make on the character of this peculiar conclusion of the work, which a couple other people have noted, ending with these lamentations. It reminds me a bit of Hobbes's observation, which he takes in part, I think, from Epicurus, of the fear of violent death. And that we're presented here, it seems, with a particularly vivid account, I think, of how the fear of violent death might affect the manner in which we assess the future, I think, and also our attachment to the present and to the past. I want to really just make 2 points arising from the action of Book 24. In the second point, I will go just a little bit beyond the text. So the first point, Priam is visited by Iris in Book 24 and told that he should go unarmed and pay a ransom to Achilles for the body of Hector, and that he will be protected in doing so. Priam then speaks to Hecuba about it, saying, "Come then, tell me, what does it seem best to your mind for me to do?" Hecuba, of course, tells him he's lost his mind. As Katie's quoted the passage, she says, "Where is that wisdom gone for which you were famous in time before? The heart in you is iron," she tells him, as Katie noted, a description Achilles also uses later in the book. And if anyone would know, it would be Achilles, who himself is told by Hector in Book 22, that he has a heart of iron. But by that heart of iron, Hecuba here seems to mean thick-headedness. That is, not simply a firm will. Her concern is, of course, that Priam is going to be killed by Achilles and the others, who have already killed so many of the weak sons of Priam. This is always remarkable to me, how they talk about their children. So, presumably, today's reader or moviegoer, upon reading these diatribes against his children by Priam, might think of Denethor, Lord of the Rings. But Priam will have none of it, though. And he responds to her concern by saying, "You will not persuade me," because he is certain that the word has come to him from the god, a term he uses. But if that is so, is his request to Hecuba for her view on the matter simply rhetorical and not meant to actually elicit a serious response from her? Or does he anticipate that she will encourage him on the escapade to recover Hector's body? In any case, Priam trusts that he will be protected, and he's steeled in that resolve by the appearance of Hermes along his route to Achilles. But in speaking with Priam, Achilles, as I mentioned, also refers to Priam's heart of iron. But here he seems to mean something different from that than what Hecuba meant. Achilles seems to mean a heart of resolve, so devoted to the honor of his son that he hazards his own life to recover Hector's body. But what of Achilles' heart of iron? A description Hector uses in Book 22, precisely in response to his, Hector's, own dying request that Achilles turn over his, Hector's, body to the Trojans in ransom to allow for a proper burial. Achilles will have none of that, and the abuse of Hector's body in Book 24 confirms for us his posture. So Hector is right that Achilles does have this heart of iron. But if Priam's iron heart makes him impervious to the dangers from Achilles, Achilles' iron heart, seen at the death of Hector, has now, it seems, in the discourse with Priam, been tempered by Priam's presence and importunities for the body of Hector. But Achilles also has a sense of self-awareness, having taken, we are told, full satisfaction in sorrow, and the passion for it, that sorrow, being gone from his mind and body. He warns Priam at the beginning of his discourse with him not to provoke him. That is, he seems to have curbed his rage, but it's not fully dormant. His own iron heart seems to have been softened by Priam, and the relative humanity shown by Achilles, along with the apparent blessing of the gods, leads Priam to trust in the circumstances of the ransom of the body, the safety of his return to Troy, and the acceptance of the 12 days of truce in order to properly mourn Hector. Second point. At the opening of Book 24, following Apollo's criticism of the gods' support for Achilles, Zeus takes up his argument with Hera again, defending Hector, and he says, "Yet Hector also was loved of the gods, best of all the mortals in Ilion. I loved him too. He never failed of gifts to my liking. Never yet has my altar gone without fair sacrifice, the smoke and savor of it, since that is our portion of honor." Zeus calls our attention to the piety of the Trojans elsewhere, of course, including in a pointed passage in Book 3, where again he's defending them against the criticism of Hera. We're reminded of the connection, especially because of the repeated language that Zeus employs describing the Trojan sacrifices. This is what he says in Book 3, line 44 and following. "For of all the cities beneath the sun and the starry heaven, dwelt in by men who live upon the earth, there has never been one honored nearer to my heart than sacred Ilion, and Priam, and the people of Priam of the strong ash spear. Never yet has my altar gone without fair sacrifice, the libation and the savor, since this is our portion of honor." It's the same language he uses in Book 24. my comment on it. Given my interest in Augustine, and as the current IPS students have mastered, or at least read, or at least been assigned Augustine this semester, it might be appropriate here to mention this discussion of piety, so praised here by Zeus, is of course taken up by Augustine in the opening chapters of Book 1 of the City of God, in which he asserts that the worship of the pagan gods did not bring the earthly success that some suggested was guaranteed by that piety. The critics of the imperial abandonment of the pagan worship, then, were wrong, Augustine argues, to assert that there was that assurance. Citing Book 2 of the Aeneid, Augustine notes, "Did not Aeneas see Priam before the altars, drenched with blood, the fires that he himself had blessed?" That's from Aeneid 2, 502. And then he continues, "Did not Diomedes and Ulysses slay the guardians of the topmost citadel, seize the sacred image, and the bloody hands dare to touch the fillets of the virgin goddesses?" That's Aeneid 2, 166. What the history of the pagan gods and heroes teach us, Augustine concludes, is that, quote, "it was not the men who were protected by the image, but the image by the men." So we might think further then about the efficacy and trustworthiness of divine assistance, an issue which Homer himself, of course, does not attempt to conceal from the reader.
So, yeah, at this point, we'll just begin by having a bit of a conversation among ourselves, and we'd like to pretty quickly open it up to all of you. So please have your questions, comments ready. Not speeches, hopefully, but get very excited about Homer. I wanted to start off with a question, really, that comes at Homer by way of Milton, which is a UD thing to do, I know. So, but it occurred to me that, so I'm just behind the syllabus, as always, just getting through Book 2 of Paradise Lost, and...
I'm further behind.
Okay, a lot better. I mentioned 3 today. So. Okay. But one of the things we talk about is the unnerving, disorienting way in which so many of the great qualities of the epic heroes, including those of the Iliad, are summed up and arguably surpassed or exceeded in Milton's Satan within the first 2 books. Do you agree or disagree with that? Evocative things. But the reason I bring it up here is that I do think this causes us, I think Milton intends to cause us to rethink the paradigm of classical heroism, the heroic code, honor, and perhaps to suggest its insufficiency as an end in itself for a Christian audience. Well, it occurs to me that we might ask similar questions about Homer's own ending, in which the one thing that none of the 3 women say is, the one thing they don't articulate is the understanding of honor and the heroic code that has driven heroic action throughout the poem. That is to say, yes, defense of your family and city, especially on the Trojan side, is a motive, but for both armies, there is the desire to acquit yourself well, to be remembered as having strived for honor. Can't control when you die, but you can control the manner in which you encounter the enemy and the way people talk about you. And I think particularly of that moment early in the poem when Hector challenges one of the Greeks to single combat, and Aias ends up drawing the short stick, as it were, right? But remember, he says, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's something along the lines of, and if you lose, they'll say that he died in battle at the hands of Hector, right? And if I got that right, but the idea is that even, I mean, it's boastful, of course, but the idea is that even in losing, to be engaged in this great combat is worthy of commemoration. Okay, so this is the one thing that I don't think any of these 3 women say in quite those terms. Even when Andromache celebrates, or commemorates, celebrates is certainly the wrong word, commemorates her husband's role as a guardian, it is to lament the after effects. He was such a ferocious guardian of us and got so carried away in seeking honor that we're going to have to suffer the consequences, both of his not being here to defend us and of the revenge, the cycle of revenge that now will sort of rebound upon us at the hands of those whose brother or friend or whatever he slaughtered. And so I just be interested in what you all think this ending in any or all of the speeches does to the notion, the heroic code, the notion of honor that has motivated so much of the action throughout the poem. Is it being modified, called into question, rejected entirely, or none of the above?
Well, I think he has his cake and eats it too, because while the ladies, I think there's a very serious purport to the women not enunciating or praising the heroic code at the end of the poem. At the same time, while they're talking about Hector, the end of the poem is getting him the Kleos that he wanted. So that's what I mean by his having it both ways. But I do think that letting the women speak last allows for another code to be enunciated. That's what I was interested in with Andromache, that she's thinking of her husband as a human being whose last words she will never get to remember, and she wants something to think over while she's weeping in the future years. She wants that last close word. She uses a great word that means close or intimate or shrewd, or wise. That last word that she didn't get from him. And I think that's a glorious thing to have in mind while you're reciting the end of this poem, that the wife would think about him that way when other people don't. I mean, Helen does. She thinks of his tender or gentle words as well. But it's so dripping with irony. It's so filled with irony that that they can value Hector for such a completely different reason than what he valued himself for, and that Homer can actually, in some ways, ratify both things at once.
Stephen, I want to know what your students say.
Oh gosh, what do they say?
Feel free, of course, but.
Yeah, well, in all seriousness, I think the thing that's, and this is interesting, especially because you spoke about Hecabe. Hecabe's speech is certainly the one they find hardest to take into account. It's the most tantalizing, and it's frankly not what you would expect from his mother. I mean, his mother, she's fixated on the condition of his corpse. Now, you could understand there being a certain comfort in that, right? A certain comfort in not having to see the effects of the violence on him, but there's nothing about what he actually did in life. It's about the ineffectual nature of Achilles' revenge, and she does say, you were dear to the gods, you were dear to me, and the rest is about his body. So she's commemorating her dead son by talking about his corpse, whereas I think it makes sense to them that Andromache would lament him as a husband and as a defender, and lament the effects. We talk a lot about the sort of way in which the lid is blown off civilization, and Diomedes as a river that is surging over the banks, earlier in the poem. So it makes sense to them that Andromache would lament that happening through her husband's own acts of defense, that it sort of unleashed this violence. Helen, although as a character very tantalizing, and you're never sure how, I'm being persuaded to take her much more sincerely than I normally do. So, but at least what she says, even if you just took it as self-interest, which I never was that cynical, but it would make sense. Even if you took it that way, it would make sense, because she has lost the one who was kind to her and defended her from the rage of the others. But Hecabe's fixation on him in death and on the body in death is unexpected coming from his mother. So I'm just curious, do you think that says something about the notion of honor, or just
I think it does in that, well, if a feature of honor is piety, I mean, I don't know if you'll accept that, but the reason his body's preserved is because they love him so much. Why do they love him so much? Because he offers right sacrifice. He offers sacrifice as well. And so piety is the one, I think, yeah, the wife, the sister-in-law, speaking for the people, speaking for the family. I think she's speaking from the religious perspective, if you want to put it into categories.
But why his mother? This is what I can't get my head around.
Well, I think it has to do with her rage, her desire for vengeance, because Achilles wouldn't give it back. So when he gives it back, she's let go of that, and so the body for her is the key to unlocking her own, like, whatever discovery she's had, the wisdom she's acquired through his death, which is the wisdom of letting go of anger, which is also Priam's wisdom. Starts the whole thing that Rich was describing, sets it in motion.
Isn't she also the one, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't she the one who leads the procession to Athena's temple?
Yeah.
To ask if they were Athena's favor, and then, Athena ignored it. Athena turned her head away.
The robe that they bring to the temple, right, is the robe that Paris brought back with Helen. So it's like doomed
That was
from the
really
start.
dumb.
That was the dumbest.
That was really dumb.
I think I'm just thinking about this, that the thing that Achilles says, the reason why he doesn't want Priam to look at his body and he wants it covered is that he's afraid that there will be anger, that Priam will get angry and that Achilles will fight back and kill him, and he doesn't want that. And so to have Hecuba then express this kind of obsession with the body and a bit of anger and bitterness, that is anger that is acceptable. That's an acceptable form of anger, one that is within the kind of context of mourning, that is vocal, expresses how I feel. I mean, I feel like I'm talking about like a psychoanalysis or something, but I mean, this is a safe way of expressing anger that Achilles couldn't trust himself to do. Now he learns that he can't do that. I mean, that's a huge point, I think, in book 24, right? It's book 24, where he says, I can't have him see the body because I'm afraid for myself that I will kill him, and I need to make sure that he gets back. So there is this kind of real focus on the body in the end and how you handle the body, the actual, the piece, the body, right, the thing, not just the idea of Hector being dead, which, right, Hecuba and Priam have had to deal with now for several books. We don't have the body, and now we have it. What do we do with it? Well, she has to kind of release that kind of the bitterness and the anger, and she does it safely, and no one dies because of it. I mean, so I think because like that ends, right? Her lament ends, and Priam then is able to say, okay, now we bury him, right? He also then is not angry, right? We can have the feast. I mean, I think the fact that they're able to handle the body in a safe, manageable way, I think is an important closure here. That also admits, that there's some bitterness and anger there. And Hecuba, of course, right, following this, right, her end is not so great. And I think this foreshadows that too. I mean, I see a lot of what comes after the epic in this last book.
Yeah.
And I think her speech has to do that. It really
It's
has
prophetic.
to anticipate who she will be after this.
Well,
It's not pretty.
Yeah, and maybe to be cynical for a moment, I don't know, I'm being too hard on her for having just lost her son in this horrible manner, but I don't know, she's avoiding, I mean, Apollo was attacked and killed with his gentle arrows. It was, after all, Apollo's gentle or not so gentle arrows that started the Iliad, the plague, right? And, in response to, gentle arrows. This is, and look, it evades the point. The point is he didn't die in any, I don't know how plague is peaceful, but he didn't die in anything like a gentle way. So I understand the notion that the gods are showing their love of him and that is a kind of honor, but he's in the likeness. You lie in the palace, handsome and fresh with dew, in the likeness of one whom he of the silver bow Apollo has attacked and killed with his gentle arrows. In other words, I get to escape from the reality of the war for a moment by seeing you as if you hadn't died the death you did, which is now the death that all of us have to look forward to. So perhaps it's a necessary escape, but it is an evasion for the moment of the reality that will come thudding down again, as we know, in the future. So.
I think it's an evasion, but I think it's also very natural. I think the person who is the person who would be interested the most in the condition of the body and would want to see it most intact. It's the woman who gave birth to the child. You know, that's what mothers do in the first couple of months of a child's life, is they look at their child and they marvel at how beautiful their baby is. And you just love everything about that little being who can't talk. And now that she's got Hector back again, and it's important to her that he's beautiful. It's really, I mean, I just think, you know, the gods are sparing her in the only way they ever do in this whole story. But she has such a terrible fate, and this is a moment where she, I mean, I've been at funeral homes. Some people don't go to open casket rosaries and funerals, whatever. I've been at funeral homes. What do parents say about their child when they see them lying in a casket, or a wife say about her husband? He looks so good, doesn't he? I mean, I know it's macabre, it's weird, but that's what everybody says. You know, it gives them comfort to see their child looking almost alive, you know, or not horrible in some way where you're constantly thinking about them suffering. So I really do think that Hecuba's approach to looking at Hector's body, I think it's kind of a necessary part of thinking about the whole Hector, which we're getting all these different aspects of Hector in these last few speeches, and she's the mom looking at her child.
And it also seemed like, in the context, what she's been watching for the past, I don't remember how many days, somebody who has a good sense of the timeline can tell us, is her, you can imagine Hecuba on the wall watching Achilles teaming up the horses and dragging that body around, boom, 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 over the plains of Troy. So she's expecting to get a corpse that's like mangled and just, you know, the body that she saw the last time she saw him was covered in gore, covered in blood in book 6 when he comes in. That's what she should expect to see when he's brought back. And instead, I mean, it's a kind of miraculous, I mean, it is a miraculous thing, right? The body is, it's pristine. So that's why I think she's in a posture of wonder, even though, I mean, that kind of coupled with what Teresa's saying about the mother having a particular approach to the body of the child.
Yeah, Teresa, I just say, I think you're right about the mother's view towards the body of the child, who's no longer a child, of course, but is still a child in some
to her.
But it is an odd thing, though, right? Because they want the body, and they want it. They want the integrity of the body for the purpose of burning. Right? I mean, this. It's not. They know. Everyone knows. You look at the child in the casket, or you know it's not going to last. But it's that last. It's that last moment that you see. It's the last vision. That
It's like the last word, like what I was saying about Andromache. The last word, the last sight. You want the last sight to be something memorable and beautiful, and Hecuba gets that.
And I think that's related actually to Stephen's question about the kind of peculiar seeming abandonment of the notion of honor and the promotion of that as a way of that part of what you get, I think, at the end is I wouldn't say it's a rejection of that, but rather a kind of transformation from that code to something that is actually meant to preserve a way of life. Right? Which that does only at the moments when you need to go to war. But when you don't need to go to war, which you hope is the normal course of things, it's the kind of things that the women are talking about in book 24, I think, that are more important.
Well, and maybe to sort of draw together some we've been discussing, it just occurs to me, if you look at the first two speeches, because I want to get back to Helen's, the first two speeches you have Andromache talking about this cycle of violence, critiquing her own husband's sort of bloodthirst, which he gets swept up into, and which will now come back against herself and her son. But then you have her, on the other hand, perhaps because of that violence, prizing or wishing she could have prized that moment of memory, of peaceful last words. Then you have Hecuba, who is seeking to, if not deny, at least displace, push off the effects of violence by focusing on how peaceful the corpse looks. But then also that becomes one of those moments, as you say. It becomes that last moment. So both of them are kind of circling around these two notions sort of in symbiosis with one another. Violence and its effects, and then this moment of farewell and this moment of tenderness. And then what strikes me about Helen's speech is that both of those are missing. Right? I mean, she doesn't have the kind of, although she had a relationship with Hector, she's neither his wife nor his mother. She doesn't have the kind of, it would have sounded hollow, frankly, to talk about, I wish I could have had one moment with you,
Yeah, no, that's kind of weird. That would be weird.
This Menelaus guy, if we can judge from the Odyssey, I don't know that's going to be a great marriage going forward. So, no, but there's none of that. There's no false sentimentality. She speaks I think, quite sincerely about whether, out of self-interest or also out of some other motive, speaks of what he really did for her and what she is exposed to now that he's gone. And then she says, I mourn for you and I mourn myself. Now, Andromache, in a sense, mourned for herself and her son, but she didn't say that. It takes a little bit of, I'm going anti-Helen again, but I don't know, doesn't it take a little gall to be like, I mourn for myself? It's the last thing that's the last thing that's said in the poem, except for the words of Priam about making instructions, to bring the timber into the city. Unmemorable last words, but she says, I mourn myself. So there's none of this, she doesn't talk about violence, other than verbal violence, but there's none of the violence of war, perhaps appropriately, because, she's uncomfortably close to the cause of that. And there's also none of this, if I could have had a moment with you, tenderness. But it ends with, I mourn for myself and my ill luck. So I think that's sincere, but I don't know. What do you think of that? It just seems like I'm struggling not to hear it as an off note. I mean, Pope does say even Homer nods, so.
At the end? He nods at the end?
You expect it in the middle somewhere.
Well, he translated Pope, I mean.
This was a part of my point at the end, is that, she is a victim in a different way. People have had their sights on her as the ultimate enemy within the walls the whole time. With him gone, she now has no protection. Her life will be at risk every time she walks out of her bedroom, because you can't trust Paris. What's interesting to me is that Paris is not seen as someone who can protect her. It's only Hector. Paris, who's just her husband.
Godlike husband. Godlike
He's
Alexander.
godlike.
Yeah.
But they can't protect anybody either in the end.
Yeah.
I think this is a cry for her to be the victim and to tell the people around her, especially her family, I am a victim here. I could be killed, right? I could be the next one. She reproaches all of her family, so I don't know how happy they are going to protect her. But she is not afraid to kind of speak what is true, and that is, I am the reason for the war. I admit it. I realize that all of you are dying now because of me, and that I am the first on the chopping block. I see it. I get it. And it's this way of diffusing. I think for them to say, well, I can't because you're too beautiful. Right? That's how people talk about her, is that we just wish she was gone, because then she wouldn't be a bane to us anymore, right? And I think that's what she hopes for, and that's what she will get. But
Teresa, can I ask her, are you saying that within the context of the immediate, that she's thinking of the immediate aftermath of what she's saying? Like what's going to happen tomorrow or today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Until the final destruction of Troy, right, when she can leave. I think she really does fear the immediate present. And her speech very much is about Hector and the present and their immediate relationship. She doesn't look very much to the past. She talks about how he did protect her. But there's extended talk about, what Achilles did in the past, and, talking about, the relationship between, and there's a lot of that talking about Hector as he was. And we see how Hector is with Helen and how he probably was every day with her in Book 6. We see that right there. But that's all we see of their relationship, and that's so little she had. And now she doesn't even have that. So for her to say, I pity myself, basically is what she's saying, is that I'm also incredibly afraid. And so, I think this is also a way for her to kind of say, I'm a victim here, everyone. please pity me just as you pity Hector. So, her kind of connecting herself with Hector and their isolation. I mean, Helen is a single individual in that city, unlike anyone else. And that makes her both hated and loved, right? She's an untouchable, but someone whom everyone would like to grab with two hands and push away, right? So, and that I think is very present here in this kind of final speech.
Yeah, and maybe I'd like to open this up, but one last question or thought that any of you want to jump in on. It strikes me that the order of the speeches we haven't really talked about, but it's very interesting because in some ways, as I said from my students' reaction, you go from the most kind of obvious, right? I mean, of course, a wife is going to lament the loss of her husband's, tenderness and also of his role as defender of herself and her child and her city. That makes sense. I mean, it's very beautiful and moving, but it's not surprising. But then Heckeby is surprising, I still think, because of what she says and also because she says it in such brevity. You'd expect a long, sort of out of control lament, and she is this rather restrained, disciplined lament. So that's surprising, as well as this whole issue about the corpse that is at least thought-provoking, at least maybe not what you'd instinctively expect. It doesn't have the kind of sentimentality maybe we're projecting our values back into the past, but that we might expect from it. But then Helen, not even because of what she says, but because she's allowed to speak as the last one in the poem. I think what you're saying is really interesting to me, that nobody else will speak for her, so she has to speak for herself. But why that order? That's sort of, it's counterintuitive order. You might have think, and Andromache speaking last would have had a much more clear-cut message, I would think.
So as sort of the beginning of opening this up, I'd like to make a little bit of stab at answering that question, but also what I find interesting about Helen is, so Hector has these natural affinities or these natural passions for his mother as mother, for his wife as wife, but Helen is a sister-in-law, but she's the cause of the war. There's no natural connection there between Hector and Helen, and yet he treats Helen kindly, the only one who treats her kindly, even though he is himself wishes probably she had never come so that his city could be spared. So when she says that, I mourn for you and for me, at least Homer, if not Helen, Homer's drawing attention to this type of regard that one has for someone to whom one does not have a natural bond or the bond of marriage, who in fact is the person who's the cause of your downfall and the downfall of your city. And so even though she's in the midst of you, she is in a way a stranger and an enemy. And so when she says, I mourn you and I mourn me, Homer's drawing our attention to this type of regard that transcends the natural bonds between people. And that if this is gone, if Hector's the only one who has this kind of regard, if this is gone, then Helen is right not just to mourn herself, but to mourn herself as representative of all of us who are going to be in a really bad state if only those who have natural bonds with us are going to treat us kindly.
I really like that. That's really interesting too, because I tend to read the poem very much as the, as I say, sort of yanking off the lid of civilization that keeps the sort of boiling passions in check. And you're saying this is the final reminder of that, when we regress into only caring about our immediate relatives or whatever, the bonds of civilization have broken down. When we stop caring about those who are simply human.
Can we?
Yes, yes, please. And could you just, when you speak, just say who you are and what you are, like former grad student?
What you are.
Hey, my name is Dolan K. I'm a student in IPS philosophy. Aristotle would call me a rational animal, I suppose. So you asked me to tell me what I am.
That's what you are.
We'll be the judge of that.
So just connected to this last bit of discussion. First of all, thank you so much to all of you. This has been a wonderful privilege to listen to you speak. And it's such a beautiful poem and a beautiful ending. So it's a real honor and privilege. I just kind of want to push back on a little bit on dismissing Priam, because his words are, in fact, the last words of the poem, last spoken words of the poem. And if I can read briefly from Lattimore's translation, he says, Achilles promised me, as he sent me on my way from the black ships, that none should do us injury until the 12th dawn comes. I just wonder, how that might connect to Helen and her relationship to the war. We say so much during this discussion that she's the cause of the war and the cause of the downfall of Troy. Isn't Priam also at least a little bit to blame? And maybe Homer's kind of pointing that out by having him be the last one to speak. We already know as readers that it's going to be 12 more days, right? Homer didn't need to include Priam's strictures because we know that's what's going to happen. But Homer feels the need to remind us who's sort of ruling at the end of the poem, and also the fact that Helen has been there 20 years. So she must have been pretty young when she left Menelaus. So I wonder, how do those things factor in? And this might be more in Dr. Doherty's arena, which is like, what's going on politically? Because the last one who says anything is the king of Troy, and not the women. So thank you very much.
Well, the 20 years thing, it's baffling to people who read this poem.
Yeah.
And I think actually Murray here proposes that it's referencing, it might be a reference to a legend that they left Greece and were taken off course and went back to Greece, and then they went back to Troy, right? That there was all this traveling in between the actual 10 years of the war, or before or after, that Helen was involved in. And that also explains why there's Neoptolemus, right? Book 19.
Yeah,
right?
he's a little too old to be.
Yeah. So it's kind of this obscure reference to a legend that's not really brought up in the epic at all. But as for Priam, no, I agree with you that Priam does have the final word. And as I mentioned before, I mean, he really does kind of reestablish order after this kind of this lament, right? This moment of mourning. And he speaks with a muthos, right? Which is an official command, an authoritative speech. And I think that is important, that the women are not given that title. None of their speeches are muthoi, right? His is. And of course what he's doing is a command that they do something. But that is authoritative. And so Priam he is the authority. And I think that's a really good point, that at any point, Priam could have said, you know what, it's not worth it, send her away. And he didn't. And the fact that Priam and Helen have that conversation at the wall makes that even more clear to us that at that moment Priam could have said, you know, it's not worth it, go away. And he doesn't. Instead, he engages her in conversation as if he likes her company. Right? Tell me more.
I don't blame you.
And like,
the gods are to blame.
But I know he's being so nice, and of course she, says that at the end. He was the only one in the family who was kind to me, and it's true. We see that, and so I think you're right. I think he is kind of to blame, and that whole the Tigascopia, right? The whole thing at the wall is completely unnecessary after 9 years of fighting, right? So it's just a way to show their relationship, I think. I think that's probably one of the reasons why it's there, right? And then, of course, for us to kind of hear about all these warriors and her perception of them, and also see Helen for the first time. Who is she really? Because we haven't seen her. We've just seen her with Iris, and she's quiet. She does what she's told. And now she's actually got a voice. And there's nothing wrong with her, right? She's not trying to seduce him. She's not, right? She's responding to him, and at the end, kind of wondering, what happened to my brothers? I don't know where they are, right? Maybe they didn't come because they were ashamed of me, right? And that's her last point. And I think at that point, we're like, wow, well, Helen might actually not. She is a victim here. Priam, what are you doing? So yeah, I do think that's a good point.
And she lays it on pretty thick. And that's the only thing where she starts calling herself. In Lattimore's translation, she calls herself a, quote, nasty bitch, evil, intriguing. That seems a bit much. If it's, I mean, does she really think that about herself, or is she preempting what others think about her by saying it herself? You know, it's a tactic.
Well, the fact that Aphrodite, right, is basically dragging her back to Paris, and she knows that it is going to get her another title from someone else secretly. You're a bitch, right? That.
So that's why she vocalizes it herself.
Own
Well, yes, I mean
Yeah.
she owns that.
Yeah.
She
Exactly.
owns
Well, that
it.
was your point you made
She's
earlier,
wearing
right?
the
Yeah.
scarlet letter A.
Yeah.
I mean, she admits it, and I think it allows people to say, okay, yes, you are, and we all know it. You know it too. Okay, not at least we're all aware. Right?
Well, I think part of the question too is does Helen have a kind of ethical foundation to her being, right? Is she presented by Homer as a person who thinks about good and evil and her own conduct? And she is. I often wonder about characterization, especially in that speech, whether how much of it is the person realistically describing themselves and how much of it is a kind of formulaic thing that allows the audience to identify the character. Oh, there she is. She says her tagline.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, so, but I mean, I
think
don't
she
know
has
how much.
to. I mean, I think this is she is Helen. So that is her voice. She is the one who is, right, the casus belli. She is the bitch that everyone sees, wants to call her. And the fact that she says it herself gives her some power over that. I mean, she has very, and she resists it, right, privately, not in public. But when she is in the public,
That's
right?
right.
I mean, she does make sure that people hear it. I mean, she makes sure that Priam knows that she is aware of this. But in those private moments with the goddess, she's like, no, I don't want this, right? And yet she does it. So she does have some culpability there.
But Aphrodite says she's
but-
going to destroy her.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, how free is she really to do that if she's afraid for her life? You know?
So what kind of assurance do you think that she has that she is in fact going to be treated well at the end?
Hope. I mean, hope.
Priam's
and
still
idealism.
alive.
That assertion
She's
is
still
also
alive,
is also provocative, right? I mean, it's put her in a position where she can't go back on that and say, no, that wasn't me.
No, yeah.
I wasn't responsible.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to get someone else in, but one of the things that just occurred to me is maybe I'm influenced in my reading of her by her role in the Odyssey, where, speaking of evading violence, she drugs them so they don't get too upset about.
That Helen is very different.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I am with you on that.
So you're drawing a line between. Okay,
No,
that's
but
interesting.
I am, and I think we have to read the Iliad as it's presented, because I too am and are constantly informed by the druggist, right? Helen, the druggist, who also is the liar, and Menelaus calls her on it, right? We don't see that Helen in the Iliad. We don't, and I think Homer he doesn't want you to see that Helen.
So I just wonder, I like what Steve and some others were saying about maybe the Greek heroic ideal seems to be lacking by the end of the poem. Are these women maybe all, by showing these other facets of Hector, not him being the typical hero that we would expect? The only thing that, maybe the closest thing is when Hecate says that he's not a merciful man in the horror of battle. I think she says.
That's Andromache.
Andromache. Okay, he's not a merciful man in the horror of battle, and she says he killed a lot of men. So that's him being the typical hero, right? But everything else is kind of, well, he was kind, he was my son, he was beautiful. So what might you say about that? Is Hector? It seems like he was maybe kind of duped by the gods, or the gods allowed him to dupe himself in order to bring this conflict to its head. But is he maybe showing a different kind of heroism that the women can appreciate because they see these other sides of him that are not him in battle?
And I have to add, I'm always aware of the danger of anachronism in reading it this way, because our own tendency, post-romantic, post-20th century ennui, is to want to find a kind of alternative heroic ideal that doesn't depend upon violence. And I'm very conscious of the danger of reading that back into Homer, and yet the way he ends the poem does at least invite the possibility. So what do you all think about that?
I think there's a possibility, especially in Andromache's speech, again, thinking that there might be a difference between the way a modern person represents a human being in speech and the way an ancient poet might, that we're being reminded that Hector, in some ways, has brought the death on himself. That, when I was looking at the speeches, I was thinking, is there a possibility of victim blaming among the Trojans here so that the Greek audience could feel victorious over these lamenting women? Or, because Andromache does bring up that the person who kills their son might very well have been victimized by Hector himself. Or is there a kind of sorrow that the good Hector at home, who's so respectful of women, etc., couldn't have lived his whole life that way, and that the war necessitated his initiating the cycle of violence over and over and over again, basically. So I was thinking about that too.
I think we need to. That's a good way to end it. We do have dessert and coffee and drinks and perhaps more appetizers in the other room. Please feel free to stay here. About 9:30, they'll be wanting to lock the doors. So have your fill. About 9:15, the caterers are going to have to start cleaning up. So please enjoy the rest of the evening and the reception. And thank you again very much.
I feel like new sunglasses, like a brand new pair of jeans. I feel like taking chances. I feel a lot like 17. I feel like windows roll down new city streets and cabs. I feel like anything can happen, laughing. You take me right back when we were kids. Never thought I'd feel like this. Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dancing. Like I can fly and I don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an open page, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. It's the way that I feel when I'm with you. Brand new. I feel like a young John Cusack, like making big mistakes. I feel like for the first time in a long time I am not afraid. I feel like a kid. Never thought it'd feel like this. Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dancing. Like I can fly and I don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an open page, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. It's the way that I feel when I'm with you. Brand new. Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dancing. Like I can fly and I don't even think of touching the ground. Yeah. Like a heartbeat skip, like an open page, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. It's the way that I feel when I'm with you. Brand new. close, we're falling to the ground. Taxi driver, sun is rising, down the sirens keep on driving, flashing light. Oh, what a night! I miss your bed, I lost my head, and it's sunny. Where's the running? For the roof of our lives, the barefoot naked. Don't you let me go. To your place, 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 we run away, way, way, we run away, way, way, we run away. Somehow pulling close, 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 we're losing time, 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 we're losing time, time, time. I'm falling to the ground. We're one, let it shine for what it's worth. To your place, 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 we run away, way, way, we run away, way, way, we run away. It's not a lie, it's not a lie, it's not a lie, it's not a lie. Hold me close, we're losing time. Hold me close, we're falling to the ground. When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. And I was running from my brother and his friends, and tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it here, made friends and lost them through the years. And I've not seen the boring fields in so long. I know I've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. 15 years old and smoking hand-rolled cigarettes, running from the law through the backfields and getting drunk with my friends. Had my first kiss on a Friday night. I don't reckon that I did it right, but I was younger then. Take me back to when we found weekend jobs, and when we got paid, we'd buy cheap spirits and drink them straight. Me and my friends have not thrown up in so long. Oh, how we've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill.
Hey, thanks for watching all the Hey, thanks for watching All the Places We'll Go by Dr. Seuss.
It was our little movie palace, and in a classroom, and we will miss Lynch Hall very much, especially the smell of mildew.
The smell. Well, there is that smell.
That smell?
That terrible smell. That smell.
The smell. The smell.
The smell.
The smell.
Yeah, what is that smell?
Definitely the smell. That smell.
There is that smell.
Pump it louder, pump it louder, pump it louder, pump it
What smell?
I don't remember the smell. I don't remember it.
That place stinks.
I kind of like that smell.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Piano Recital. I'm excited. We had a very nice semester, very productive one, and I'm happy that we ended up with a recital as usual. We're going to have 9 students performing tonight, and the program will include some really wonderful piano repertoire. This recital is being broadcasted live via Zoom right now, but there will be link available later, so you can share with your friends and families. All right, please enjoy. Let's welcome our first student.
The year is 100 Anno Corona, 1 century after the coronavirus ravaged the world. As the United States succumbed to the virus, the University of Dallas flourished due to the swift implementation of the Groundhog Pledge. Since then, the university has closed itself to outsiders, allowing only a select few to enter the ranks of the Groundhogs each year. These students continue to follow the Groundhog Pledge diligently and enthusiastically. Just look at their smiling faces.
New Groundhogs, you have now been initiated into the University of Dallas. You will now hear the presidential address.
Students, the University of Dallas bubble was spared from the devastation of the coronavirus because all students pledged to keep themselves and others safe. 100 years later, that bubble remains intact, and I intend to keep it that way. You have all been selected to join an elite class of students. Do not let down your fellow groundhogs. Do not bring the outside in. As your president, I will ensure that no rodents will be permitted inside the bubble, except groundhogs. Now go forth in your journey as University of Dallas students. Mask, clean, maintain.
Mask, clean, maintain!
What is your name?
Bartholomew Cubbins, sir.
Do you not remove your mask for your president?
I do, sir.
Then what's that on your face? Take him to OSA.
Grab a seat, groundhog. To the left. No. Sorry, back. Okay. On 3? Okay, yeah. No, to your left. No. My right, right? No. One, 2, 3. Oh my God!
I've had enough. Sanitize. What? He must be fined for this insolent $20,000.
Sir, we can't find him unless we can match his face to his photo ID.
But he's wearing the mask.
Diabolical.
Throw him off the tower!
Throw him off the tower? I'm hesitant. Such a sign of our power. But what else can be done? Very well, throw him off the tower.
How many is that now?
I've lost count.
496.
So how many are there?
I don't know. They aren't mine. Well, I suppose they are mine, but I've never seen them before.
Well, soon you won't be seeing much else.
496. 497, 498, 499, 500. That is the most glorious mask I have ever seen. Thank you, sir. Could I, perchance, buy it from you? What for, sir? You're going to throw me to my death in a minute. Perhaps I was a little over hasty in my sentence. If you sell me all of your masks for $500,000, I will give you a full pardon, and you will be free to go to your normal street affairs. Certainly, sir.
In 2123, Bartholomew graduated from the University of Dallas for the degree in philosophy and went on to live in Groundhog Village with his fellow alumni. He had the traditional 23 children, and he names them all Dave, even the girls. When President King died in 2140, Bartholomew was chosen as the new president. In 2156, 137 years after the coronavirus began, the FDA finally approved a vaccine, and the University of Dallas ended its quarantine just in time for its bicentennial celebration. The students burned their masks, all except the 500 masks of Bartholomew Cubans.
Well, good evening, and thank you for coming. Tonight's lecture is being brought to you by the Donald and Louise Cowan Archive at the University of Dallas. I'm Baynard Cowan, director of the archive, and I'd like to welcome you all. The Donald and Louise Cowan Archive is the repository of the files, publications, speeches, and course notes of those two early pioneers at the University of Dallas. With those materials as its base, it is dedicated to promoting and increasing interest in study of the classic works of Western literature in America in the framework of a liberal education. The archive undertakes this work in the fervent belief that our society needs more people who have learned to contemplate the world in the way that a liberal education teaches. We believe, too, that a culture can come to know itself only through knowing the best of its literature, and that for a society to survive, people need their hearts lifted by poetry and the poetic presentation of what William Faulkner called the old verities, those deeply human qualities we are called not simply to practice because we understand them intellectually, but to give our hearts to because they are beautiful. Beginning this fall, the archive is offering a non-credit seminar on one of the great forms or themes of classic poetry. This fall it is on tragedy. In the spring it will be comedy. In addition, we are proud to bring to our campus each semester examples of outstanding writers and speakers who exemplify this love of the beautiful in great literature. Now I'd like to say a few words about tonight's speaker. I've known and been friends with Dr. Kathleen Marks for a long time, beginning with her undergraduate study when I would go to speak at Thomas More College of Liberal Arts, where she was a student in its renowned original curriculum. I'm delighted that 2/3 of her family is visiting UD's campus at this moment. Her daughter, Grace, now in the process of shopping for colleges. The other third, her husband, Gregory Marks, also teaches English in New York at Hostos College and has gained distinction for bringing a classical curriculum to hundreds of under-resourced students, perhaps thousands. I shouldn't underestimate New York populations. I directed Greg's dissertation at Louisiana State University, and Kathleen came to visit there while she was finishing her own dissertation. I was fortunate to have a number of Thomas More graduates who had come to study at LSU, and there Kathleen continued the habit she had learned at Thomas More of forming a genuine intellectual community, brightening the scene with their festivity and merriment no less than with their intense intellectual lives. Every evening, they were as likely as not to put together an impromptu dinner party at the apartment of one of the students, and the word would go out. Somehow, we all seemed to get more done and better work done under such supposedly challenging circumstances. Kathleen has lived a life fully committed to learning the wisdom of great literature and of the arts and to teaching it, and she has always made it fully delightful. I dwell on that memory for a moment because I think that that group of students exemplified the way an intellectual community should be, and the role that the study of literature ought to play in a society as a propagator of joy as well as inquiry and contemplation. Our speaker tonight received her BA in literature from Thomas More College in New Hampshire. She has her MA and PhD in literature with a minor in theology from the University of Dallas through the Institute of Philosophic Studies. Her dissertation on Toni Morrison would form the basis for her book, Toni Morrison's Beloved and the Apotropaic Imagination, published at the University of Missouri Press. In it, by tracing Morrison's use of ancient Greek religion, she explores Morrison's insights into the human condition of facing the twin imperatives of individuation and love in the midst of a world filled with indifference. Dr. Marks is now associate professor in the College of Professional Studies at St. John's University, Queens, New York. She has written articles on classical and modern works of literature, such as Homer's Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and Neil Gaiman's Coraline. Her article, Resisting the Tragic Self, was her contribution to the collection of essays titled The Tragic Abyss, published by Dallas Institute Publications as part of Louise Cowan's series, Studies in Genre. At St. John's, she teaches courses in global literature, the epic, Toni Morrison, and classical literature. And I believe what we have in store for us tonight is going to be something that not only assesses the recently deceased Nobel Prize winner Toni Morrison, but also takes on that work of inducting her into the great literary tradition. The title of her lecture tonight is Toni Morrison's Prophetic Memory. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present Kathleen Marks.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you all, to be back here at the University of Dallas and to bring my daughter to see it. And it's a great honor to be speaking on behalf of the Cowan Archive, which I got to see tonight, and it's quite something. Tomorrow I'm going to hang out and look at some of her annotated books. So tonight I am going to talk about Toni Morrison's prophetic memory. And then tomorrow I talk to the graduate students about Hamlet, and you're going to see some overlap that you might not normally think about. So be prepared for that. They shoot the white girl first. The opening line of Toni Morrison's 1997 novel Paradise hits you like the arrival of doomsday, the beginning of the end. Between loud accusations and sullen, if quieter, defense, under the onslaught of questions and prophecies of doom, it was a half hour or so before anyone thought to ask what had happened to the other women. Nor does the reader see any question for which they shoot the white girl first seems answer. Nor does it help that when the undertaker comes to collect the bodies of the dead women, there are none to be found. And so the black men who see the white girl as threat to their racial purity go free. So they shoot the white girl first is unexpected in its reversal of racial categories. And we are left not seeking justice, but free to puzzle this line's puzzling, implicating meaning that is not better understood by saying what happens second or next, but by saying what happened before. Only in the past that led up to this moment might we see what there is to see. Morrison's novels are nonlinear, to say the least, explorations of memory. Their challenging time and place movement favors not a future that is finite, but a past that to her is infinite. We experience life, she says, as the present moment, the anticipation of the future, and a lot of slices of the past. As a former editor, Morrison is fit to make sense of those slices of the past, and perhaps to cut into time by asking the incisive, on-point, necessary questions for finding any answers. With They Shoot the White Girl First, Morrison demands our attention, seeking to deputize her readers to ask investigative questions about what we see, rather than take anyone's word for it or jump to conclusions. But for all its pointing to backstory, They Shoot the White Girl First is a present tense invitation to engage in memory, to start in medias res and trace backwards for the missing context it implies. In fact, we are describing prophetic memory, where, as one critic puts it, retrospection generates unexpected insights about the present. It is not the memory of literal, explicit prophecy, but rather a recognition and then expression, since prophets always deliver a message, of a relationship between moments in time. We might call the retrospection from the present moment a revisitation, since Morrison sees the past as full of presences, a seeing again that is personal, a repeated visiting that is like a corporal work of mercy, or for a specific purpose, temporary in the very nature of its repetitiveness. To take the present moment in any novel or in time or culture for any revisitation is to engage the long history of the prophetic dimension in literature. What Paul Connell writes of Dostoevsky's The Possessed applies here. As a novel about what has occurred, what is occurring, and what may still be averted, the action pierces in a prophetic way the nature of time. To be prophetic in this sense is not to predict the future, but to present an action in its full implications. And so, prophetic memory, as I am saying it, is Morrison's willingness to forego the idea of immediate justice and progressive social justice or ends by going the route of indirection, by a doubling back into a complicated past because its fullest implications have not yet been presented. Prophetic memory is maybe most fully realized in the purer tragedies that the graduate students have been studying this semester. And it is a realm to which Morrison, who won the Nobel laureate in 1993 for her body of work that grew to 12 published novels by the time of her death, gains entry. It seems important to say this now, from the vantage point of the brief retrospect afforded us since Morrison's death at the age of 88 this past August. Perhaps it is because, as she says, I write what I suppose could be called the tragic mode, in which there is some catharsis and revelation. There's a whole lot of space in between, but my inclination is in the tragic direction. She adds, as though for this audience, maybe it's a consequence of my being a classics minor. In fact, she wrote a master's thesis at Cornell on the works of Virginia Woolf and William Faulkner. What she saw in their work, she says, was an effort to discover what pattern of existence is most conducive to honesty and self-knowledge, the prime requisites for living a significant life. We might say additionally for the examined life that is worth living. Because as Glenn Arbery notes, Morrison does not promote the Black experience so much as she questions its meaning and locates it thoughtfully. She engages the tradition especially within an American literary tradition that prominently includes Hawthorne, Melville, Faulkner, and Flannery O'Connor. Like those writers, Arbery concludes, Morrison subjects the stories that people tell themselves and enforce on others to a clarifying judgment. Yet Morrison insists that she is writing for Black people and makes no apology for interrogating the master or slave narratives from a Black perspective. Her favorite writers were not writing particularly for her, she knows, for the young Black girl, but were being true first and foremost to their own worlds. Tell us your particularized world, she exhorted future winners from her Nobel podium. In so doing, Morrison, perhaps the last of the Southern writers, most echoes her American Nobel forebear, Faulkner. I wrote rather pithily for the Dallas Morning News, which ran right after Morrison's death, that just as the stuff of Faulkner's novels are, as he says, the problems of the human heart in conflict with itself, his postage stamp of native soil that he explored, Morrison had her plot of black dirt in which she could hit universals, touching the old verities that Dr. Cowan referenced, those truths of the heart ever in conflict. But let me fret that out just a bit. Yes, the ideas of plot as our collective human story that always needs repeating, and often to be freed from the veils that sometimes shield us from essential forever truths of being which lie beneath. But also for Morrison, the particular black world as locus of the imagination for her fiction. Indeed, the plot of Black Dirt is a line from her first novel, The Bluest Eye, published in 1970. Taking up the contentious idea of black as beautiful, The Bluest Eye sees the effective and melancholic weight of the other's gaze on our desires. The novel's most unfortunate little black girl and victim of incest is convinced she needs blue eyes to be visible. Piccola Breedlove comes under the delusion that she gets her eyes and is temporarily happy. But when she sees another little girl with blue eyes, she descends into a kind of madness, obsessing over whose eyes might be the bluest. Morrison was not sure if the novel worked, but she loved the heroic narrator, who as a child witnessed the downward spiral of Piccola, and like Morrison herself, grew up to tell about it. While 1929 turned out to be the depressing year for everyone, the older Claudia MacTier narrates in retrospect that she never thought that the earth itself might have been unyielding, when with great hope she and her sister planted marigolds. We had dropped our seeds in our own little plot of black dirt, just as Piccola's father had dropped his seeds in his own plot of black dirt. Our innocence and faith were no more productive than his lust or despair. The seeds the MacTier girls plant do take root in Claudia's distinguishing imagination, which sees those who would mistake ownership for love. It takes a back and forth between childhood and grown-up judgments for her to see and say so. Morrison's overarching task is repeatedly to go back in memory, to return to what she terms sites of memory, in order to see, hear, and then speak what of the past has remained unspoken, and yet is somehow pertinent to the present and future of American life. Memory, as the other half of the prophetic memory of my title for tonight's talk, seems to be for Morrison a recognition of her people's shaping contribution to the American imagination, much of which is present in the margins and shadows or in between the lines of history. She says of her process that she begins with a pressing piece of intelligence in the present. On the basis of some information and a little bit of guesswork, you journey to a site to see what remains were left behind and to reconstruct the world that these remains imply, she says. So it's something of an inner or underworld journey, and research is not the main source of her work. What makes it fiction, she insists, is the nature of the imaginative act, my reliance on the image, the remains, in addition to the recollection to yield up a kind of truth. Moreover, she writes, if I'm looking to find and expose a truth about the interior life of a people who didn't write it, which doesn't mean they didn't have it, if I'm trying to fill in the blanks that the slave narratives left, then the approach that is most productive and trustworthy for me is the recollection that moves from the image to text. It is Morrison's approach that is of interest, her manner of vigilance, of remembering what Donald Hall calls an unremembered dream, the poet, of her letting the remains reveal their truths through what he calls the Vedic voice, that Hall says any of us can access, hear, and then embody in some astonishing way. In my own writings on Morrison, I have seen, especially in her Pulitzer Prize-winning Beloved, the operations of an ancient approach to or attitude about the underworld place of soul, memory, and dream, the apotropaic, that body of rituals evident in the pre-Olympian, proto-tragic hero cults. The gods were of the underworld, not mountaintops, and decidedly not therapeutic, to use Jane Harrison's word. In fact, they were not appealed to for help in love or life. Instead, libations were poured at the tombs of heroes as conduits to placate and pray the gods away, to turn them away, as the etymology of apotropaic indicates, so that these gods of aversion and all the land of the dead might not visit disaster on the world of the living. And Dr. Baynard Cowan describes how these heroes have a special relation with the dead. The hero is connected with the monstrous and the violent, but also with combat, prophecy, healing, and initiation into adulthood and the mysteries. Morrison's deep remembering taps into this archetypal mechanism, which functions in tragedy through the many avoidances of prophetic warning. She takes it up as a way of resetting an out-of-joint history, particularly as a kind of hero doing battle for American culture. The human threat or fear, specifically for African Americans, can come from winning battles. In any coming out of the shadows and margins into the light of the present day, the darkness itself might not let go, sticking us in a kind of overwhelming abyss of bottomless black holes. Or worse, for a race of people who have been objectified and literalized by their color, the darkness will be eternally lost and forgotten, and so too much of their identity. The resistance to change can be most concentrated at the point of exit. As we graduate, there is nostalgia. So facing the amnesia surrounding moments in African American history is less off-putting to Morrison and her heroes than leaving the cover that being hidden seems to offer. The invisibility that little Piccola Breedlove rightly intuits as wrong, even locating the eyes as the point of the problem, as spot for potential offense and need for plucking, is too much for her when she thinks she is the center of a blue-eyed gaze. While she fears she is essentially invisible, she is also not strong enough to stare back or down. But as a whole, the subculture of Black people has strategies for playing in the dark, procedures for underworld or underground, as Dr. Eileen Gregory might call it, connections to the dead, to ghosts, and to ancestors that are sadly far less accessible to the culture at large. But Morrison is not interested in going over familiar ground to make any of us more comfortable, even if she does afford some protection along the way. All of it is for the sake of getting somewhere incrementally different, foreseeing a variety of ways that patterns can be unmade and remade, such that there is some predictability without prescription in our present. So it is in this non-prescriptive way that Morrison intends her novels to free the American imagination, to be disciples of Moses for his own people first, but eventually for all of us, to engage the tradition imaginatively and imitate not so much the actions or reactions, but the primarily creative task of discovering new forms for patterns that are radically free. We all worried after Morrison's great worldly success about how she could withdraw to keep digging for the good turf, as Seamus Heaney might say. At the time of her death, Morrison was reported to be working on yet another novel, rather than the memoir she had long been contracted and yet refused to write. I know the part about me. She was driven to keep going back to rescue more remains, because her Vedic gift was to impart the pattern of this back and forth journey to sites of memory, this prophetic memory that authorizes her people and her readers to interiorize and habituate. Along with Dostoevsky, Morrison would rather Shakespeare than Boots, seeing imagination as an a priori answer to tending to human tragedy. While much of my work is under the aegis of Louise Cowan, for whom, as we here know, articulating genre as a way of deep reading of our lives was her life's work, she offers an image of a shield for our contemplation as an image of tragedy that is significant to our discussion. Louise writes in her introduction to The Tragic Abyss, "Tragedy is one of the supreme icons, born with us on the shared journey of civilization, much as Aeneas carried his household gods, or it might be more appropriate to say, as Perseus carried his shield." The household gods are the bronze deities that Aeneas carries forward to Rome. They represent those old verities, or eternal truths, that found a sustainable and loved form and must be rescued from a decaying myth as ekphrastic examples in miniature of how archetypes have achieved and can achieve, again, high forms. These artifacts are essential in every genre. The shield of Perseus, however, that Louise is suggesting is more apt for tragedy's concerns, adds an image for the slices of the past, those particularized worlds of Morrison. The shield that Perseus uses to avoid looking directly at the dangerous Medusa, as well as to identify her as the only mortal Gorgon to be slain, offers a tool for getting to the household gods, especially if they are hard to find or recognize. Indeed, the suggestion from the myth of Perseus is that the Medusa is a hidden power that must be cut down to size, deformed, and part of her, just the head, brought into the light of day to have some benefit to gods and men, if seen correctly. Offering itself as a means of slicing and skill, the shield is also a source of deflection and reflection, protecting the hero from harm and allowing him to know the household gods and discern their being in whatever form he finds them or makes of them. While in tragedy, the Gorgon's gaze is the most dreadful. Tragedy, at least in its two major flowerings, comes during the height of a worldview. I am not sure whether America's best days are behind us, or, as we hope, ahead, but I feel rather sure that these are not they. Morrison's novels, then, cannot be pure tragedy. They push back against their own mode by means of the apotropaic mechanism and maintain a comic, albeit infernal, generic impression, though one can see why the masks for comedy and tragedy come as a pair. Her supposition of her tragic mode gets at the gravity of the treacherous path to those household gods. Indeed, the dangers of getting the wrong remains, or of forgetting the context of what you rescue and holding them up as idols rather than as models for the possibilities of good form, are real throughout history. Thus, the shield and the moment of reflection it allows, the brief stopping to recollect in the moment on memory itself, to think on what did I forget, what ought not be forgotten, ground and focus the mind towards distinguishing and choosing wisely. The protected moment allows for the important things to manifest themselves, to come to you, as though insisting on their being remembered. The essentials come to the fore to reveal themselves when there is only room for them, when, as it was for Aeneas, one's city or home is on fire, when the pressure to flee with only what is important, the metaphysical desire for closeness to the divine, is paramount, but also has to be retrieved, whether it be in the moment or later from the rubble. It would be as though an unremembered dream by the next generation or worldview, if not carried over, if these household gods were not carried over or back and translated in traditional yet transformative ways. But the darkness in memory recalls the dimension of evil that Dr. Scott Dupree sees so well recognized by Shakespeare's tragedies. Sin, original and otherwise, poses a central terror around which tragedy focuses but cannot look at too directly, requiring shield for defense. Shakespeare's other worlds, however, be they green or abysmal, are never places to stay. They must be visited and revisited, their souvenirs brought back to fructify the mainland, and any medicinal found shared for herd immunity from disease. We are all of us sinners, and all prone to the call of the abyss, even if differently, Morrison's work testifies. Going even deeper than attending to the dark, inaccessible part of our personality, tragedy, says Louise, dredges up something from the bottomless pit that is never fully realized, but if looked at directly, could bring about the Ides Irae, the day of wrath, the whisper, thou art the man. Morrison's work goes deep enough to hear and see what she says is the terror of human freedom. The icon within the iconic image of tragedy, the Gorgon's gaze, is better viewed at a slant through a mask or an image. Yes, the veil or the mask of tragedy, or the Gorgon, that even prior to its myth is a mask-like image found on doorways, ovens, coins, and shields, to warn of the dangers of thresholds, getting burned, seductive Plutonian riches, or enemies. Artifice, as prophetic warning was there from the beginning. The myth of Perseus comes later, perhaps to explain how a head stands alone. So she starts off as just a mask, just an image, and then the myth of Perseus comes later, perhaps to describe the kind of movement Morrison traces from archetype to myth, or image to text, as she has said of her process. In the Greek story of Perseus, the body is not essential to her power and is definitely not as portable. Athena gives Perseus a polished shield to catch Medusa's reflection and thereby see her in the dark cave, and cut off her head without looking her in the eye and getting turned to stone, the great power of any Gorgon. In this case, though, the head of the Gorgon is not to be disposed of, and the monstrous power is carried from its hiding place as though it is a household god of some sort. And in some stories, the Gorgons are daughters of the sea god Phorcys. The power of the Gorgon is harnessed by a hero who is sent in on a mission by the goddess of practical wisdom to bring the head right back to her, right back to Athena. So the hero is the indirect means of a divine thinking ahead, a rescuing of the Gorgon before it might fall into the wrong hands, and so that its power can be wielded prudently. In fact, thereafter Perseus' deed, the Gorgon is seen as a head attached to Athena's aegis or etched as image on her shield, giving her a circumscribed background and backdrop so that she both threatens but protects against the dread of bottomlessness. Shield as artifact of significance that is seen differently depending on genre or circumstances. If Freud is to be believed, Athena, thinking it wise to have the power of aversion, uses it herself in order to protect her virgin status and ward off, cut off, stop in their tracks apotropeically, as might the evil eye or gargoyles in later, weaker iterations, unwanted objectifying gazes or attacks. Moreover, if the Gorgon freezes men, in whatever their current attitude, she herself, in all of her various descriptions, can be caught in an attitude that, if properly manipulated, hits upon what is needed for the present moment. The Gorgonian as head, divided from body, is the archetypal image caught up in the wide net of Morrison's memory. And images of heads are significant in her novels, especially in her loosely but thematically connected trilogy of Beloved, Jazz, and The Paradise we began with this evening. They are present in the absence of chapter headings and in the capitulations and recapitulations that mark her work. Mostly they are talismans that protect, especially African Americans, by turning away actual evil and ugliness and those very labels as projected onto them by means of appearing to be evil and ugly. Piccola Breedlove's inability to deflect those labels is what motivates her friend Claudia and Morrison to skillfully make a face more consciously. Perhaps even to leave some of the social masks of the status quo in place so they can be subversively free underneath, as Hamlet does with his antic disposition. So, for example, even before reading the first strange runic lines of Beloved, 124 was spiteful, full of a baby's venom, the reader is greeted with a mask Morrison wields. A black death's head with wings hovers over the text, seeming to invite as well as avert our gaze. The looker might, you see, try and turn the book and all its people to stone in his hard-headed reading, or even more monstrous, attempt to petrify those in the story who, like Setha, let their guards down. But the book is also stronger in its face-off than Morrison's first attempt with The Bluest Eye, and we are also warned of the revisitations within, as if the Gorgonian's death's head is saying, handle with care, or hazardous materials inside. Indeed, each of Morrison's novels contains a slayed or rescued from its cave dead remains of a Gorgonian for our viewing and true empowerment. So let's look at the Gorgon, though not too directly, lest we get off track and stuck. Believe me, I cut pages, pages of her. Indeed, her backstory is never-ending. But our present concern and focus for Going Under is that Morrison employs the Gorgonian from within the apotropaic mechanism discovered through her prophetic memory in much of her work, but especially in this trilogy. So we revisit the Gorgon's long history with a view toward finding some fruitful angles for our study of Morrison's creative engagement with the tradition she met on her way. Since the shield of Perseus was given by and then returned to Athena, I think we might say that the shield as image bearer as well as lens is implied. So the Gorgon is and is not a focal point, is potentially a help or a fascination unto death. You know some of the story. Medusa was a beautiful girl raped by Poseidon in Athena's temple, who then turned the girl into a Gorgon, making of her an eternal victim, yet punishing her, yet protecting her by making her a monster, yet giving her destructive power to petrify with either its typically ugly face of bulging eyes and fanged teeth, and with or without snakes for hair. Or, especially in later versions, she retains her beautiful face. What remains, though, is the look. And then all of that is appropriated by gods and men, so that the parts Medusa has to offer, the slices, are seen as gift, helping us to particularize our worlds. Her great danger to us, of turning us to stone, comes when the dread or sight of her becomes consuming, when the terrible femininity of her being is unleashed in all its force and misapprehended by us as wholeness, as the face-to-face for which we long. When caught looking at her while she is in the wrong attitude, the Gorgon seems only to offer the certainty and fixity of unfulfilled desires for completion, or the immediate permanent fulfillment of any misplaced and inordinate love of self. In literature, the Gorgon first appears in Homer's Iliad as ekphrastic image emblazoned on shields, Athena's aegis, and the shield of that resolute carrier of arms Agamemnon, where the Gorgon is intended to strike fear into his enemies. But in Book 11 of Odyssey, the Gorgon is somewhat more emblematically evoked, for she doesn't appear. His fear at the end of his underworld visit, that Persephone, here as the mistress of paralyzing images, you'll recall earlier, he says to his mother, wait a minute, are you some image that Persephone has put before me to sort of, he thinks women are out to get him. Here as the mistress of paralyzing images might send some Gorgonish head of a terrible monster to stick him, perhaps for his excess of curiosity, just when he is most desirous of home. A similar scene occurs in Dante's Commedia that can help us situate Morrison's focus, particularly in her trilogy. We'll get to that scene in a minute, but the focus of Morrison's trilogy is the dead girl. She says she was gathering fragments for a book that she was an editor at Random House, and she was gathering pieces in history and things for this black book, a sort of compendium. And there were two pieces. One was about Margaret Garner, the historical incident of a woman killing her children, and then she actually did go to jail as she killed her children in the face of being recaptured back into slavery. She went to jail for a small, short bit, but then some advocates, she was helped out of there. And then another one, there was a man named James Vandersea who took photographs of the dead, photographed people after they were dead in coffins or in various poses, and he would superimpose flowers or things on it, the things that sort of like a scrapbook in a photo, and he would maybe write something underneath it. And there was a photograph of a girl who was dead in a coffin, and it said underneath, I think this is the girl who, when she was shot, refused to give over the name of her killer. So the Margaret Garner incident and this photograph sort of work in her mind, and she comes to what in the world could make a woman, a good woman, she says, displace the self, sabotage the self, harm the self in the name of love. And then she works this idea out in the whole trilogy. But in fact, the trilogy as a whole, while it might remind of the tripart nature of tragedies, marks a parallel, as critics have noticed, with that other great work that ends in paradise, Dante's Commedia. Beloved finds its way out of a dark wood by going ever deeper into that wood, finding in a clearing where the prophetic baby Suggs Holy preached a message to love the self and flesh and have the grace they could imagine. Like the Inferno, Beloved is narrated through memory. Though Beloved eventually frees itself from infernal judgment, it sees the darkness as essential to any freedom. Thus, Beloved in retrospect may be said to be an infernal comedy with purgatorial hopes. Rather than climbing to purgatory and then heaven, Jazz and Paradise revisit the infernal, ascending in clarity to a distinction between infernal horrors and riches. Morrison's work, then, we might say, investigates infernal possibilities, never leaving the infernal behind in its intimations of the paradisal. Dante's hell is laid over ancient underworld visits that heroes took in the middle of their journeys, but his entire story is about a trip to afterlife places. Like Virgil, writes William Frank, Dante interprets history prophetically, finding in it the essential pattern of things to come. The whole of Dante's reach in his Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso is to an eschatological future beyond history altogether, to an uncannily dynamic realization of eternity. That is to say, Dante gives us a configured image of the world beyond the world. This is his luck, says Jacques Maritain, that his vision goes further because his myth or worldview is marked by wholeness, so that from his prospect he pierces in a prophetic way the very nature of time and is therefore not fantastic or utopian. Dante can see from his place in history the cosmic relationship between the beauty that is beyond and that which Beatrice, for instance, makes present in her being. This comes to him as a revelation, of course, as gift of heavenly attention to his being in the darkness about his capacity and fortune. While the experience may have been as one complete insight, we see an ascent that yet repeats not only the journey itself, but how and what he sees in the now of his writing. So the Divine Comedy provides structural inspiration for any trilogy about revisitations and also offers up an image of Medusa for our present concerns. In Canto 9, Dante and Virgil come through the appetitive sins to the second set of gates. These gates are the way into the center of the earthly world, the city of Dis and Satan. This is the way into sins of dynamic evil, and the gates are locked. While Virgil says he has been here before as guide and is sure the gates will be opened, and while an angel does come to open the gates, for as in Odyssey the Gorgon does not appear, it's not before Furies come shrieking overhead, threatening to get their mistress Medusa to come. The Gorgon has persisted as an image to this day, but in the order of chronology, it is more powerful in Virgil's more immediate past. And as the good teacher who fears for his pupil, he tells Dante to turn around and cover his face. So little did Virgil trust Dante to understand the depth of his present danger, he added his own hands over Dante's face. Thus shielded and thus stopped, Dante has a chance to look inward, to see with his mind's eye just what this moment really means. He then surprisingly turns his gaze to us, the readers, and makes a rare address ostensibly to alert and clarify for the reader the meaning of what has just happened. But really, it's an urging to always remember, to always look for meaning. It's a reminder that there is meaning to be found, because that is part of the problem with being stuck, is you don't know what you're missing, right? And he's just discovered something that he's missing, and he's alerting us to it. He says, to look for meaning in subtext, he says, "O you who have sound intellects, look at the doctrine which hides itself beneath the veil of the strange verses." And of course, this just sends critics wild. They're thinking, what does this mean? What is it referring to? What's it got? What is it? And you're completely missing the point, right? Don't get stuck in the literal. Don't get the. But the excellent Dante critic John Fricero, I think rightly, says that the Gorgon that this is referring to the incident that just happened and isn't just random and about literature in whole, although it is, right? But that it's occasioned by what he's just been through. His insight is related to what just happened to him in his present moment, and that what he realizes is that Gorgon has been some sort of image of despair for Dante, sort of in opposition to the abandon all hope, right? In this way of reading into the veil of poetry rather than being literal, does one begin to hear the Vedic voice, which is essentially a poetic one, as Abraham Heschel sees. That can be what Faulkner describes as one of the props and pillars to help man endure and prevail. Beloved is a novel likewise about finding the spirit over the letter. Setha refuses to remember her dark action of killing her baby to keep it from a life of slavery because she displaced herself onto that dead child and then further onto the baby's headstone engraved with beloved. The love of self and other is turned to stone and monumentalized. It takes Paul D. to come, as though remains from the archive of memory, to encourage Setha to leave behind her dead past and live. He rightly sees that her love is too thick and that she doesn't know where she ends and the world begins. Yet Setha is the heroine, the one who chooses the most beautiful word from what the preacher said at the funeral to put on that great headstone. She is the one in whom the otherwise unreachable and abstract words of the self-proclaimed preacher Baby Suggs are taking root. And she is going to have to see for herself and for us that the local habitation and name she gave is after all misplaced before she can begin to imagine the self, to let go, or to see and hold the grace she already has, the love of self and of the ways in which she is beloved. Anything dead coming back to life hurts, this novel shows us, and in the moment of leaving the past does Setha summon up from the depths of her memory a Gorgon embodied, a concretization of what we know from the myth cannot stand. Beloved carries a kind of double consciousness of the word made flesh and yet black hole, born of a thickness even beyond Setha's. While she bears traces of the dead baby, Beloved also bears traces of the 60 million and more slaves to whom the novel is dedicated. There is no slant, no principle of distinction in naming, no way of managing that horrific and overwhelming number of which Setha is one to her mind. Astonishing, then, that the remains in Morrison's memory seem to be revealing themselves as not tragedy. Indeed, much of Setha's suffering comes because, through living in what she calls her rememory, where every present moment repeats past trauma unsifted, so she thinks, and suddenly the slave plantation paradoxically called Sweet Home comes to her in all its complications, rolling, rolling, rolling out before her eyes. And although there was not a leaf on that farm that didn't make her want to scream, it rolled itself out before her in shameless beauty. It never looked as terrible as it was, and it made her wonder if hell was a pretty place, too. She could not forgive her memory for that. Morrison makes it her task to enlist a more Augustinian memory, as Larry Allams early on saw, to put loves in the right order through deeply Vedic, poetic sayings of the bittersweet as belonging to the condition not only of particularized worlds, but of being human. Setha's self-proclaimed word beloved, though wrongly handled, reclaims the power to name and protect love as something essential for recovery and rescue, even from within their negative images. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that Morrison sees what's underneath. She sees through the mask of the Gorgon, and she looks at the Gorgon and sees something important to be rescued. In this novel, thick love takes work, takes looking, but thin love ain't love at all. And contained in rememory is memory, and within beloved, love. Morrison says she likes to dust off cliches, dust off the language, make them mean whatever they may have meant originally. Rememory and beloved are dusted off to reveal their essences. Finally, it is Setha and the community who are beloved. It is to them that the novel's epigraph from St. Paul's Romans applies. I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. While it is not easy to determine the scope of Morrison's theology, we do know that while her mother was a devout member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Morrison herself converted to Catholicism when she was young and went by her baptismal name. We never hear much about it. We don't know if she was a cultural cat. We never hear much about her being Catholic, but she carries that baptismal name Anthony that was shortened to Tony by her friends. Her real name, her given name was Chloe. Certainly, though, the Bible wasn't part of her life, as she says, it was her life. Love, particularly in the letters of Paul as nexus, is the essential theme of her work, not only in its form and content, but in its motivation. While the topic of the dead girl is not put to rest and will be revisited in the next two novels and beyond, something decisive about how to break through, with the lens even of an imperfect love, the massiveness of slavery as the most contested site of memory has been effected. Indeed, Beloved is a ritual enactment of a passage from traumatized to loved. It is also, I speculate here, for those in this audience who have been looking at genre, a real piercing through, and I don't know if this is right, but Louise would want me to say it anyway. I think I see it as a real piercing through the blind hopes of Prometheus that mark the last stage of tragedy, which Louise says is one of reconciliation, over into the infernal, where dread becomes despair that makes imagining a greater hope possible. It looks like from bad to worse, but Morrison has brought something of the cathartic with her, perhaps, to the infernal depths, where there is the promise of comedy and redemptive love. There, the Gorgon is framed differently, her archetypal and mythic powers seen as the subtext within a fuller context. Jazz and Paradise also have Gorgonians that are raised to some imperfect but clarifying judgment. In Jazz, set in the city during the Harlem Renaissance, Dorcas Manfred breaks up the marriage between Violet and Joe Trace and is then killed by Joe because the girl drops him. Dorcas refused to name him as she dies, saying cryptically, "There's only one apple." The city is the Big Apple, but also a misapprehension of sin as love. Dorcas leaves Joe because he is nice to her, up until he kills her. And she defines paradise, before that novel is even written, by her convoluted thinking that love must be paradise if a woman is willing to go back to an abusive man after just 2 days, as she says. But the way Morrison can best see how is to uncover the Gorgonian. And yet Dorcas is welcomed in. And so Dorcas is welcomed into the home of the couple in the form of a framed in glass and silver photograph that becomes a source of reflection and mirroring. Violet goes to the funeral to stab the dead girl and gets prevented. And she bothers the aunt of the girl to the point where the aunt says, "Take this photograph and get away from me." So she takes a photograph of this dead girl who broke up her marriage, right? And she brings it home and she puts it on the fireplace and she and her husband stare at it. It becomes a source of reflection and mirroring about Dorcas and also about themselves and where their own love went wrong. Something else you have to figure in before you can figure it out, says Violet. Displacing everything on the mantelpiece in the Lenox Avenue apartment, the headshot photograph becomes a focal point for dead girls and is in the end a catalyst for healing a marriage and an improvisational jazz-like ending. The picture is a dark image of a negative girl who recalls Medusa. She has all the ingredients of pretty, but somehow missed, we are told. She was ugly, outside and in, says Violet. Indeed, Dorcas is one of those girls who needs whose Marcel waved ends need cutting. A girl who has scales, said Joe. A girl who has internalized the negative gaze to no good end. To return to St. Paul, here 1 Corinthians, which Morrison calls upon often in her novels, has characters named 1 Corinthians, has quotes here and there, especially chapter 13. But for now, so she doesn't quote this part, but I think it pertains. When that which is perfect is come, we'll see face to face. For now, in this purgatorial world, though, we know in part, and we prophesy in part, for now we see through a glass darkly. Here, the photograph sitting on the fireplace traces Athena's shield, complete with Gorgon, back to an apotropaic deity Hestia, goddess of hearth and domestic peace. On this leman between old and new, apotropaic and therapeutic, does shield of Perseus become household god. God himself appears on the Gorgonian in paradise. There is an oven, round as a head and deep as desire, sitting in the dead center of the town, that the men who shoot the white girl take apart and reassemble every time they migrate westward to maintain their all-black community. So here's this convent filled with women, and the convent has a backstory. It was had some nuns in it before, but you see, the man who owned the house before was an embezzler and had all sorts of paraphernalia around and faucets that were not appropriate in a convent, etc. And they tried to convert the building, but it didn't really work. And by the time of this novel, a group of women troubled women have taken over, and there's a white girl among them. And the men who want to keep this racial purity and keep moving sort of westward, it's the westward migration, right? Are threatened by the entire group of women, but particularly the white girl. This time, occasioned by the shooting, the motto on the oven comes under discussion for the first time. So they take this oven with them every time they go. They put it in the middle of their town. When they're going to leave, they take it all apart, they bring it with them, and they put it back together. But now this shooting has sort of stopped everybody in their tracks, and suddenly they start to talk about this motto that is on the oven. This oven sort of focuses the dead girl theme. In its body cut up and put back, the oven recalls the Medusa in her mythic versions, as well as the more archetypal gorgons on ovens intended to keep people from getting burned, or even, as Robert Graves says, to keep busybodies from opening the oven doors, peeping in, and thus allowing a draft to spoil the bread. This novel, as does Morrison's work more generally, offers many images of palimpsest, of the mix of pagan and Christian images. And here is a Christian overlay on the oven that sits in the center of the city, unused. The inscription on the oven invokes the face of God, though not as especially beatific. The words are partially erased, so whether it says, "Be the furrow of his brow," "Beware the furrow of his brow," or "We are the furrow of his brow," is hotly disputed. The older men prefer "beware" and argue until one says, "If any one of you ignore, change, take away, or add to the words in the mouth of that oven, I will blow your head off just like you was a hood-eye snake." Morrison wanted to call this novel War, but she settled for Paradise. The explosiveness of the opening of the novel's opening line, "They shoot the white girl first," continues, and while we never fully understand its meaning, we also never come to any real resolution on the motto. But the deeper desires that the oven kept in place are beginning to reveal what is missing, the new and present forms needed for the different ideas that were compacted and are now generated by the unexpected revisitation, stirring towards particularized worlds. This is not Dante's Paradise, but this displaced marginal community is beginning to ask the right questions about the origins and meaning of the words they live by. Here, the Gorgonian is less a household god than potential idol, now brought before the mind for analysis, to take apart reflectively rather than routinely, and to see about how to reassemble. Some air has been let into the space Morrison carves out. Some draft of air has been let into the oven such that it can be seen there is no bread of life in this hearth. Perhaps this is something of what Dr. Connell means by his strange upward draft in the novel, that breath of comedy possible and coming from the divine comedy. For what we see reflected in the gorgonic mirroring of the oven deconstructed is that the women and men are equally but differently displaced. A communion of sinners trying to see how to reimagine a deadened past that, if maintained intact, can only begin and end in shooting. They shoot the white girl first. About this first line of the third novel of her trilogy, the somewhat ironically titled Paradise, Morrison says, "I wanted to open with somebody's finger on the trigger, to close when it was pulled, and to have the whole novel exist in that moment of the decision to kill or not." The novel's ending is uncertain. While risking seeming fashionably new age, as Glenn Arbery notes, Paradise is not as fully realized because Inferno beats Paradiso every time, says Morrison herself, and because she has not the luck of Dante. In being true to her present, Morrison cannot jump to heaven without remembering Eden, a constant motif of her work. She cannot write pure Christianity, just as she cannot write pure tragedy and be true to her culture, or ours, if she is to be plausible. As Morrison says of the dangerously free quality of her heroines, it's pre-Christ in the best sense. It's Eve. Arbery says that Morrison's real interest lies in a temporal eschatology, a composted time, to use Mary Douglas's term, a doubling of God back into the world. Morrison's great contribution may be said to lie in her recovery, or more accurately, discovery, of the sacred character of the world, of its beauty. Paradise Revisited by Morrison retains its Edenic origins at the point of pulling the trigger on the fall, not as some utopian dream, but as an unremembered one, that as it is remembered prophetically and in the richest of language by Toni Morrison on behalf of her people, offers fuller implications of human action. As a deep grounding, the memory of the garden is as stay against bottomlessness. To visit and prophetically speak from the limen of the fall itself is to open up a moment and gain access to a slice of clarifying judgment, of radical equality between the divine and human, or ancient and modern worlds, between the sexes or the races of mankind. This moment can be imagined because it has being, because in Morrison's prophetic memory, it is present to her. She sees, I conclude, in They Shoot the White Girl First, something like Eve bites the apple now. Thank you.
Would you be willing to entertain some questions from the audience?
Ask away. Pick on people.
Doctor, did Morrison speak of a dominant image in her personal life?
A dominant one? I think I can think of a couple of things, but something that I saw repeated often was, I don't know if you're thinking of something specific, say so. Oh, I should talk here. Yes. If you're thinking of something specific, say so. But the thing that comes to my mind right now is that she had two parents, and her father was somebody who would never let a white person in the house, she said, but always went home to the sites of trauma and visited with family. And her mother was somebody who welcomed anybody in, didn't matter the color. She took each person one at a time, but never went home, never would go home to visit. And I think there's just a lot of complication there, a lot of richness in those images for her, or in that sort of story. But is there something specific, Father, that you're thinking about?
No, I'm not. I'm just curious. I don't know that much about Morrison at all, but listening to your story of the Gorgon, I was wondering what was dominant in Toni Morrison's life.
Well, I don't know about her. Yeah, right. What's her Gorgon? I don't know, but I would say that she does identify with that dead girl to some extent, right? Because she certainly would say, when I read Faulkner, I loved Faulkner. I read she was a classics minor. She's real well educated, and she loves it. I think what she says is, I didn't see myself in there, but I saw I saw what was human in there, right? But it seemed to her that what was missing in American literature in the canon, right, was speaking as subject, right? Although the more and more I'm reading, the more I'm seeing that she really wants to show that having been subtext was incredibly important to this country. That the status quo goes its way, right? But that there's always some sort of this is the prophetic, there's a book about, well, Heschel's book is ridiculous. It's amazing. But there's another book, Brueggemann, The Prophetic Imagination. And, there's this talk about the subculture, right, is the one that the divergence of our dystopian novels that we're into lately, right? There's somebody that sees differently, right? And sort of hasn't drunk the Kool-Aid or whatever it is, and somehow brings this, something is preserved when you are not on deck, when you are, right? And so that they have been cultivating since slave days, right? The subversive language of the code of their language, right? And the contradictories, all of that. And I think that she is saying to her people, it's safe to share it. I think she's trying to give them shields because she's the bridge, because she's well educated and less traumatized, even if a victim of many of the consequences of this system, right? But I think she's a Claudia McTeer, and she looks at the dead girls who are worse off than her, the ones who really have somehow internalized this look. She said about the girl in Bluest Eyes, she said, I just thought it was a hideous image. That little dark black girl with blue eyes, she would have looked awful, right? And so she is not as damaged as others, right? But she wants to bridge somehow the gap between this group of people who have, in their subtext, been too isolated, right? Because some are really engaged in the richness of this subculture, but some are just the deplorables, right? Or something out there that, right? So and to gather them back up and in, and to let them see that this is a shield that has protected us, and we needed it, and thank God we did it. But it's now time to let the guard down a little bit and reveal the household gods that we have preserved. That in the moment of the status quo being on fire, right? This is her prophetic. This is her luck. Whatever time she lived for us, right? It was her luck to see that somehow things are being things are bad, or things. It's time to get real. It's time to get real and to articulate for us. Look, if we'd only had Dante, we would be doing just fine in many ways, right? But the problem is how are we going to recognize a household god in the face of some new form if we don't see over and over and over again how beauty is in the strangest of places, right? And so she's educating our eye to find the diamonds in the rough, to see the real and the true and the good and the beautiful, even if there's a mask, to see through the mask. Molly, is that Father? If you have more, you can.
Wonderful, wonderful talk. You mentioned very briefly this expression, the terror of freedom, in the context of tragedy. But even if, her works are overall comic in movement, what is that role of freedom to memory, whether prophetic or not?
Yeah. I think I said in here that for African Americans and for anybody in a subculture, right? For anybody underneath, the fear is in winning, right? Because you have your language, you have your, speaking of not wanting to rock the boat, that's what the whole apotropaic is about, right? We're living our lives here and things are fine. As long as the gods don't come and bother us, we'll be okay, right? Baby Suggs preaches in the clearing and it makes everybody mad because they have carved out a little life for themselves. Nobody's coming to get them. They're perfectly fine. And why you got to go and just start up trouble and, I don't know, draw attention to us and what, right? And they're and so that's a dangerous kind of freedom. They think that's a dangerous freedom, right? That you're talking back or saying, hey, what about this? Or right? That's a dangerous. And so the Gorgon for her people, I think she would say, is well, but then by extension to all of us, because what I'm trying to say there at the end, this idea of going back to that moment of the fall, right? When everything is radically free. It's not to posit it as some utopian dream or future. It's not, it's to say right here and right now, what I actually see in this moment is possibilities, right? Possibilities. And so to carry over that idea of possibility to her people, and then by extension to all of us, to kind of give a common grounding, kind of, right, a common thing. But for all of us, there's this free will. I mean, Dante, Dante is so in trouble. If the reason he gets stuck right there, where he gets stuck with the Gorgon, is because that is where he would have gotten stuck had heaven not helped him. Had he, right? He was caught in lusts and the Gorgon and all, right? And the Gorgon for him, I think, is his petrification of Beatrice. He sort of didn't follow Beatrice to the beauty to the source of her beauty. He sort of end stopped her, right? So he's kind of stuck in the wood, and he gets all this help. And it would be the height of, there's some sin, I forgot what it is, but it's the height of something, right? To say, oh yeah, God went through all this effort, and Mary and all those ladies went through all this effort, and they broke a couple of rules, and they get Virgil, and all just to show me, little old me, what a jerk I've been, how awful I have been, and to freeze me right here. That is the opposite of the hope, right? And the point of the second chance, or the whatever this is, right? So there is this terror, and why is he afraid? He's going into a worse place. That's what I meant by Morrison. It feels worse when you are going ahead. Aeneas, does he want to go ahead at all? He does not, right? When you're going ahead, it feels worse. And it may be worse, right? But it is not worse in these situations, but you got to go through the worst to get to the better. And what Dante knows in this moment is that he's already, that Christ has already triumphed over that Gorgon. And so in fact has he. He wants to move on. He does not want to get stuck by that Gorgon. He wants to move on. He also sees here that he knows a bit more than Virgil, which is not all that reassuring to him. And he knows that, here's the big thing I wanted to say. He knows that if he comes intimately to know what is on the other side of those gates, then to whom much is given, much is required. And if he were to fail the second time, he's not landing in the appetitive part of part of hell. Now, hell is hell, but nevertheless, right? The rejection is deeper. It's more dynamic. It's more the clearer the intellect is till you get to Satan, right? I almost ended this talk in a couple of different ways, but one of them was going to be this element of catharsis, this clearing that she's doing, that maybe even as she goes back and forth, she's leaving us a model of how to revisit and basically cut these Gorgons down to size. It's not bad. It's not hard at all to go back to these sites of memory. I know you think you're going to get stuck and progression is going to stop. That's what we're afraid of, right? This fight between the progressives and the, right? We're always that, right? And the point of the non-progressives is, wait a minute, that's how you read. You don't read by word. You read a sentence and you read into and you read, right? And we think that's ultimately, as Ransom might say, more efficient, right? But this free will business is at the center of our being human, right? Language is our souls are what the way our souls are animated are what differentiate us, right? And so there's this fear that we won't live up to the freedom that we are called to live up to. In fact, the difference between, in some ways, between Virgil and Dante, Virgil, to me, outreached him. He went beyond what was revealed to him, right? And here's Dante, who's been given the whole story and is falling short, right? So anyway, I don't know. That doesn't quite answer the question, but ask it a different way and I'll answer it differently. Yeah.
Is there any more burning question? I think we've kind of what we're dismissed to the...
Eat?
Yeah, to the loggia. Perhaps a glass.
Sounds good.
Continue to talk.
Thank you.
Hello, John. I'm Maria Newman. I'm the Director of Student Affairs.
Hello.
So, why don't you tell me what happened?
What did happen?
First, though, let me explain. I'm not here to attack you or shame you. I'm just here to discuss the situation so that you understand any disciplinary actions that may be taken, because the Office of Student Affairs is directly concerned with helping you succeed. It's important in these situations not to make direct accusations. The student feels attacked, especially if I get any details wrong. So I prefer to let the student tell the story and go from there. So, why don't you tell me what happened?
No. The burden of proof is on you, okay? I plead the fifth.
John, this is not a courtroom. I want to help you.
Fine, I'll talk. It's important in these situations to pretend to be compliant. We have a long, painful conversation. I admit nothing when we shake hands at the end. Maria feels like we really connected. I get bored for an hour, whatever.
Were you at PDK last night?
Yeah.
Did you buy anything?
Some groceries?
So you see how useful it is to have that store there. If we don't clear this up, it's possible that students might be banned from the premises.
That's never gonna happen. You're blowing this way out of proportion.
I don't think you understand how serious this is.
It wasn't that bad. I don't know why she's freaking out.
So, you bought groceries. And then what?
I went back to my dorm and studied.
Can you prove that you were at your dorm? Did anybody see you?
I don't know. See? She obviously knows nothing.
If you hadn't gone back to your dorm, where might you have gone?
Sometimes I like to study at the Cap Bar.
Oh yeah, I used to go there all the time when I was an undergrad. I would see my friends walk through.
Oh gosh, give it up.
What do you mean?
Hello, fellow kids. I understand you. I want to help you.
John.
Do you have any proof that this incident even happened? You're blowing this way out of proportions.
I don't think you understand how serious this is. It wouldn't be such a big deal if we could talk about this like adults. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I was hoping we could have a conversation and then I'd make him clean it up, but I'm concerned that he's so hostile. Adulthood is a choice. You can choose to make it a big deal or you can choose to make it right.
Make it right how?
Well, the sidewalk needs to be cleaned up for one thing.
Cleaned up?
So here's what happened. Somebody spray painted some strange characters on the sidewalk outside of PDK. Maybe John didn't do it, but he was the last person Raj remembers being there. Oh, and the trash can was knocked over.
So here's what happened. I went to PDK for some chips, and I ate them outside. I thought it would be funny if I blew up the bag and put it somewhere where someone might step on it. I didn't think it was going to be this big of a deal. I hope I don't lose my scholarship over it.
You're probably thinking it doesn't matter because it didn't seem like anybody got hurt. However, we have to remember that Raj works hard to maintain a welcoming environment. If people are subjected to pranks like this, they won't come back and he loses business. That's not fair to him.
Pranks like what? But it was really hard to find somewhere to put the bag where no one would see it before popping it. And in the dark, it kind of looked like an alien face. I was tired, okay? So I put it so it would be just looking out of the trash can. It was kind of creepy in the dark.
Look, I just want to know why you did this. Are you feeling stressed? How are your classes going? John.
What? So yeah, as I was walking away, a car pulled up and I heard someone kind of scream. So I think it worked.
So, as I was saying, if you agreed to clean up the mess, I think all would be well.
Clean up what?
The sidewalk. Don't play dumb, John.
Did the trash can spill?
Actually, I was surprised. The trash can was empty. Bag and everything gone. Spray paint is not that difficult to clean up, okay? I can drive you to the hardware store and we can pick up the stuff.
Maria, we got the video. He didn't do it.
I may have the wrong guy. John, I apologize. You're free to go.
Wait, what's all this about spray paint? Did multiple things happen?
Did they?
No.
So who was the vandal?
Aliens.
So I was sitting right over there about 1 a.m. All of a sudden, this huge thing came out of the sky like a flying saucer. A bunch of green men jumped out and started shouting at Raj something about imprisoning a friend of theirs. They sucked up the trash into their spaceship and left, and then a bunch of guys in black suits showed up and went inside. I didn't know what they were here for, so I just kept my mouth shut. Oh, and the green guys, they wrote something on the sidewalk. It looked like some kind of foreign language. I still can't figure out why the aliens wanted the trash. Oh, and I'm looking for a job if you know anyone who can help me out. I swear I'm not crazy.
wish I could be there. I'm afraid I must not. Hello, hello. What did you say, my darling? What did you say? Hello, hello. Please speak up. I heard the funniest thing. Jane and Paul are going to get married next July. Don't you think that is the funniest thing you ever heard? I know, of course. And how are you? And how is John? And how is Jean? You must tell them that I send them my love. And how is Ursula? And how is Natalie? And how is Rosalie? I hope she's gotten over her cold. And how is your mother? And how is your father? And how is dear little Granny? Oh dear. Well then, goodbye, goodbye, my dear, goodbye. I am so glad you called. I was just thinking of you. It's been a long time since you called me. Yes, you already told me that. No, my darling, of course I won't forget. Yes, yes, goodbye, my dear, goodbye. Yes, my darling, goodbye. Yes. That's the funniest thing I ever heard. And how are you? And Bets and Bob and Sarah and Sam, you must tell them that I send them my love. And how is the kitty cat? How is the dog? Oh, I'm so glad. Goodbye. Yes, Margaret. All right, goodbye. So long. That was Margaret.
You don't say.
Isn't she funny?
Here's a spring.
Would you like to know what she told me?
I'd love to, but not now. It is getting late. There is so much I have to tell you.
All right, go on. What is it, darling? Excuse me. Hello, hello. What are you saying? What number you want? Wrong number. Why must they always pick on me when he gets the wrong number?
Why indeed? But now will you please listen to me? Time is getting shorter.
Would you like to know the exact time? Just wait. It is 4:15 and 3.5 seconds.
Thank you. But now, please, will you listen to me?
Oh, what else have I done? Go on then.
Well, as we were saying, you
how much I've always cared for you. So I was just wondering, that is of course after I come back, you would consider. Oh, I'll go insane!
I'm sorry. Hello, hello. By George, yeah. What's the matter, screaming me so? What do you mean? Whoever told it to you? I never said that about you. You don't believe me, you can't call it madness. How dare you say such a thing? Stop using such language. No, yes, no, I mean. I swear it isn't true. How can you believe that I'd say such a thing? Now listen to me. I'm not going to stop it if you call me names. Hello? Hello?
Listen, Lucy, listen now. Don't you cry, don't you cry. There is something I must tell you. Listen, Lucy, listen to me. Don't you cry, don't you cry. Lift your face and dry your tears. Listen, Lucy, listen to me. Don't you cry, don't you cry.
Oh, you don't understand. Let me go and get a handkerchief.
Try again and again. What else can a man do? Except wait and then try and wait and then try once again. I'd rather contend with lover, husband, or in-laws than this two-headed monster who comes unasked and devours my day. For this thing can be challenged, can't be poisoned or drowned. It has hundreds of lives and miles of umbilical cord.
You wicked man! What were you doing to it?
I was only trying.
Poor thing. Shame on you. Put them down.
I assure you it was all in self-defense.
You must have hit it first.
You'll see, and we can have a quiet talk.
Yes, dear. But first I must call up Pamela.
Pamela, why must you call her now?
I must tell her of my quarrel with George.
Can't you tell her afterwards?
Oh no, I must get hold of her before she hears it from somebody else. It will only take a moment. I will make it very short. It will only take a moment. I will make it very short.
Will you wait until I call? But I have no time to
I will make
lose.
it very short.
Oh, all right. Please hurry.
Hello, this is Lucy. I just had a quarrel with George over the telephone. Shall I tell you all about it?
tell her I love her, but that thing will not let me, and now I have to go, and she will never know.
Of course I said, oh George, my darling, how can you believe that I'd say such a thing? You know that in me you have a true friend, but he wouldn't believe me and cursed me up and down and kept calling me names, yes, all sorts of names. Then I said, oh George, my darling, if you don't believe me, you can call up Phyllis and ask her to tell you whether or not it is true. Of course I had to lie. What else was I to do? But you'll never know how much I went through. You'll never know how much I went through.
I've waited hour after hour, but she will never stop. Must tell I love her, but that thing will not let me, and now I have to go, and she will never stay.
And now let's say goodbye. I want to think it over.
She only stops to start again. At least I stay, I'll go mad. There's only one.
Oh, where has he gone? He left me alone with my telephone. I wonder what he wanted to tell me. I have a feeling he had something on his mind. Will he come back? I know he must be on the train.
good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It's basically a joy for me to be here with you fine folks. So if no one has their books, I guess we're ready to begin. It all began with the shoe on the wall. Shoe on the wall.
Maggie Fazio, don't laugh at nothing your friends are doing. I see you. Don't put the camera into your head.
What?
The things I do for a living, and I'm underpaid this whole time.
What do you think of this book?
The book or the class?
Trying to allow you all to experience for yourselves. You're not letting me. Sarah, cancel my subscription because I don't need your issues. How did we get off on that tangent?
I have a question. What was the story about?
We just read the... Oh, boys and girls, this has been something. Bye-bye.
You boys ready?
Yeah, we are.
Let's go, Lou!
Light up my world like nobody else. The way that you lift your head gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know.
You are here at the University of Dallas in Rome, Italy. And why is our Rome campus not in the city of Rome? And why is our Dallas campus not in the city of Dallas?
Hey, what day is it? Yeah, it's a typical Tuesday, not a wacky Wednesday.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. You miss your old familiar friends, but waiting just around the bend. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a love of somebody who needs you. When you're lost out there and you're all alone, life is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look, everywhere you look. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do?
Yeah, real plastic surgery, you'll be better.
But I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I found a way, And I always thought that it'd be too crazy, but I found a way, If you open up your mind,
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Western Civ. Just a couple of words about testing. In a couple of weeks, as you know, you'll have your final. You know, the difficulty here is that nobody in memory, recent memory, has actually passed the final. But anyway, I just hope that goes really well. The messages: friendship, patricide, fratricide, folly, failure, and any other F you'd like to add. So you got the wayfarers, the unquenchables. They come from a tribe called the Wayquenchables. In the course of this 2 years, they pretty much knock Rome out.
Guys, we're gonna be late. We gotta get to the meeting.
Yo, 6 feet, man, 6 feet.
Oh, sorry, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. All right, see you, bro.
Homegrown alligator, see you later. Gotta hit the road, gotta hit the road. The sun ain't changed in the atmosphere, architecture unfamiliar. I could get used to this. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you'll see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone.
John, you're in the
South of the equator, navigator. Gotta hit the road, gotta hit the road. Deep sea diving round the clock, bikini bottoms, lager tops. I could get used to
The students love the Rome campus. Rome campus they love.
What was that?
It sounded like Charlie.
Let's go check it out. I don't see Charlie anywhere. That scream definitely sounded like it came from in here.
Well, he must have been here. His phone is here. You see what this says? C-O-R-E. What's that? Do you know?
I don't know, but maybe Dr. Olenek does. Let's ask him.
Good morning, Dr. Olenek. Do you know anything about core?
Yes, I conveniently have a folder of information on it right here.
Oh,
There you go.
Thank you very much. This information says that the CORE stands for Cerebral Organization Reprogramming.
Cerebral organization reprogramming equipment? What's that?
It was an experimental technology developed during the Cold War by the university to help people learn quicker.
Oh my goodness.
It works through constructive interference with the brain waves, making the brain overclock. They activated up to 90% of the brain.
So it made you smarter without requiring you to study? That's awesome!
Yeah, they even tried to use it to make an ideal president for the university, but it says here that the program was discontinued because the subjects became unstable. They went crazy.
That must be what happened to Charlie. He's unstable. We have to help him.
According to this, the only way to cure him is to reverse the process.
But how do we do that?
Maybe I can help. Let me see those files.
Cat downloaded the code onto these modified nerve darts. You need a direct hit to the head to program the device.
So if we shoot him, he'll be cured?
Let's hope.
Where do you think he'll be?
Where he always is.
Holy crap, Charlie! Charlie, stop!
There's Charlie.
Let's get him before he runs away.
I just got back from Rome. What has happened to this university? Where's Charlie?
We have to find him.
Charlie,
What's up, guys?
what happened?
I discovered the core curriculum at the University of Dallas.
Whose name?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now stroke 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night.
Stand, who's there?
Francisco!
Unleashment to the Dane. Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier, who hath relieved you.
Bernardo hath my place. Give you good night.
Hola, Bernardo.
Say what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcella.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dread sight twice seen of us.
Touch, touch, 'twill not appear.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made its course to illumine that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcella and myself, the bell then beating one.
Break it off! Look where it comes again!
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar, speak to it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurps this time of night? Say, speak, speak, I charge thee, speak!
'Tis gone and will not answer.
Before my God, I might not disbelieve without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself, such was the very armor he had on.
Thus twice before, and just at this dread hour, with martial stock hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work, I know not, but in the gross and scope of my opinion. But soft, behold! Lo, where he comes again. I'll cross it though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy of thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing me, or no speak, stop it, but thou! It's here! It's here!
'Tis gone! We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vein blows malicious mockery.
Let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For, upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us be fitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet, so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him together with the remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress of this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth in funeral and dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all, our thanks. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, holding in weak supposal of our worth, or thinking that by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame. Colleagued with the dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with messages importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father with all bonds of law to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for ourselves and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose, to suppress his further gait herein, in that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject. And we here dispatch you, good Cornelia, and you, Voltimand, for bearing of this greeting to old Norway. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that, in all things, will we show our duty.
We doubted nothing, heartily. Farewell. And now Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
Dread my lord, your leave and favour to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess, that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again towards France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. And now, our cousin Hamlet and our son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. Oh, I am too much of the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy knightly colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lid search for thy noble father in the dust. Thou knowest 'tis common. All things must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, no, nor the windy suspirations of forced breath, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected havior in the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show these but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persevere in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart towards you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire. We beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I prithee stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. In grace whereof no joking health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell. And the king's rouse the heaven shall brew it again, re-speaking earthly thunder. Come, away.
That this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it. Oh, fie. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead. Nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. so loving to my mother that he might not be teemed the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Or must I remember? Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think on it. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere the shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body like Niobe, all tears, why she, even she, oh God, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. A little month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Oh, most wicked speed to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
Glad to see you well. Horatio, do I forget myself?
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what in faith made you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcella?
My good lord.
Very glad to see you. Good even, sir. And what made you from Wittenberg, Horatio? We teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee, do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it fell apart upon.
Thrift. Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven ere I'd ever seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father.
Season your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver, upon the witness of these gentlemen, this marvel to you.
For God's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcella and Bernardo, on their watch in the dead waste in middle of the night been thus encountered. Figure like your father, armed at all points exactly, cap a pea, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately. This to me in dreadful secrecy in part they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not the more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honor, lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you to watch tonight.
We do, my lord.
I will watch tonight, perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant you it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves, so fare you well. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
Your love is mine to you. Farewell. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come, till then sit still my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth overwhelm them to men's eyes.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. Sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep but let me hear from you.
You doubt that?
trifling of his favors, hold it of fashion, and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of primary nature. Forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting, the perfume and suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so.
Think it no more. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor coddle doth besmirch the virtue of his will, but you must fear. His greatness weighed, his will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the sanctity and health of the whole state. Then weigh what loss your honor may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, will lose your heart. For your chaste treasure open his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it! My dear sister, keep within the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire.
I shall defect to this good lesson, keep as watchman to my heart. But good my brother, do not as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not. I stay too long. Here my father comes. The double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, Laertes, aboard for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for there. God blessing with you. And these few precepts in thy memory, see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each unhatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but, being in it, variously opposed, may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. In France, the best rank and station are of a most select and generous treatment that neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season this indeed.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord.
The time invites you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia. Remember well what I said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is it, Ophelia, he hath said to you?
So please you something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Very well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me in that way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behooves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affections, pooh! You speak like a green girl and sifted in such perilous circumstances. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, but I should think.
Mary, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby. You have taken his tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly, or not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, roaming it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath importuned me with love and honorable fashion.
Fashion you may call it. Go to.
He hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with all the vows of heaven.
I springes to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns how prodigal the soul gives the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promises as a making, you must not take for fire. For this time, daughter, be somewhat scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parley. For Lord Hamlet, believe in him so much that he is young, and if a larger tether make you walk than may be given you. If you, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of the dye which their investments show, but mere importers of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bonds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment's leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlets. Look to it, I charge you. On your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
The air bites truly. It is very cold.
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it likes 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed, I heard it not. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps wassails, and the swaggering upspring reels. And as he drinks his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
Aye, merry is't. To my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is custom more honored in the breach than in the observance.
Look, my lord, it comes!
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of hell, or goblin damned, bring with thee heirs from heaven, or blasts from hell. Be thy events wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal dame. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. What may this mean, that thou, dead corse, again in complete steel, revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it's some apartment it desire to you alone.
But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak. Then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not hold my life at a pin's fee. And for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It weighs me forth again, I'll follow it.
You shall not go, my
Hold
lord.
off your hand!
Ruled, you shall not go.
Unhand me! By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on, I'll follow thee.
He waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after. To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Where wilt thou lead me? Speak, I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. List, Hamlet, oh list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love,
oh God,
revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder!
Murder most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee act. Now, Hamlet, here. It's given out that sleeping in mine orchard, a servant stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death, rankly abused. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul, mine uncle.
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits, with traitorous gifts, won to this shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. O Hamlet, What a falling off was there? From me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand, even with the vow I made to her in marriage. And to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. So lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning's air, brief let me be. Sleeping within mine orchard, my custom always in the afternoon, upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole with juice of cursed heaven on in a vial. And in the porches of mine ears did pour the leper's distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with a sudden vigor it doth posset and curd like eager droppings into milk the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. Thus was I, sleeping, by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, and queen at once dispatched. If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursuest this act, take not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother art. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet. Remember me.
Oh, you host of heaven! Oh, earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? Oh, fine. Hold my heart. And you, my sinews grow not instant old, but very stiffly up. Remember thee. Aye, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee, yea, and from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past that youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, yes, by heaven. Oh, most pernicious woman. Oh, villain, villain, smiling, damned villain. My tables. Eat it as I set it down, that one may smile, and smile, and smile, and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, Uncle, there you are. Now to my word. It is adieu, adieu. Remember me. I have sworn it.
My lord! My lord!
Lord Hamlet!
Heaven secure him!
So be it.
Where are you, my lord? Hello!
Oh, it's my noble lord.
What news, my lord?
Oh. Wonderful.
Good, my lord, tell it.
No, you reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord.
What say you, Edward? Harder man, what's thinking? But you'll be secret.
I
by
heaven, my
heaven,
lord.
There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an errant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
All right. You are right. And so without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. Look you. I'll go pray.
These are but wild and hurling words, my
I'm
lord.
sorry if you just speak heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
By St. Patrick, but there is, my lord, and much offense too. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. But for your desire to know what is between us, all master as you may. And now, my friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is it, my lord?
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord, we will not.
Nay, but swear it!
Sayest thou so, boy? Art thou there, true penny?
Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellar, it's consent to swear.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Come.
here as before, never to note, so help ye mercy, how strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think it meet to put an antic disposition on, that you know aught of me. This not to do, so grace and mercy at your most need help you, swear. Rest, perturbed spirit. And now, my friends, with all my love I do commend me to you, and what so poor a man as Hamlet may do to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together. And still your fingers on your lips, I pray. Time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Now, let's go in together.
This money and these notes, Bernardo.
I will, my lord.
You should do marvels wisely, good Bernardo. Before you visit him, you make inquiry of his behavior.
My lord, I did intend it.
Very, very well said. And thus do we of wisdom reach with windlasses, with the says of bias, by indirections find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice shall you, my son. You have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
Very, very well said.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclinations in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
And let him ply his music.
Well, my lord.
Very well.
My lord, my lord,
Oh no, what's the matter?
I have been so affrighted.
What in the name of heaven?
My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all embraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, unguarded, and down-jagged to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous and purport as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
I do not know, my lord, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so. At last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh, so piteous and profound, as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go. And with his head over his shoulder turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me.
This is the very ecstasy of love. Have you given him any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better speed and judgment I had not quoted him. I fear he did but trifle and meant to rack thee, but be sure of my jealousy. It seems it is as common to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? What it should be, more than his father's death, that hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot deem of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbor to his youth and humor, you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So by your companies, to draw him on to pleasures, and gather as from occasions you may glean that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentle friends, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am, two friends there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it should please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill as to expend your time with us a while for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
We both obey.
And here give up ourselves in lawful bent to lay our services freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern, and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my much changed son. Go, some of ye, and bring them to where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our pleasant and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
So hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? Assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it was used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak on that. That I do long to hear.
Give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be fruit to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them and bring them in. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he hath found the very head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other than the main, his father's death and our o'er hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him. Welcome, good friends. Say what from our brother Norway?
Most fair return of greetings and desires. Fortinbras receives rebuke from Norway, and, in fine, makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the essay of arms against your majesty.
Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee, and is commissioned to employ those soldiers, so levied as before against Polak.
With an entreaty herein further shown that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for his enterprise.
It likes us well. And at a more considered time, we will read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest. At night, we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
This business is very well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, and time is time, we're nothing but to waste day, night, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad call I it, for to define true madness, what is it but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell that, for I will use no art. Mad, let us grant it then. Now remains that we find out the cause of this effect. Or rather say the cause of this defect, for the effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus. I have a daughter, hath whilst she is mine, who in her duty and obedience, mark, hath given me this. Now, gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified? It's a vile phrase. But you shall hear. These in her excellent white bosom, these.
Ping this from Hamlet to her.
Good madam, stay a while, I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar,
but never doubt I love. These in obedience hath my daughter showed me.
But how has she received his love?
What do you think of me?
As of a man, faithful and honorable.
I would fain prove so, but what might you think? If I had seen this hot love on the wing, as I perceived that I must tell you that before my daughter told me, what might you, or my dear majesty your queen here, think? If I had played the desk or table book, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak, Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, propelled a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, thence into a fast, thence to a watch, thence to a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness, whereon now he raves and all bewail for.
You think 'tis this?
It may be very likely.
Hath there been such a time, I fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise?
Not that I know of.
Take this from this, if this be otherwise. If circumstances lead me, I will find the truth, though it were hid indeed within the center.
Or maybe try it further.
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I an heiress then, mark the encounter. If he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant for a state, but keep a farm and harbors.
We will try it.
But look, where the poor wretch comes reading.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us too. Her father and myself, lawful espiles, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge, and gather by him as he is behaved, if it be the affliction of his love, or know that thus he suffers for it.
I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues bring him on his wonted way again, for both your honors.
Madam, I wish it may.
Ophelia, walk you here, gracious, so please he, we will bestow ourselves. Read on this book, that show of such exercise may color your loneliness. My lord, I hear him coming, let's withdraw.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die. To sleep. No more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep, perchance to dream. There's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of disprized love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pitch and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia. Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
Goodbye, Lord. How does your honor for this merry day?
I humbly thank you. Well. Well. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have long and longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No. No. I never gave you aught.
My honored lord, I know right well you did. And with them words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich. Their perfume lost. Take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Are you honest?
My lord.
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Good beauty, my lord. A better commerce than with honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd, than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometime a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. For virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, yet I could accuse me of such things, and it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offenses at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are errant knaves, all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where is your father?
At home, my lord.
Then let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heaven.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery, go, and quickly do farewell. If thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery, go, farewell.
Will you heavenly powers restore him?
I have heard of your paintings too well enough. God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. You jig, you amble, you lisp, and nickname God's creatures and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to, I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad. I say that we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery go, farewell.
Oh, what a noble mind is you o'erthrown. The courtiers, scholars, soldiers, eye, tongue, sword, expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, observed of all observers, quite down. And I of ladies most dejected and wretched that suck the honey of his music vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangle, out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Woe is me to have seen what I have seen, see what I see.
Love? His affections do not that way tend. Nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like to madness. There is something in his soul, o'er which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be of some danger.
How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. How doth my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God have mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent, well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord.
Aye, sir. To be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 2,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing carrion. Have you a daughter?
I, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
What say you by that? Still harping on my daughter. If he knew not me at first, he said I was a fishmonger. He is gone, far gone. And yet, in my youth, I too suffered much extremity for love, very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter?
Words.
What is the matter?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter you mean, my lord.
Slander, sir. For the satirical slave says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, that their eyes are purging thick amber, or plum tree gum, that they have a most plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, I hold it not fit to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if, like a crab, you could go backward.
Though this be madness, yet there is method in it. My lord, will you walk out of the air?
Into my grave!
Indeed, that is out of the air. how pregnant sometimes his replies are, a happiness that often madness hits on, which reason cannot so prosperously be delivered of. I'll take my leave of him. My lord, I must most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all. Except my life. Except my life.
Accept my life.
Fare you well, my lord. You go to seek my Lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir.
Mine honored lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Rosencrantz. Good lads, how do ye both?
As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy that we are not over happy.
On fortune's cap were not her very bun.
Nor the soles of her shoe?
Neither, my lord.
Then you live about her waist? Or in the middle of her favors?
Faith, her private
In the secret parts of fortune. Oh, most true, she is a strumpet! What's the news?
None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord.
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Why, then 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me it is a prison. What make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord, no other occasion.
Were you not sent for? Is it of your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, nay, speak.
Well, what should we say, my lord?
Why, anything. But to the purpose. You were sent for, and there's a kind of confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the constancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer could charge you withal. Be even and direct with me whether you were sent for or no. And I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, foregone all custom of exercise, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you. This brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man. how noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you would seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thought.
Why did you laugh then, when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord,
If man delights not you.
what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coat them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
What players are they?
Even those who are wont to take delight in, the tragedians of the city.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. Is it not very strange? For mine uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 100 ducats for his picture in little. There is something in this more than natural if philosophy could find it out. Come, my friends. Your hands. You are welcome to Elsinore. But my uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived.
In what, my lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, Rosencrantz, and each of your hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouds.
The second time comes to them, for they say an old man is but twice a child.
I will prophesy he comes to tell me the players. Mark you. You say the right, sir, for a Monday morning 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius was an actor in Rome,
The actors are come hither, my lord.
buzz, buzz.
Upon mine honor.
Then can each actor, then can each actor, then can each actor on his ass.
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral. Scene individable or poem unlimited. A Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light. The law of writ and the liberty, these are the only men.
Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou?
What a treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter, and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter.
Am I not of the right, old Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter I love passing well.
Nay, that follows not. Masters, you are all welcome. I'm very glad to see you well. Welcome, my good friends. Ah, my old friend, thy face is valent since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady? And mistress? Masters, you are all welcome. We'll eat into it like French falconers fly at anything we see. Let's have a speech straight. Come, a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted. Or if it was, not above once. For it was, as I remember, caviar to the general. But it was, as I recall, and others in such whose judgment in such matters cried on the top of mine, an excellent play. One chief speech in it I chiefly loved was Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabouts of it, especially where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line. And look, let me see. Let me see. With eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old Grandshire Priam seeks. So proceed you.
Well said, my lord. Good accent and good discretion.
With eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus old Grandshire Priam seeks. Anon he finds him, striking too short at Greeks. His antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command, unequal match. Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in a rage strikes wide, but with the whip and the wind of his fell sword, the unnerved father falls. And never did the Cyclops' hammer fall on Mars' armor forged for proof eternal, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out thou strumpet fortune! O ye gods in general synod, take away her power, break the spokes and fellies from her wheel, and bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven, as low as to the feet.
This is too long.
It shall to the barbers with your beard. I really say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on. Come to Hecuba.
But who, oh who, hath seen the ennobled queen?
That's good. Ennobled queen is good.
Shh. Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flame with bison room. A clout about that head where late the diadem stood. And for a robe, about her lank and all o'er-teamed loins, a blanket in the alarum of fear caught up. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, 'gainst fortune's state would treason have pronounced. And if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
For he has not turned his color and has tears in his eyes. Pray you no more.
Well, I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good, my lord, will you see the players well bestowed?
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
Gods, bodikins, man, better! Use every man after his own desert, and who should scape whipping? Use them after your own dignity and honor. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Oh, friend, dost thou hear me? Can you play the murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert in, could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord. And look you, mock him not. My friends, I will leave you till night. You are right welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
What a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage waned? Tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And all for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears, and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John a dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain? Breaks my painted cross, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie of the throat as deep as to the lungs. Who does me this, huh? Why? I should